Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
He won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response, Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. May like heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and it's the suit guy. That's right. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. It's Saturday fun day. That's right, folks. We're live. We're alive. We got the new intro. Shouts out to Froggy Tonic for that. That shit was fire.
Hasan Piker.
That shit was fire. And yeah. That's all I got. Did I make it on time? Dr. Jihad, Mr. Jihad? It's not Mr. Jihad. I didn't go to doctor school to learn and get a doctorate in racism just to be called Mr. Jihad. Okay? It's called Dr. Jihad. Anyway. I'm live. I'm early, coming to you live from. Hasan needs to prove he's not cucked to the Democratic Party and endorse a third-party candidate like socialist Greg Levy in Ohio. I'm cucked to the Democratic Party. I'm a sheepdog of the Democratic Party. I love sheepdogging. Anyway, we're live. We're alive. And
Have I ever evicted?
What is this? What the fuck? React. This we just started. You're already sending me shit. Treasure Train, 35% off, 5 gifted, by the way. We're early, we're live, coming to you from stolen Tongva land, and there's not really much going on in my life because I'm a chud-ass loser, as you guys already know. After that Nithya interview, I just kind of, stepped back. Okay, Druku. Are you trying to get me fucking banned from the planet? I can't use these, man. That's crazy. You're out of your dang mind. I mean, these are sick, but I can't use those as a blast off meme. The interview cooked you, admit it? Yeah, the interview definitely cooked me. I hate doing contentious interviews with people who I am like at least somewhat ideologically aligned with, you know what I mean? Like people who I people who I have like at least some agreements with, you know, if it was like a Republican or like a Gavin Newsom type, it's very different, right? Talking with people tend to prefer the term kiz. Okay, good to know. I just don't like being disappointed, you know? Who likes being disappointed? Nobody, right? I certainly don't. I don't like being disappointed by people who I think could do better, who I think should do better. So yeah, it was just a sad state of affairs, the showing yesterday. I tried to be fair, tough but fair, you know, but it is what it is. All right, so I feel like you got to chill down with these campaign interviews. People keep behaving in bad faith with how they're treating your involvement. What do you mean? I don't give a fuck. When have people ever behaved in good faith? People have never behaved in good faith. We're leftists. We're socialists. You should understand that no one is ever going to be charitable to your worldview until you win. And at which point you win and you keep winning and you keep winning power and you keep organizing until it becomes undeniable that there is a real movement to be reckoned with here, at which point everyone will act like they were there all along. I mean, one example that you can immediately point to is obviously the Palestine issue, right? What happened? For years and years and years, people were just like either oblivious to it, didn't care about it at all, not knowledgeable about it at all. And then when it became an issue of consequence, when it became an issue at the forefront of political discourse, every single person that was pro-Israel immediately rushed to say that, you know, we're all dangerous radical terrorists. And slowly but surely, a lot of people in the margins moved in the direction of identifying themselves as pro-Palestine people. And, you know, they shed their past statements to act like they were always there, right? And it turns out there are a lot more people like us now, or with our belief system, than there are of those who are pro-Israel, of the pro-Israel variety. And that's just how winning power looks like. If you're like me, you should care about solutions more than care about getting the recognition, right? As long as the solutions are there, as long as there's, you know, movement building taking place, then who cares? Who cares if people are, you know. Why is fun in your title when this happened? Clavicular got frame mogged. I know, I'm going to talk about that. Don't worry. Clavicular gets frame mogged by sexy judge. That's a big part of the story today. We're going to be doing fun stories like that one. Okay. Don't worry. Chud the Builder gets legal mogged. And more, you know. Backlash to Nithya interview. Liberal backlash to Nithya interview. Did chuds reappropriate the word chud? Yeah, they did. But who cares? Whatever. If they want to self-identify as chuds, that's great. Also, San Francisco introduced gay-only parking spots and the elderly are confused. Gay parking only?
Hello, sir.
Yeah?
Is this your vehicle right here?
This vehicle right here?
Yeah, is it yours?
It's my car, yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay. Are you gay by chance?
Am I what?
Are you gay?
No, I'm not.
Because you parked in the right there. I don't know if you saw in the gay parking only.
Oh my God, I never noticed that.
You didn't see it when you pulled in?
Bro, that's how it is though. That's how it's real. Like this is what happens in Gay City. At least this guy didn't beat his ass for not twerking in Gay City. Okay? Cuz honestly, that's what they do. That's what they fucking do, man. They beat your goddamn ass if you don't twerk in Gay City. Okay.
No.
Yeah,
anyway,
'cause
I
it's gonna be
blasted
a-
off,
Am I
dude.
gonna be fined for this?
I mean, unless you just tell me you're gay.
Juice it.
Because you've been parked here already, sir. Unless you just tell me and I'll just scratch it.
I'm gay.
Oh, you are gay? Okay. All right, perfect. So I'm going to have to ask you just like 3 simple questions so that I could prove that you're actually gay. Just real quick. On a scale 1 through 10, how gay are you? 1 through 10.
1.
1? Oh, that's not gay enough. Maybe like 9.
Okay.
Okay, you are 9? Okay, perfect. And then second question here. Could you give me your best gay voice to prove that you're actually gay?
I'm gay.
Okay.
That was good. He nailed that. Also, this is a bold thing. I've never seen this. Is this a boomer thing where you're like reading a book while you're driving? You might have seen texting and driving, but have you ever experienced reading and driving? I guess for everybody out there, you got to find yourself distracted in one way, shape, or form. Okay? Yeah, he hit this.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
They do it in traffic. It's insane. Wait, actually? Yeah, texting and driving, more like textbooks and driving. But I just...
Perfect. And the next question here is, how many men have you slept with?
7.
7 men? Holy, you were really gay then, huh? Oh, okay. That's all, sir. You're good to go.
Are you going to tell me that there were certain parking just for gay people?
Yeah, it's part of the LGBTQ community. It's a new thing of San Francisco. Just to make sure to look out for those, all right?
I read the driver's manual when I drive. Yeah. I'm watching Hasan while driving a tractor and planter that costs like $200K. Bro, flex. Flex, king. Flex your whip. Damn. And people fucking canceled me for my vehicle. Okay? People canceled me for my vehicle. Turns out we got chatters in here that got way more costly whips out there. I read my thoughts while I'm driving. I don't know how that works. I don't understand how that works. Anyway, this old guy is going to become reactionary after this. I don't think it's real. I think it's a prank. It was a prank. It was designed as a prank. There was no real moment there. Okay. Okay. All right. Jay Mershon, stop spamming, please. Maybe we'll get to the David case. Brother, I'm at the gym watching the stream. Got to keep an eye on the TV just in case Fox News covers you while I'm here. Yeah. That could possibly happen. Pranks like that. Pranks are real life, though? I don't think so. I don't think they are. Yeah, Bill Maher. We're our top news story of today. Bill Maher. Just kidding. He's not our top news story of today. We'll talk about the Nithya Raman interview fallout a little bit briefly. Right at the top of the day. A lot of people were like, "Oh, you're not going to be stern enough with Nithya or calling into question her record." I'm not going to rewatch the videos because, like, it's just it felt terrible. I hate that. Like, I'll have a tough but fair conversation with like Gavin Newsom, but when it's someone who's like, DSA aligned, is a little different. But of course, There's also people like this. Oh, yeah, frame it as liberal backlash. So it appears that you endorse an unrepentant Zionist. Great stuff. Like, I fucking hate this, man. I hate politics so much. I think we're all mentally ill. Like, this is why no one wants to interact with the realm of politics, because the only way that most people can interact with the realm of politics is is via the internet. And I think everyone online that does politics is, like, to varying degrees of going through psychosis, myself included, right? And I think, like, I guess there's a way to harness that mental illness for some level of good, like a crumb of good. But I think a lot of people don't do that. They harness it for their own pet projects. Like, unfortunately for a lot of people's pet projects, I am the figure of enmity for them. I'm like the maximum worst guy that you can be. There are people who are who make Israel their top priority, and therefore will try to angle all their criticisms of me off of like whatever else. But then you just like do a little bit, you scratch the surface of their anxiety a little bit, and you very quickly realize, oh, there's a fucking Zionist there, right? And then there's the other side of the story where people are just like, you're not sufficiently pro-Palestine. You actually cape for Zionists. You love Zionism. You're like a massive fan of Zionism. I always find myself in the center of these sorts of ideological battles for some reason. But maybe it's just my perspective from where I'm standing, I guess. From where I'm standing, I don't think I will ever be able to achieve a result that the ultras to my left and the shit lips to my right will ever fucking openly say is good. You know? And I've given up on that. I've given up on that. Everyone has been able to figure out a way to be like, I despise you. When has anyone online praised anything you've done? The internet has never done it. People complain about Zoran on every side. It's true. But Zoran has a lot of fucking, Zoran has a lot of motion. He has a lot of people who ride for him pretty hard. I mean, I ride for him pretty hard. I mean, I'm critical of him when he does something that I don't think is good. But it's just, we can't be fucking unbearable, I love what I do, and I'm going to continue doing it. But god damn, it's just like so fucking annoying. People will always be like, why is there not another like equivalent to what you do? It's like, because no one wants to be under this fucking microscope, okay? Because right-wingers don't receive this. Right-wingers have a base. Right-wingers have a legion of apolitical to ideologically committed far-righters that will dick ride them into oblivion and will fight their battles for them. Liberals have a base as well, very active. That base is diminished, obviously, on the internet. But, like, there's somebody out there for everybody, okay? There's no one out there if you're on the left. There's just no one. Your own fan base is constantly like, you have not been sufficiently socialist today. You need 10 lashings. Now, this is not a woe is me moment. Like, I think this is a wonderful community. I'm so fortunate that I've been able to build and be a part of such a large community, such a large movement, right? But it's just, ideologically, you're always going to be on the back foot, no matter what, in the United States of America. And leftists, I wish, were just like a little bit better, but they're not, and they never will be. So we're just going to keep staying the course. But yeah, I interviewed one of the top 3 mayoral candidates, Nithya Raman, yesterday. And going into it, like, I obviously designed it in a way where I wanted to talk about, some of the positive things that she has done. some of the areas where I definitely agree with her in comparison to obviously who her opposition is. But then also there was some questions, right? There were obviously going to be a ton of questions, given that, you know, she's been in a position of power in Los Angeles local politics for quite a while. And I wanted to ask some good questions, right? And I think I did. But liberals were very frustrated. Hasan really brought on a candidate for mayor and thought the best use of her time would be hardcore interrogator on fucking Israel-Palestine, as if she's in any position to affect policy. Lamau, the unhealthy obsession is unreal. Now, you might see this as a, I guess, or if you're like the average person encountering this statement, you might be like, wait a minute, that is weird. Why the fuck is he just like so honed in on Israel? Except the reason, if you actually watch the fucking interview, and this is Stu Smith, who's a dipshit who watches every single stream from Manhattan Institute, the right-wing think tank responsible for the anti-CRT initiatives, the anti-DEI initiatives, the right-wing think tank that's responsible for all of the culture war initiatives that the Republican Party leans into, just so you know. They are the ones who do that. Now, one of their big things, Manhattan Institute's, this right-wing think tank's big initiatives now is to try to combat right-wing extremism, even though they fomented it for decades. And the real reason why they do that now is because they have some big donors that are obviously pro-Israel. So they are trying to redefine where they stand on this issue. You can't make this up. Nithya skipped council yesterday, which included a celebration of Jewish American Heritage Month, in order to kiss the ring of virulent anti-Semite Hasan Piker, who is advising her. Nithya Raman, who is running for LA mayor, is notably not here to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month. Sources tell me she's currently filming. Yeah, like this is one of the problems with someone like Nithya, where she has to stand on an issue and just like plant her flag. Okay. And the issue here is she's like a little bit wishy-washy. She's not like confident in her perspective. Right. And I wish she was. I wish she was more confident. Like it was very frustrating because like from my position, like the reason why I asked, and I made it very clear, right? Like the reason why I asked her about this issue, which Stu Smith calls a struggle session. Like these guys are so not fucking used to any kind of friction in interviews that they called somewhat adversarial questioning a struggle session. I literally, in my opinion, was tough but fair. I gave a full assessment of her track record. There are plenty of great moments in her track record. I talked about some of her enemies and what they've tried to do on the areas where we aligned, obviously, and there's some, right? There's plenty, actually, like urban planning, things of that nature. I'm not like super anti YIMBYism regardless, right? With the exception of like, I don't know, offering tax credits for real estate developers. But like she's done a lot of great work on dealing with homelessness in her district, right? Like I wanted that to be definitely a big part of the conversation, which it was, right? It was a 80-minute interview or something. And we talked a lot about local issues. And even when I was asking her stuff about Israel, obviously I kept it local. But these guys don't want to address that. So they just go, Hasan really brought on a candidate for mayor and grilled her on Israel. Oh, this unreal, unhealthy obsession. Yeah, except we talked about a ton of local issues, and she's much stronger than Bass and Pratt law on homelessness, housing, urban planning, etc. Israel's politics, unfortunately, are intertwined with Los Angeles. I asked her about her local choices / endorsements and if she's changed her mind on the issue and why. Why are you so intellectually incurious? And then I found out exactly why this person is intellectually incurious. Genocides that are not real. Gaza, white, the unborn. Like, imagine comparing the fake ass, like, white genocide to Gaza, dude. You're fucking disgusting. You're fucking disgusting. You're a disgusting monster, dude. Fuck you, okay? Of course, this is the guy who runs the Political Extremist L's account. Like, what's the difference between you and a fucking neo-Nazi at this point? Yeah, online left content creators or ex-content creators tier list. Just ultra lib. Ultra lib, his only worldview revolves around his favorite fucking content creator. Is just a disgusting little creature. It's so funny how the entire pro-Israel libs online are all in the pest's orbit. Yes, because they're desperate for a warrior. So, of course, their biggest warrior is going to be the fucking debate bro that is a debate mercenary in general. Okay? That's it. Anyway, but yeah, every single time you scratch the surface on people going, why do people care about Israel, right? Raman is running for mayor of Los Angeles. Why does anyone care what she thinks about this? Dude, just fucking watch the video, man. I know it's easy to disparage what we do here because it's a fucking Twitch stream, but aren't you like even remotely intellectually curious, like the framing, the question that I asked? Like why I asked certain questions. I was very clear on why I was asking these questions, right? Obviously, the whole point of this is, I mean, these are like real fucking reporters, right? Like Josh Barro used to work for mainstream outlets. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. I'm not even expecting you to watch 80 minutes of it, but like maybe look at the highlights. Look at the summary that this fucking dickhead from this right-wing think tank, Stu Smith, put together. Because he put the whole compilation together, right? Do you believe that Israel's an apartheid state? I think that is, yeah. Then Hasan brought up her 2024 censure from DSA LA over accepting the Democrats for Israel LA endorsement. Like, that is her own local organization. How is this not going to come up? You know? Like, of course that's valid. It's a valid fucking question to ask. These guys don't even like Nithya Raman, by the way. Yeah, of course. I don't understand why we're having this question. Like, why this is like shocking to go through, or there is like, or this is like totally out of line. If local politicians didn't have any power over Israel, Israel wouldn't be, or Israeli groups, like pro-Israeli groups, would not be fucking endorsing them. Okay, obviously local politicians have a lot of fucking power over what happens in Los Angeles, and that's precisely the reason why I brought her perspective up, her past actions up. It wasn't like I randomly was like, what do you think about what's going on in Israel? Let's talk about Israel. Would you fucking go to, I don't know, would you go to the International Criminal Court or something? No, I was saying, like, here are some of the things that you've done in the past. Has your position changed? And if your position has changed, why? Like with Zohran Mamdani, a lot of the questions that pertain to Zohran Mamdani's background literally were calling into question his like past advocacy. And then beyond that, it was like, would you travel to Israel? I'm not asking her if she would go to the fucking West Bank or something, right? I think it is absolutely valid to ask local politicians like why they've adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Association framing of anti-Semitism. Like, that's a valid question to ask. It's a valid question to ask if a mayor will try to work against ICE, for example, and if you're willing to work against ICE by putting like mask bans in place and then trying to utilize the local law enforcement against ICE in that regard, then the question remains the same for settler fairs. Settler fairs that take place inside of synagogues. I even gave her an example of what Karen Bass had said in the past about a settler fair that took place in Los Angeles, inside of a Los Angeles synagogue. They're selling stolen West Bank land that is illegally robbed of the Palestinian people and illegally sold on U.S. soil inside of places of worship. You don't think that's a fucking valid concern for Los Angelinos? Of course it is. And not only is this a valid concern for Los Angelinos, but it's also a thing that people do care about. It's certainly a thing that my audience cares about, but it's a thing that many Americans care about, as a matter of fact. Not directly just like settler fairs in particular, but like if their politicians are responsive to the needs of the base. And I could tell, though, like that she was very good on issues that she cared about, that she was very considerate and very invested in the conversation when we're talking about buses, right? Like she's into that stuff. Okay, she's very clearly into that stuff. But yes, when it came down to the inconsistencies in her past, in her track record, there was certainly some areas where she had a hard time. She had a hard time answering certain questions. But I guess this works for Stu Smith. Like, she liked the fact that Nithya Raman did not set up a hurdle against like paying overtime to the police force. And you know, this might be my favorite moment because it has the energy of a mom explaining reality to a little boy. Again, there are always ways in which people with power in local office, there are always ways in which you can just like cut funding or threaten to cut funding, threaten to refuse to do overtime pay. Okay. The other DSA council members voted against the overtime pay. And it's just like, I didn't want to press her on it that much, but like, that's an issue I care about too. I live here, right? But yeah, it's really weird. It's really fucking weird when people look at what I'm trying to do here and purposely misunderstand. On the optics front, it wasn't great either. That's what Dave is talking about here. The West Coast Mamdani frame doesn't really help her. More ums and you-knows in this segment than a month of his interviews. Yeah, she like the way I see it is I think Nithya is, she has her, areas of specialization where she can come across as much more confident, much more passionate. But overall, it feels as though she's not, she's not very confident when it comes to, issues that she doesn't give a shit about. Anyway, she sounded as if she was unaware of the questions you'd be giving her. Yeah. If she weren't a DSA member, you'd be saying she's Rizless. I mean, she's not. She's not. She doesn't have a lot of charisma. Yes, I am saying that. I'm saying that in the nicest way possible. My expectation is not that like every politician is supposed to be unbelievably charismatic, mind you. I'm not saying that either. But I wish they could just like do a little bit more reading and lean in and have some conviction on these major issues. Dude, I saw the interview on the VOD and I was so embarrassed all the chatters were ripping into her. We put it into emote mode. Because chatters never behave. What do you mean? Chatters get disgusting. And they're disgusting to me every day too. But I'm used to it. But obviously, a politician for the first time ever coming on board is not used to having 30,000 disgusting little fucking monsters literally hyperfixating on every little thing that you say, every time you hit a pause or an or an I mean, come on, chat. As a hive mind, you're pretty fucking disgusting to me too. Like, let's be real. I love this community. I love what I do, but you turn into fucking goblins. You turn into gremlins. Look, I just said 30K. Someone went, oh yeah? It was around like 24K, dude. See? Yeah. Oh, come on, man. It's like 25K. See, proving the point. Proving the fucking point. Dog, she sat down next to me and the first 100 comments were literally, we're talking frame one. Why is he not asking her about Palestine? Oh, here we go again. Hasan. Here we go again. Hasan doing the sheepdog of the Zionism movement. And it's like you click on their profile and it's like a 58-month subscriber. You look back at their background and they're like, Hasan, you've been so impactful in my life. Like, I used to be a chud. I used to be a neo-Nazi before I fucking came onto the stream. 7.5 years ago, you've genuinely made me a better person. I love you, in the comments, right? Like a couple months back. And then today it's like, I want to kill you with a gun because you work for Benjamin Netanyahu. How did we get here? How can this happen? How do you go from, I used to be a fucking reactionary neo-Nazi and you changed my life. It's been so impactful. I love giving you fucking $6 a month every month for the past 58 months. But also at the same time, I want to kill you dead with a weapon. I want to go and purchase a weapon to shoot you in the fucking face because now I think you are actually an industry plant. Now I think you are actually a rabid Zionist. How does that happen? Is it just schizopolitics? Is that what it is? Because sometimes I'll see the ideological journey that people have taken on Twitter, right? People have no fucking shame whatsoever on the goddamn platform. And they'll post shit. They'll be like, when I was 13, I was like, I was a paleo conservative. Then I was a neocon. And then I became a neoliberal. And then I converted to Islam. And then after I converted to Islam, I actually had a brief period where I was a Salafist. And then after that, I became a Maoist third worldist. And now I actually abide by the principled Peruvian standing of Gonzalo thought. And that is actually what I think should be utilized here in the United States of America. Guerrilla warfare, and attacking indigenous communities for no reason. I am an upholder of the Gonzalo thought here in, Terre Haute, Indiana. Okay. I'm the one guy. There's actually two other guys that are going to join me eventually, and we're all upholding Gonzalo thought. And it's like, how did you have this ideological journey? And also, at no point did you go, maybe I should fucking dial it back a little bit. Maybe I should find myself. Maybe I should do some self-exploration before I move on to the next ideological tendency. 'Y, 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 And then talk about a guy who doesn't talk about a guy who personally doesn't understand the point I'm making to become the guy that you weren't the guy I'm talking about, but hit dogs holler, it seems. That's so disingenuous. Most of us are talking real issues with real failures on her part. Yeah, I did that. Okay? Using the worst actors to paint everyone who had a problem with her as a candidate was expressing as disgusting or zealous as ultra is not a reflection of reality. Was I talking about you then? If you like the conduct, if you like the interview, then I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about something very different. People who were literally like, why haven't you asked about Palestine? Literally frame one. Okay? This is the problem. Fucking charitability. Stop. I'm not your fucking enemy, dickhead. You've been in here for 64 months. I'm not your fucking enemy. Okay? Lock the fuck in. This is literally what I'm talking about. There are a lot of people who just come in and they have their own agendas. They have their own biases. I'm saying that I don't understand how this works. I don't understand how you arrive at certain conclusions, how you could be so fucking unbelievably uncharitable. Okay? As I'm sure you know at this point, people who are really interested in politics as a hobby online are socially maladjusted and generally used as a stand-in for like NBA rivalries. This medium attracts very aggressive people. Doesn't mean there aren't a lot of good people. When you treat chatting online as a part of life or death struggle over worldviews, this stuff ends up happening. Everyone needs to dial it back. I agree. I agree. Yeah, and then these guys do this shit. Look, Lemafay Hasan had LA Mayor candidate on and asked a bunch of Israel Palestine questions. She responds that Mayor of LA doesn't really affect the issue. And his chat had to go to emote only mode because of the hatred and vitriol. Like, this guy is Israel first, okay? Ben Shapiro's biceps is an Israel first sex pest in the orbiter. Just a fucking repulsive figure, okay? Just an unbelievably repulsive figure whose movement has died so fucking hard that there's not even like the fandoms that he represents is gone. Okay. It has perished. There's no real world example for this kind of politics, like an Israel first liberal Democrat who also is, you know, I guess joking about Ben Shapiro's biceps. Okay. I don't think they're pro Ben Shapiro. Epstein's subreddit is in a frenzy over the interview. Okay, I hope they fucking go out and vote against Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass then. It's just funny because like this kind of narrative has a lot of prominence on Twitter. But it has no real world equivalent. It has no placement in the real world whatsoever. If you were to walk around in the real world and ask regular people like, hey, is it appropriate to ask a LA candidate about her past decisions about, like, you know, adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance, like adopting anti-Palestinian measures as a council member? Literally, people will be like, yeah, no, that's perfectly valid. If you were like, well, why do you care about Israel so much? They beat you to death with hammers, okay? They beat you to death if you were to fucking entertain this argument in the real world. Is it not the function of the funnel or pipeline that you're being fairly at the start of it? I do think back at previous stages and now disparage you over other people is unsightly and dumb. I think I have advanced further and I do not have a pitchfork. Having said that and understanding it must feel awful. Do you think it's important? Love you, big fan. What? I think I have advanced further and I do not have a pitchfork. Yeah, okay. Give it a couple more months. You'll be coming in here to fucking demand the guillotine for me, okay? Anyway, and then give it another couple more months or maybe a year or so and you'll be back here yelling at everybody else who's doing the fucking guillotine pitchfork thing. That's just how it goes. I've seen this cycle, okay? Yes, everybody comes in here. They don't know shit. They don't know anything about fucking theory, and then they go on their own ideological journey, and then they come back in here. The first step, you look like you get pegged every morning. Yes, and I do some pegging to your dad as well. We swap it around though. I'm verse with your dad. Your dad is verse too. I butt fuck your dad, chatter, every morning, and then your mom too. It's awesome. You're grounded, by the way. We're a throuple. We're in a polyamorous relationship, and you're now grounded. Okay. But yeah, every person has this own fucking journey where they're like, well, I've actually advanced. He was very important. He was very formative in me getting into the leftist funnel, but I've actually advanced beyond it. Okay, dude. Oh, all right. Well, you know, good luck. Yeah. The defense of this is really fucking stupid because like this conversation is directly about her record on Israel.
Corporate interests. This is the reason why it's like a very effective litmus test, and a moral test is for the obvious reasons. Some
like here I am describing why I'm asking this question about Israel, but of course no one watches the fucking clips. They just talk over it with their own biases. At this point, there is no real discourse. Okay, there's no real discourse whatsoever. It's all just people with their own personal biases that they've established, not by like developing a better understanding of who anyone is or what they represent or what their goals are, but like whatever fucking drama slop they've consumed, okay? And they've also decided that they're on one team over the other, right? And there's like different brackets. There's like the pro-Palestine team that's like saying I'm a fucking Zionist. There's the broader pro-Palestinian movement that obviously is not stupid and doesn't think that about me. And then there's the pro-Israel team. There are the liberal Zionists who are ashamed to admit their affiliations with Israel nowadays, who will just be like, why is he even asking about Israel? I got you. It's like, it's pretty obvious why I'm asking about Israel. You should watch the fucking video and you'll arrive at that. Maybe you can address the questions that I asked. Maybe you can say I'm unfair. And then there's the ultra Zionists out there who are just like, Hasan is a dangerous terrorist who is basically modern day ISIS. Why are you even going on a stream? Okay. This is also the HasanAbi chatter cycle. First contact. This is on, guys. Interesting. Wait, he's a socialist. Weird. Hasan, thank you. You changed my life so much. What you do, I don't know what I would do without you. You're my hero. Please never stop streaming and spreading your message. Without you, I'd be lost. 6 months. Yeah, this bait will get him for sure. 9 months. I actually hate you. You're my number one enemy. That's the update. 9 months in, the chatter turns around and goes, I actually think you are literally the only reason why we haven't adopted communism in this country. I realize that we could have developed communism in this nation state. Okay, this would have been the Soviet, the United Soviet States of America, and the only reason why we don't have it is because of a fucking Twitch streamer. And I have now made it my life's mission to watch every content creator, because it's never about like real action. It's always about like watching other content creators. It's always people just being like, yeah, I actually moved on. And when they say I moved on, it's not even like, I joined a different organization or anything. It's just, I've moved on to watching other content creators whose entire, the entire work of other content creators is just disparage everything you do. Okay, I've advanced. I've advanced in my understanding. I've adopted Gonzalo thought. Anyway. In engaging with the online left is a mistake. Man, Christman has the best take on this kind of online psychosis. Yeah.
And so our politics, which we think are activist and we think are moving us towards a better world and are generated by, real human solidarity, and they are. You think that politics is complaining to someone else until they fix it for you, because we have no understanding of ourselves as social coordinated actors. We are only individual isolated actors, and consumption is our expression of.
My theory on why this happens is because people think their own political development is representative of the development of most people. They aren't used to being in a radical advanced faction, and that requires a different perspective. I know. There's always an inside-outside tactic here that a lot of people don't understand. Literally, the reason why I'm so good at what I fucking do is because I come at the situation with the understanding that virtually everyone is not going to agree with me. Okay? Because I know America. I'm fascinated with American culture. I grew up outside of America being fascinated with American culture. I grew up being in a Marabou. I know how Americans think and feel. Okay? A lot of you that grew up here don't even think about it for some reason. Okay? They think, oh no, I'm an American citizen and my personal ideological journey is the exact same as everybody else's. It's not. Okay? It's not. To the average American, rugged individualism and American exceptionalism are some of the most fundamentally important values that they hold on to. They are so they're such a real core part of their identity that it's like not even questioned. From their perspective, anyone that actually sidesteps away from that, or anyone that like calls into question American exceptionalism is an enemy. They look at that as like, what the fuck? What do you mean America shouldn't be the world police? What are you fucking talking about? Same principle, not just for American exceptionalism, but for capitalism, right? What do you mean meritocracy is a lie? The system that I bought into, that I've worked tirelessly within, with the idea, with the understanding that one day I can make it too, even if it never comes. That dream, you want to take that dream away from me? You want to tell me that system actually is not real? But that's what everyone told me. That's what everyone taught me. How fucking dare you? People would much rather, this is the reason why people would much rather listen to the likes of Andrew Tate, who sell them on this lie that if they Sigma grind set, or if they lie, cheat, and steal well enough, if they join the right Discord circles, they will make, millions of dollars. Okay? They would much rather hear that. They would much rather have someone convince them that if you buy into the system and if you cheat it, you will win as well, because there's some level of meritocracy still. Like upward social mobility is only a few right decisions away. Okay? They're scammers. It's very obvious that they're fucking scammers, but people would rather hear from scammers who tell them that upward social mobility is a few decisions away than someone who tells you, no, there's tireless work that you have to put forth to actually change the way that the system operates, because the system's design is to fuck you over, to keep you in a constant servile manner, to keep you sedated, inundate you with propaganda that makes you think that the alternatives are scary, devastating, and the messengers of that alternative are bad. They're bad for you and they're bad for the future. They love your enemies and they hate this country. Yeah, comforting lies are always going to win for many people instead of uncomfortable truths. That's what it is. A lot of people also think they're smart and well-read and different from their fellow man just because they watch a Twitch stream and espouse leftist politics. The Twitch chat is not the vanguard. You are not above your fellow man. Realize that a huge percentage of us are uninformed or underinformed, even if we're in here all day. Yes. Absolutely. Anyway, let's get back to Matt Cushman.
Of autonomy and action. All of it is Yelling at someone who you can imagine is responsible for your pain. That's it.
Here's an R edit to boost your mood.
Leftism, it's disguised as rightism, obvious. All of it is fake. It's a fucking masquerade to hide from ourselves the reality that they were just yelling at a customer service rep. What is Twitter? What is social media but an unmoderated customer service chat room to the United States of America, where we say, fascists in the streets, fix this. Record-setting global warming. Excuse me. Anybody? That's it. Oh, it's going to let people know. They're going to see. Who's going to see? The same fucking web-addled dipshits who are already all lied, all on their own side, all have decided that, posting is praxis. Look at it. When they say someone needs to be held accountable, they are writing a comment card. Because they're not going to do it. What? They're going to post about it? Clearly, the implication is someone else is going to do something. And I know that I have this specific unhealthy relationship with online politics. That does not mean that online or any of the events that people discuss online are not meaningful and could not provide the context for the emergence of new plate tectonic political arrangements that could generate new areas of struggle. Of course that's true. But you will not find that by looking at it. The internet, because of its ability to connect people, is useful to the extent that people use it productively. So, Twitter, useful. Reddit, useful. The whole thing, useful if it's being used. If you're using it, you're not letting it use you. The real thing that drives everyone participating in the political project, unconsciously or not, is that the way the world changes is that you say things enough. You find the right phrases and the right words, and everything clicks, and then everyone just changes their view simultaneously and then acts differently because of that. And that is, my friends, idealism. That's not what does it. It is conflict. Forces in conflict. Right now, we are in the middle of a class war. No amount of complaining to the manager will do the job. And you have to reorient your understanding of what political action is. And nobody wants to fucking do that because it looks hopeless. And nobody wants to suffer unnecessarily. And the only thing that breaks you through that, and lets you do the Indiana Jones leap of fucking faith into the goddamn hole, is if you have a thing beyond reason driving you. An emotion. An emotion that is generated by a feeling that transcends language and rationality, otherwise known as faith. They have the fire. And yes, it's because they live in a fantasy America, but that means they're powered by something that the left, such as it exists, doesn't have, which is belief. And I don't even mean belief in God. I mean belief in success. Belief in victory. And of course, that all stems for them from a delusion. They believe that they could win because they think this is a different country than it is. Because they have just absorbed America's propaganda from a position of relative privilege in America. And most people, unless they go to college to learn how to have anxiety, are going to respond to that the same way, by accepting it. And only now are we seeing their lived experience colliding with their idea of America. And because they believe in America, they think, well, this is all fucked up. Even if why they think it's fucked up is wrong, even if it's all bundled up with racism and stupid nationalism, and it is, and xenophobia, it's still generated by a very real connection of their unhappiness to the political order. Either way, the challenge is the same. Build actual coherent.
Remember when he said Chris Smalls was look crazy, and that's a good thing because what he was trying to do, you need to be crazy to continue. I think about that a lot. Yeah, of course, dude. Undermining undermining a center of profit for the behemoth that is Amazon. Of course, you got to be a little crazy for that. You got to be militant. You got to be diligent. Yeah, for sure. It takes a lot of personal sacrifice to be able to make major changes like that. And those major changes oftentimes will have reverberations across other sectors, across other distribution facilities at first. If it can happen here in this one distribution facility, it can happen in others, right? That's what the capital owning class fears more than anything else. And you can adjust that to even, domestic politics. Like, why are they so resistant to any sort of increase in taxes? Why are the super wealthy unbelievably resistant to any kind of initiative gaining steam in the realm of Medicare for all? Because it's the threat of that alternative being set in motion that frustrates those who actually profit from the continuation of this system. Okay? That's what it is. That's the reason why, and I'll give you a modern day example. This is Searchlight Institute. Some of my ops, you might know them already, right? Comprised almost entirely of the team that worked with John Fetterman, like a flesh puppet. Used and abused them until the very last moment, and then they pulled out and they created this like moderate centrist think tank. They now have an alternative policy. Sahil Kapoor says, Scoop, Democratic think tank Searchlight Institute is pushing the party to embrace a new idea. Free primary care for all Americans. The group wants Dems to rethink their approach to healthcare and break out of the M4A versus ACA rut. Medicare for all versus the Affordable Care Act rut. They're unimpressed with Center for American Policy or Center for American Progress's policy, CAP's proposal, and warned that the Dems have a vision beyond opposing Trump and restoring expired subsidies. This is still our best issue, but we have not been on offense in a way that's capturing people's imaginations and getting them excited, says Adam Gentleson. We don't need to be on defense or just advocating for incremental reforms. Yeah. So, why are they doing this? Well, I called it out. I said, remember when Biden ran on the public option in the primaries against Bernie's Medicare for All, and every serious pundit told us Biden's plan was the responsible, doable alternative, only for Biden to never bring it up again? The private healthcare industry is up to the same tricks one more time. And that's precisely what it is. And Sahil also retweeted that and said, a great irony of the 2020 Dem primary was the volume of energy spent debating Medicare for all versus public opinion, or public option, only for the Democrats to win the trifecta and do neither. From 2021, Benji Sarlin and I covered how the public option fizzled and why nobody really cared. Because the public option was never a real alternative. The ACA, in its final framework, was initially designed by the Heritage Foundation. A lot of people don't know this. Even now, when I describe it, Obamacare was actually first implemented by a Republican governor, Mitt Romney, in the state of Massachusetts. It was Romney Care. And before Romney Care even existed, it was actually designed in a right-wing think tank, because at the end of the day, government-funded subsidies to private health care is not actually an alternative. It's not actually socialized medicine. It's just a continuation of the private paywalled system that exists. Okay? Now, the Republicans fought tirelessly against Obamacare, and there were provisions in Obamacare that were good, right? The 26, the fact that people could stay in their parents' insurance plans until the age of 26, the abolition of like the no longer allowing private healthcare to deny you healthcare coverage because of pre-existing conditions. These were good things, right? I don't deny that. Okay, the pre-existing conditions coverage coverage requirement was a very good thing. And that's why the private healthcare insurance fought long and hard to destroy it. Okay? Lifting and creating a fiscal cliff or a benefits cliff for the bottom of American society wasn't the best possible way to do it, but it was a patchwork solution that was unbelievably helpful for a lot of people and still is to this day. Medicaid coverage is life-saving for a lot of people, right? But this is where the ACA comes from, the Heritage Foundation, assuring affordable health care for all Americans. It was initially designed by the right. Now, you might be asking yourself why that's the case. Why did the right design this? They designed it as an alternative to socialized medicine. Because in the 80s and leading into the 90s, this was a real point of conversation. It was a real point of contention. There were some Democrats who were also talking about some kind of single-payer system to bring the United States of America to the world of socialized medicine, just like every other OECD nation. Right? So, this right-wing think tank designed an alternative to present against socialized medicine. Why did they do that? Well, they do that all the time, and that's the reason why Searchlight is doing the exact same damn thing. They dangle it. They dangle a different alternative, a moderate alternative every single time. The healthcare system is a disaster thanks to both GOP obstruction and to Dems using a near supermajority to marginalize Medicare for all and create a public option-free Heritage Foundation-style ACA that empowered insurance corporations to enrich themselves and fleece everyone else. A lot of people accuse us on the left, liberals accuse us on the left, of not being in tune with how difficult how difficult advancing legislation is. They accuse us of having silly demands. Hillary Clinton, when running against Hillary Clinton in the 90s, wanted universal health care. Hillary Clinton running against Bernard fucking Sanders in 2015 said free healthcare was like demanding a unicorn. Something that is already in the cards in every other OECD nation around the planet, every other developed nation on the planet, and even developing nations around the planet have some form of universal healthcare coverage. Not America. Hillary Rodham Clinton was advancing this interest in the 90s. That's why the ACA was designed against that proposal. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2015 was calling it a fucking dream, like a unicorn, a ridiculous baby-like, childlike demand. This is how it works. Sometimes the hurdles that corporate forces present against good legislation that will help people, is not always going to be antagonistic, right? Sometimes there's actually an alternative that is seemingly more doable, even if there's no investment in pushing for even that modest alternative. That's why I brought up the Joe Biden example. Okay? That's it. We don't want something that's impossible. We're actually presenting an alternative that's very possible. And because it's very possible, these people fear it. Just like a lot of corporate Democrats did not shy away from openly talking about how much they despised Zohran Mamdani. They claimed that he would be a failure and that it would look bad for the rest of the party. But what they actually feared was not Zohran's failure. What they feared was his success. They feared that if he was successful, that people would develop a little bit more confidence. They would feel emboldened. They would have more confidence in their government. They would have more confidence in their elected representatives advancing their goals rather than the goals of corporations. And they would start demanding more. That's what the Democratic Party fears. And that's why they were very frustrated with Zoran Mamdani. And even now, on the one hand, they take credit for all of his accomplishments, but also on the other hand, behind closed doors, they don't really like him that much because he's fucking the game up. Because now everyone compares their elected representatives to him. They say, why can't you be like Zoran? And that's a really fucking annoying thing to have to address all the goddamn time if you're a Democrat. He can do this. Why can't you? He made promises and he followed through on them. Why can't you make promises that we like? And why can't you follow through on said promises that you've made? That's it. That's it. So keep that in mind. Anyway. The point is, we can have people like Zoran. We can have responsive politics in this country. We can have real democracy. Not the theoretical one, but real democracy in this country. But we got to fight for it. We got to fight for it tooth and fucking nail. Okay? Because there is an unbelievable amount of corporate buy-in to this system that will set up hurdle after hurdle when you have good candidates. That's it. That's why you got to tune out the fucking noise. Okay? Sometimes I may make decisions that might come across like they're counter-revolutionary, or sometimes I make decisions or take actions that you don't fully understand. I'm always pretty transparent with why I do the things that I do. But you might not be able to comprehend it. You might not be able to grasp it at first. Or you might think that my tactics are infantile. You might think that my tactics are naive. Okay? But I'll always tell you exactly why I'm doing certain things. All I demand of you is charitability. Okay? All I want from you is charitability and trust. Just trust in what I'm doing. I've been doing this for quite a while at this point, okay? Just have a little bit of fucking solidarity, please. Anyway, here's another example, by the way. Third Way plans to launch a major PR campaign against DSA in the coming months. And one of the group's executives told Jewish Insider, arguing that its far left positions and incendiary brand of politics would be harmful for the party's electoral prospects. Let me put my thinking cap on. This, judging by their past performance with your boy, is gonna be fucking great. These guys don't understand that their politics are reviled. It's repulsive. It's gross. It's off-putting. They don't realize that when they come out and say better things are not possible and DSA wants you to have better things, most people go, okay, fuck you. I didn't know shit about the DSA, but goddamn, do I like them now? Actually, go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about how DSA is unelectable. Talk about how DSA pushes candidates to an unelectable place. Now, I'm living proof. I'm living proof that this shit doesn't work. Now, don't get confident. This is a real fucking fight. We got to keep going. We got to keep pushing, right? Don't ever get confident because we haven't won shit yet. There's still so much more work to be done. But just, don't get discouraged either. Don't get discouraged when you see stuff like this. Let this kind of motion give you confidence that they are terrified. Look at how Matt Bennett just straight up lies about you.
Others, and I think you're included.
Yeah, this is Third Way having a schizo rant about me on the Bulwark. I don't believe either of these people have actually ever watched a Hasan Piker live stream. F Third Way, more corporate hacks. You all don't know what the hell you're talking about regarding Hasan Piker. Third Way, that's exactly what the Democratic Party is at a 28% approval rating. The Democratic Party is at 28% because people like Third Way and Mona Charon. Y'all really need to read your comment section. As a European, it's very strange to me that stuff like Medicare for All is considered to be far left ass. Generally, what do you guys consider far left is usually like center left, if even. The right to unionize is in the German constitution law, and we're not some socialist hotspot. I'm a 60-year-old woman who listens to Hasan. I don't agree with everything he says, but I listen. I spend a good chunk of my day consuming Bulwark content, but I watch Hasan too. And the algorithm has never fed me Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson. They're so afraid of Hasan Piker's logical arguments that will sway voters to demand more. That's what they're afraid of. Okay? They're afraid of that turn happening, and they want to stop it. So they just spread this fucking anti-Hasan narrative far and wide. And I despise motherfuckers who are supposed to be close to my worldview doing the bidding of Third Way for them. Okay? You have to lock in. You have to be a little bit more serious. We have to have a little bit more solidarity. Okay? I'm putting myself out there every fucking day for issues that unironically don't benefit me immediately at all. As a matter of fact, I'm the one who's fucking demanding more taxes for someone like myself. It's not like I can't fucking pay for healthcare currently. I can. That's why I think it's always so goddamn stupid when people are like, Hasan, this issue doesn't pertain to you at all. Yeah, I know. Okay? It doesn't have an impact on my immediate life, but it has an impact on my family. But I'm writing for it, not because it's going to be immediately beneficial for me. I'm writing for it because I think it's going to be a healthier design for a better society, because we have the capacity to do this. Okay? You want more people. You want more people that have the freedom, that have the time to speak for those who don't. Everybody has this fucking fantasy in their minds. It's like, you're going to have a working class guy. Well, there are plenty of working class guys that are in here, and I'm using the platform that I have for them. You don't listen to the working class guy. The person that's like delivering your Uber Eats, or the person that's working for the fucking postal service is in here listening to me every day while they're delivering packages. They don't have the time to develop a fucking platform for themselves, to become a content creator. They're working. The fuck?
Thought it was important to call out Piker for a couple of reasons. First of all, he is prominent. I mean, as all of this suggests, he wouldn't be getting this attention. The Journal wouldn't have published our op-ed if he didn't matter. He has a fairly large audience. Second is he's incredibly radical and bigoted and terrible. I mean, he says things on his Twitter stream that are awful.
Yeah. All right. Shut the fuck up, dude. All right. Matt Duss says corporate-backed centrists are by far the most divisive force in the Democratic coalition. Yeah. They blame people like us for engaging in factional politics. But they are engaging in factional politics. Okay? They are the ones who are engaging in factional politics. Rather than welcome new energy that could help create an enduring governing majority, they'd burn it all down to rule over the ashes. Yes. It's very clear that win or lose, they want to make sure they hold on to their center of power within the Democratic Party. That's what it is. Okay? Yeah, the guy said Twitter stream. I don't even fucking stream on Twitter, right? Here's how they're spinning Medicare for all is bad. Some Democrats will continue to push for a single-payer system, but that comes with a $30 trillion price tag and complete government control of healthcare. Just think, if we had Medicare for all today, Trump and RFK Jr. would choose what care you get. Yeah, we have Social Security today, and they also have control over that, and they can't touch it. What a stupid fucking argument. Okay? This is... Like, are you a libertarian? Like, this is a libertarian argument verbatim. Like, this is a far-right argument, okay? Oh, you don't want the government to control your healthcare. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I do. The government controls so many parts of my fucking life, and the expectation is it's going to be good. The expectation is not that it's going to be fucking evil and corrupt. Of course I want the government to control the healthcare. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're a goddamn Democrat, aren't you? What do you mean small government? I'm a small government Democrat. What are we talking about? You can't have two fucking small government parties. Holy shit. These guys want the decentralized structure that exists in Somalia. What the fuck? They want Argentina. Guess what part of the government? Guess what kind of socialized structure already exists called fucking Medicare? And you know who loves that shit? Every fucking boomer that votes against the expansion of Medicare. They love that shit. Boomers fucking love Medicare. And even then, it's not comprehensive enough. They love it. They love collecting their Social Security checks. They love their fucking Medicare, and they vote against you having it every fucking election cycle. Oh my God. That's how it works. The fuck do you mean? Oh, the government's going to control your healthcare. Okay, great. Great. Big government, please, but not corrupt. Okay? We need to set up anti-corruption initiatives. We need to have rigorous performance checks on every single regulatory agency. We need to make sure that every single goddamn government function is working as intended, not working at the behest of corporations. No more revolving door between regulators and lobbyists and people who work in these corporations right after they're done with their tenure in government as a part of the regulatory force, because that's what happens currently. Okay, I want Chinese style efficiency. Okay, this is one of the best aspects of the Chinese government. You know, when I say like, oh, we can learn a lot from the way China governs. Okay, we can do that here. That's one of them. Yeah, big government, not scary, okay? The only reason why big government currently is scary is because the government doesn't work for people. There's no real accountability system. None whatsoever. And the government that exists is a shell of what it could be. And it exists to, in many instances, push over the little guy and work at the behest of corporate entities and corporate interests. Democrats fear this too, because corporations fear that. Corporations fear a government working well. Since the Reagan age, the idea that since the Reagan age, the starving of the beast mentality has been so profoundly successful. And it's a never-ending race to the bottom. It's a never-ending race to the bottom where the more you cut taxes or the more you corrupt these institutions, the worse their performance is. The more people are willing to starve the beast. The more people are willing to agree to the idea that they're not working for me anyway. So yeah, fuck them. I mean, look at this. Doge is the best example of this. Doge was the best example of this, where people were just like, hell yeah, let's shake this up a little bit. Fuck it, let's chop it up. Let's destroy these systems. Let's destroy these institutions. Right? And it was devastating. It was devastating for the job loss. It was devastating for the regulatory agencies that couldn't work. What? Wait, you weren't lying?
I bet you didn't know that you can fly from America to China, get all of your teeth done, porcelain veneers, then have a vacation in China and fly back to America for less than half the cost of actually getting your teeth done in America. I'm going to do it right now.
Wow, dude. I got 10 porcelain veneers on the top, 8 on the bottom. I can finally smile.
This is Huangshan International Dental Hospital. Look how big this thing is. This is a brand new high-tech dental hospital. I came here to get brand new porcelain veneers to fix my teeth. They offer all-inclusive package deals, and they have their own in-house dental lab that saves you time and money, making it great for dental tourism. Dentistry tourism is a thing. People are flying to China to get their teeth done and still saving money.
This is the genius right here. He did it all.
So we start with a CBCT scan, which is essentially a 3D X-ray. Then we need to do a consultation on the treatment plan for my teeth particularly.
And the best part about it all is you could do everything in English.
Next was the intraoral scanning, where my teeth could then be uploaded and AI could be implemented to construct the perfect model for my teeth.
So they just gave me a 3D printed model of what my teeth are going to look like when it's finished. A bit different than my rabbit teeth. I'm pretty excited. Let's see how it goes.
The thing that was really cool about getting the veneers here is that it was pretty non-intrusive. Usually they shave your teeth down to like toothpicks, but here they did it just enough to where they could fit the veneers on perfectly.
Oh my God.
Your teeth could be printed same day in the in-house lab, and then they'll pass it down to people who will shave it perfectly to fit your mouth exactly how you need it. And after that, somebody will color it to the exact color you want it.
Personally, I hate my teeth. I got rabbit teeth. I'll eat your whole family's carrots, man, with these things.
Yeah, veneers are so bad, dude. I think veneers are... Every celebrity does this. Is disturbing. I know. I've heard horror stories about veneers in general. I mean, these guys' teeth are fucking healthy. It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you to these people here. Okay, so I know you want to know the price. I got 16 veneers. And then I also got 2 crowns. They replaced 2 of the crowns in my mouth. I paid
1,704. Bro, that's the price of one veneer. Okay. That's the price of one crown. Like no, actually 1 crown in America, depending on where you're getting it, is like, that's unbelievable, dude. What the fuck?
Like $1,700 for everything. That's like over $15,000 in America for all this dental work. Crazy. So in America, for porcelain veneers, it's about $1,700 per tooth on average. Here in China, it's about $250 per tooth. But if you get a whole set, you get discounted. I bet you didn't know that.
Oh, my crown that I have to get is at least $4,000, I'm pretty sure. Jesus Christ, dude. It's God, there is a better way. Okay, there's a better way. Anyway, the Nithya stuff, that's it. That was all I wanted to cover on that. Now let's get to Bill motherfucking Maher. Real time with Bill Maher, ladies and gentlemen. Can you name 3? What? Bushwick is not a real place. Seeking a roommate who can name 3 journalists. $1,650 a month available. There's a real requirement I'd like to explain. 3 currently working journalists, not opinion columnists, not podcasts with journalism aesthetics, not the guy from Pivot, but reporters who file stories. I will ask you to name them at the door, and then I'll ask what beats they cover. Alex Press. Labor. I'm not testing whether you know the right journalist. I'm testing whether you know journalists at all. Evan Hill, Washington Post. Forensic examination. Okay, that's number 2. Dave Weigel, Semaphore. I don't fucking know. I mean, there's so many. Yeah, Jeremy Scahill, Ryan Grimm, Drop Site News. Those are not podcast journalists. Those are real reporters. Nick Shirley. Jeremy Scale, Chris Hedges, Nick Shirley. Yeah, Ken Klippenstein, Nat Sek, Taylor Lorenz, Internet Culture. Olivia Reingold for everything. Olivia Reingold, everything. Jesse Waters. Olivia Reingold for everything related to Zohran Mamdani's wife, which is the most important beat in the nation. Most important fucking beat in the nation, dude. Nothing touches that. Oh, wait. I was going to do this later. All right. Let's get here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start here. Bill Maher. Bilbo Maher. Also another incredible journalist. New rule, he says. No Jews, no news. Now, for those who are unfamiliar, the no Jews, no news is a very classic Zionist trope. Okay? Yeah, wake up. It's new rule time. No Jews, no news is a classic Zionist trope, okay? It's a way for Hasbara peddlers to say, oh, you only care about this because Jews live in Israel, right? Classic. It's a classic way to try and not tackle the argument that you're presenting, but instead try to imply that you're anti-Semitic for caring about this at all. Is Bill Maher Jewish? The question was. Yes and no. Bill Maher apparently is Jewish, but not only did he not know that he was Jewish, or he was raised Catholic most of his life. Okay. Bill Maher, on the other hand, however, as a very famous atheist, raised Catholic, and has, you know, unbelievable Catholic vibes, for the record, was a very prominent, you know, atheist who was a major Islamophobe, and just like, you know, Sam Harris is very, very pro-Israel, despite being an atheist. It's very odd, very strange how these guys are always, I'm an atheist, but also a Jewish theocratic ethno-state is fine by me.
And finally, new rules since yesterday was Israel's birthday. Having become a nation on May 14th, 78 years ago, everyone must either wish her a happy birthday or admit they're anti-Semitic. Now, it's everyone's right in a free country to be anti-Semitic, but enough with hiding behind Israel or Zionism or Netanyahu. If you think, as so many do now, that when it comes to human rights, Israel is the monster country of all time, you either don't read or you don't care about your own hypocrisy. Because
it's awesome. I like that they're deploying the big guns here, okay? They've deployed Bill Maher. They got nothing else, okay? They got nothing else here. This is really, really going to help. This is definitely going to fix Israel's approval ratings in the country, okay? When I'm thinking of ways to make people more pro-Israel, especially the demographics where people have just completely checked out of defending Israel, you know, under 45, under 50 at this point. Who do I think of deploying? A guy who every under 50-year-old thinks is a monster. Just the most annoying, smug, entitled, out of touch, elitist, libtard, Bill Maher.
there are so many worse places, but that's where we are these days. No Jews, no news. Haha. But China, Russia, the Sudan, Iran, Myanmar, Haiti, the Congo, North Korea, all way worse. And that's how you...
Yeah, famously, all of these countries that we fund and facilitate and offer political cover to, famously, you know? He said Myanmar, which is awesome. Myanmar is what he means. But once again, not only is this idiotic because you're doing like atrocity Olympics, which Bill Maher himself would be the first to be like, why are you doing oppression Olympics? Can't you just address the argument without engaging in whataboutism? Can't you stop doing whataboutism? Anyway. But of course, none of these countries, like you're talking about North Korean repression, like what are my tax dollars doing, man? Are my taxes upholding Jewish thought? I wish that was the case, by the way. But so far, that's not what's going on. There's no DPRK PAC, right? There's no Marxist-Leninist, Jewishist principled thought that exists in the United States of America, okay? The fuck do you mean? North Korea, unrelenting repression, hunger, and inequality. Those very same institutions that you're presenting are the ones who are also calling out Israel. Human Rights Watch says Israel's an apartheid state since 2021. Says Israel's committing a genocide since like last year. But you hate that. You go, no Jews, no news. Why does nobody care about the DPRK? You know what this is? This is when you're sitting in a court of law, okay? Let's say you're clavicular, okay? Let's say you're clavicular and you're sitting in front of a judge who is weirdly handsome, okay? Weirdly sexy judge. You're sitting in a court and he's actually mogging you, okay? This is a real thing that happened recently. But the part I'm about to explain to you is hypothetical. And the judge says, hey, clavicular, I see here that, you have discharge of a deadly weapon, animal endangerment. These are your charges. What do you have to say? And clavicular turns around and goes, Your Honor, what about all the other people that also hurt animals? Okay, well, that's not what we're looking at right now, is it, clavicular? Now you got legal mogged. You are very insensitive to what? Clavicular's demise? I need to show you guys what I'm talking about because many of you probably have lives and you didn't see this, but like, so clavicular shot in the Everglades, I think. He shot a bunch of rounds into the swampland, okay? And I think there were crocodiles in the direction where he opened fire in, okay? And now, of course, he's in court for the alligator incident that took place, or not crocodiles, alligators, right? Oh, they killed one. They actually killed one. They mag dumped a dead croc. Okay. Anyway, look at
Two
this.
social media streamers accused of firing a gun in the Everglades during a live stream. They have now pleaded no contest.
Dude, how? They found the one fucking judge in the entire state that could frame mog the living shit out of Clavicular. It is unbelievable. I'm sorry, this has to be deliberate, right? What are the odds? What are the fucking odds? I think this is a really funny curse that Clavicular has brought about himself, okay? He rises to prominence. And in some respects, his rise to fame, because he's not exactly a particularly interesting person, or he's not exactly like a confident guy at all. He's not very charismatic. He can't really carry a conversation. But because he's hot, everyone pays attention to him, which technically proves the point that he was making. His life's mission is to say, being attractive gives you tremendous benefits, right? And in many respects, because of his own personal journey of becoming a more attractive person, right? This has created an environment where he's gained tremendous fame and maybe even infamy. And yet, his life has become a sequence of brutal moggings. First, he goes to ASU, and the frat leader frame mogs him into oblivion. Then, he does a 60 minutes interview. Okay? He does a 60 minutes interview with an Australian guy, and the Australian guy is fucking hot, and he brutally frame mogs him, destroys him. Now he's in a court, standing before a judge, and the judge's like, look at how fucking hot I am. I haven't bone smashed at all. He just keeps getting fucking frame mogged. Yeah, all that looks maxing, only to get mocked by every random adult he meets. So in some ways, he won. In some ways, he won. His entire existence as a media figure is a victory for the theory that he's advancing. The theory that he's advancing is if you're hot, people pay attention to you and they give you tremendous benefits. And in many respects, it's true. It has happened. But at what cost? But at what personal cost? Great personal cost. Do you understand? Is it worth cashing that check at the end of the day? Think about it. He is the Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin of Mog theory. Okay? Instead of Marxist-Leninism, we're talking about advancing dialectical Mogism, okay? It's not historical or dialectical materialism. It's dialectical Mog theory, okay? And this man has paid the ultimate cost in order to advance Marxist Mogism, in order to become the Karl Mog of an entire generation. He has constantly put himself in front of way sexier dudes over and over again. Okay? Way hotter dudes over and over again. And they're not even trying. They are just living their daily lives. They have careers. They've worked to reach a level of prominence in their own specific sectors. They didn't bone smash. They didn't do meth. They're not on retatrutide. They're not cycling Anavar. They're not infertile. They're just regular dudes. And it turns out, as regular dudes who have probably lived a much longer life than Clavicular will most likely end up living, given his, drug habits, and also not infertile. They're just constantly fucking mogging him. There's got to be a Greek myth that is a perfect analog for this, okay? I don't know. I'm not well read enough, and I can't think of one right now, but this is like, his life is a Greek tragedy, okay? His life is a Greek tragedy. Narcissus? More like Mogasus. I'm going to tweet, this man's life is a Greek tragedy. His rise to fame proves his theory that being attractive will give you tremendous fame, but the cost of that has been to be brutally mogged by encounters. It's perfect. Tremendous unearned fame and admiration. He's a real, bro, I'm telling you, he's a real life revolutionary. Okay? He is a real life revolutionary. What have I done? Nothing. Okay? Oh yeah, I get a lot of death threats. Oh, I travel around the country to uplift certain candidates that I think are going to be better for the working class. Okay? But am I getting mogged everywhere I go? No. Clavicular is. He is. He has made, he is so committed to this cost, but at great sacrifice to his own personal mental faculties. Okay? Anyway, I just wanted to show you that. I know we stepped aside from Bill Maher to this brutal frame mogging, but it's a little ADHD today. It's Saturday Fun Day, so, bear with me, okay?
You know it's anti-Semitism. It's the inconsistency. People talk about Jews these days like something out of Stormfront, except it's not Stormfront. It's an editor from the American Prospect, which is a venerable liberal publication that launched the...
By the way, again, David Dayen is Jewish. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Our goat, David, is being mentioned here, but at what cost? And it's always like half of these people. I say I think because I don't know and I don't ask. Why would I do that? That'd be fucking weird, okay? Because it has nothing to do with people's commentary and work. It's just like, I always find it odd to play that game of like, oh, you don't have enough black people on your stream or whatever, right? Like when people do that and you're like, no, I do, and then you start naming black people, it's a fucking strange experience, okay? It's a strange thing to do. It's never, you're never going to look good doing that. And it's the same with like trying to figure out if like someone that you've known for years is Jewish or not. It's like odd. Okay. It's odd. It's dehumanizing. It has, nothing. Like there's no reason to entertain that. Okay. And it's the same with like Jewish people as well. But it is additionally funny because like, he's making this argument up here. And again, the people that he's going to shit on are, I think all of them are Jewish. Like at the American prospect, like the people I think he's going to bring up, if I know who he's going to bring up, they're Jewish themselves. They're just anti-Zionist.
Careers of journalists like Ezra Klein, and yet no one blinks when one of their editors says, Israel is a brainwashed, psychopathic death cult that might need to be nuked to save the human.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, beast mode, by the way. Critical support to Mo Kachik.
Race. People say the left and the right can't agree on anything these days. Well, there is this one.
Yeah, for a lot of people, you know what they care about? Is this person a good investigative reporter? Okay? And for some others, they say,
legalize comedy. Legalize comedy.
I'm not super familiar with Mo's work, but I'm pretty sure she is a very good investigations editor for The Prospect. I love The Prospect. The Prospect does a lot of great work overall. Okay, that's a terrible fucking screenshot. God damn it. Okay, now I'm a hater. What the fuck is this screenshot? Remember 2024 when you ran and find yourself replying to a Democrat friend to take, I will take 1 zillion payday loans for Kamala if you promise to stop killing kids. Oliver Larkin was one of the tormented campaign spammers on the other side. I needed to save my soul. Full story here. Larkin is a tireless, articulate, detail-oriented DSA Dem who's not afraid to tell you how his life story exemplifies U.S. downward mobility. Come on. Come on, Mo. What the fuck is this? You couldn't find a better fucking screenshot. What is that screenshot? Okay, I'm a hater. I can't believe she said that. You know what? I take it back, okay? I take it back. I can't believe Mo said those words, okay? How unbelievable. How unbelievable. She should be fired from the American Prospect. Post haste. We had a 2-hour conversation. That's the fucking frame. That's the one single frame you chose. What the hell? I look like I'm on meth. Probably putting a fucking zin in my mouth. My hand is moving. I look like Popeye the Sailor Man. What the fuck is this? Why'd you do this to me? I was just talking shit about how Clavicular is getting mogged everywhere he goes. Hasan, I'm sorry. I've been timed out for a week. Don't look at why, but I was at the SF rally and it was incredible. It was an amazing night and I feel so optimistic about the future because of you and all other progressives. Okay. I won't look at why you got timed out for a week.
One thing they agree on, right-winger Tucker Carlson has Nick Fuentes and Holocaust deniers on his podcast and wonders along with them, who really...
Yeah, okay, this is unbelievably intellectually dishonest, okay? The editors at The Prospect are not in agreement with fucking Nicholas Fuentes or other Holocaust deniers or maybe even Tucker Carlson, okay? This is so frustrating and it's really annoying. Because like I am gonna get hit with the other side of this in a brief moment, so I'm obviously positioning myself ahead of time. But like is there no interest or investment as to why we who have spent a lifetime opposing these malign forces, these cancerous forces in American politics and global politics, forces of fascism, also have a morally consistent position of the fascism that the Bill Maher would say, Jewish ethno-state also represents. Also, why are you doing fucking cancel culture, you baboon? Isn't this your whole shtick? Everyone can say whatever they want. Oh, it turns out you hated cancel culture when it was like people yelling about random trans people. Okay, you hated cancel culture when they were yelling at you because you wanted to you wanted to look away when trans people are getting legislatively eradicated in this fucking country. Okay, but all of a sudden, when it's my emotional support apartheid state doing a genocide, I love cancel culture. Meh.
He was the bad guy in World War II. And the New York Times has on their podcast super leftist Hasan Piker, who they call a progressive mind, and who says Zionists should be treated the same as Nazis, which I assume means hung at Nuremberg. That's what progressive is now?
Old man, Zionism is Nazism. Old man. That is the actual fucking progressive, the real progressive, which, by the way, is a meaningless term. I have a real term you can use for me. You can say socialist. You can say anti-imperialist. You can say anti-fascist. Fuck it. You can say communist. I don't give a shit. Say those words. Okay? But yes, it is the progressive side of American politics and progressive side of international politics. And yes, objectively, being anti-genocide, being anti-apartheid, being anti-Zionist is being a progressive. Yep.
And
it gets so awkward that he literally has to beg them to laugh. Megyn Kelly calls it out, says he's such a hypocrite, anti-woke warrior, except when it comes to the one identity he shares, then he's full BLM 2020.
To the chart.
Sorry. I keep going back to the hot judge.
I guess so. The kids are sure into it. They went nuts last year at Coachella for Kneecap. That's the name of an Irish rap group. As if Ireland hasn't suffered enough. Their stage set is a sign that says, fuck Israel.
By the way, also based, we were there. And not only that, but also Bill Maher's shtick doesn't work in this regard. You can't fucking tailor your entire worldview over like your personal resentments against the woke and then be woke yourself. Okay. Oh my God, Shannon Watts. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. I made the mistake of looking at my fucking Twitter timeline and it is so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Look at this. Shannon Watts, supposed to be Moms Demand Action, right? Supposed to be a woke warrior, quote retweeting Chuck Ross, investigative reporter at the Washington Free Beacon, saying, I'm curious why Piker decided to press her like this. He usually does chummy softball stuff with candidates on his side. He'd bro it with Abdul Al-Sayed, Ro Khanna, etc. Shannon Watts says 3 guesses. Why are so many progressive men misogynistic assholes? Really? Really? That's why? Why are you agreeing with Republicans? Like the idea that I'm like, I'm fucking misogynistic against like women of color is insane. The overwhelming majority of the candidates that I align with are women of color. What the fuck are you saying? You just happen to hate them. So you just make them invisible. Summer Lee, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Malak Kiros, Darliza. What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, Ilhan Omar was definitely in a hostile environment when she was on a stream. It was so awful to her that he thoughtfully gave her a gift that he knew she would appreciate very much. Actually, we don't support placing black women in hostile spaces for shits and giggles. What the fuck are these people saying? Do they genuinely? I mean, AOC, obviously. Rashida Tlaib. These people are so fucking annoying, dude. And the problem that I have is it's clearly untrue. It's objectively untrue. What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It's objectively untrue, but it doesn't fucking matter at all. Claire Valdez. Oh my God. I mean, Ray Huang. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Cori Bush. It's, dude, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, literally the overwhelming majority of the candidates on our side are literally socialist women of color, okay? Progressive women of color, socialist women of color, literally insane. It's an insane thing to claim. Like, they did this with Bernie Sanders, right? They were like, oh, Bernie Sanders, the Bernie bros. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? The squad is unbelievably diverse. It's infinitely more diverse than the regular demographic makeup of Congress. That Sudan clip has done numbers. I've had some mutuals bring it up. Yeah, I know. It's fucking annoying. And they slam it over and over again. They've learned the Trump method. It doesn't matter. They're going to say anything and everything they can. They've throw any shit on the wall. Some of it will stick for some people. Yeah, but it doesn't work because Trump is fucking president twice now.
And then they send a beach ball around the crowd. Again, ha-ha. Because again, Israel is...
Every day I agree more and more with Mao. What, combat liberalism?
The only country in the world doing anything bad. I see why the meathead manosphere and the Code Pink people are on the same page, because they both went to high school in America and they don't know anything. So we really could someday soon have the tiki.
By the way, I don't think any of these guys went to high school in America.
They both meathead manosphere.
Like, literally grew up in Luton. He did go to high school in America. This guy also British.
Fear and the code don't know anything. So we really could.
Two Englishmen.
Someday soon have the tiki torch. Jews will not replace this crowd. And the Queers for Palestine people working together to elect the next Hitler. There's a North Carolina teenager who's been charged with plotting to drive through a synagogue to fulfill her life goal of killing as many Jews as possible, because a kid's got to have a dream. I'm just asking, why in the world would this be the dream of some kid in North Carolina? Why is it the dream of Dan Bilzerian, who's running as a Republican to win a House seat in Florida? Who's Dan Bilzerian? Well, he's a professional douchebag who's attracted 30 million followers by doing this all day and posting it. Yes, he'll fit in fine with the current Congress. And Dan is fairly typical of the guys in the manosphere when he says, the only real battle in the world today that I see worth fighting is fucking, exterminating Israel. I mean, I would sign up tomorrow to go fucking put boots on the ground and go fucking kill Israelis. Why? Why is this asshole's life about two things? Getting more Viagra and exterminating the Jews. Israel was founded on the idea that anti-Semitism made a Jewish state necessary because Jews would never be safe without one. Can you honestly listen to this rhetoric and not see why that turned out to be true? If you don't have the right-wingers on your side, and you don't have the progressives.
The problem that people like Dan Bilzerian present for people like Randy Fine is that they are almost entirely in agreement in their worldview, except for one issue where Dan Bilzerian, a repulsive, toxic, monstrous individual, literally sees the world eye to eye with Randy Fine on every issue, except for one issue, Israel, where Randy Fine actually loses on that argument. This is a problem on the right that they have to deal with on their own. Okay? It's not my battle. It's not my fight. You will never catch me being like, oh, I endorse Dan Bilzerian. Fucking bullshit. Okay? But it's the same with Nick Fuentes as well. These guys, Nick Fuentes versus Ben Shapiro, Randy Fine versus Dan Bilzerian. Okay? Think about this. Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes see eye to eye on virtually everything when it comes to, destroying trans people, when it comes to destroying the lives of immigrants in this country, when it comes to designing a white supremacist dystopia in the United States of America, right? Sure, Ben Shapiro is never going to be as openly racist as Nick Fuentes is, but they largely agree on the broader strokes, okay? They do. They agree on everything. Except for Israel. It is their toxic, repulsive worldview that gives people like Nick Fuentes an upper hand. Okay? That's it. It is their repulsive worldview for every single issue that causes people to make that calculation to go, oh, well, I guess Nick Fuentes is better off overall. Because if you have someone, and on the other side of this story is like a comparison between Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC. If you noticed, I never say Marjorie Taylor Greene is a better advocate for Palestinians than AOC is because I'm not fucking insane. Okay? I'm not an insane person. Unfortunately, many of you have become insane. Maybe not in this community, but certainly in the broader community. There's a lot of people who are like, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene actually, did sacrifice quite a bit. AOC never did. Okay, I don't care. Okay, you guys are fucking silly. You're being totally ridiculous. And there are some people who I actually have great respect for, like Ryan Grimm, who also sometimes advance this cause as well. Okay? No comparison from your viewpoint for sure. No doubt. Let's move on. Yeah. Mehdi actually made a video about it. I know. I wanted to watch this. And there was also a spirited debate between Ryan Grimm and Sam Cedar on this issue as well. Unfortunately, I saw someone get upvoted on your subreddit for saying MTG was better on Israel, Palestine, and AOC. Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire track record on Israel-Palestine is unbelievably worse than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It is a shame and a real problem that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene in a moment where it mattered, right? Where she made, before AOC ever did, the no distinction between defensive and offensive weapons talking point as a provision in a bill, okay? But the very fact that if you were to match her entire career on this issue and what she has done on this issue as opposed to AOC's entire career and what she's done and what she said on this issue, there is no comparison. Okay? We can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay? We can't just decide that all of your previous choices, all your previous moves don't fucking matter. We have to be a little bit more critical about people who are newcomers into the fucking fold as well. Anyway, we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's
What do
continue
you
with
have?
this.
What's more progressive?
Do we need more than Jewish space lasers? How are some so ignorant? I don't even care about that, honestly. Like, that's not even my main point of contention here, okay? Like, obviously, that's a ridiculous thing, and it's an anti-Semitic thing to say, but it's not even that. That's because people will say, oh, like, that's the reason why you're attacking Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, she's clearly an avowed champion of Palestinian rights or whatever. Like, that's not even the main point of contention here. I think that's like the tip of the fucking iceberg because of how much more she's done.
Than college, where professors now say things that would make Kanye wince. Asmongold calls Zionists bloodthirsty animals. Who's he, the leader of ISIS? No, he's a professor right here in California at UC Irvine. And Candace Owens agrees with his assessment of Jews as animals because she says wherever they go, they bring their filth with them. Another professor, Hamid Dabashi, says of Israel's, they have a vulgarity of character that is bone deep and structural to the skeletal vertebrae of its.
Dude, Bill, it kind of feels like you're upset that people are talking about your emotional support apartheid state that's doing a genocide in the same way that you talk about the entire world of Islam. Okay? And ironic because none of them are saying, actually, it's not even as bad. It's not even as bad. Because Bill Maher talks about the entire world of Islam. He talks about the entirety of the religion. Okay? Zionism is an ideology. Israel is a country. Zionism is an ideology. When people actually criticize Zionism as a fascist ideology, they have every right to do this. The idea that you can't fucking say this about a fucking fascist ideology like Zionism that is designed around ethno-religious supremacy and the extermination of the outgroup is fucking ridiculous. You talk this way about Nazis, Bill Maher's not going to fucking criticize you, right? Well, actually, that's not true. He probably would criticize you because he fucking aligns with them. So I guess in that perspective, he is consistent. He will defend all Nazis in all shapes, colors, and sizes, except for Nazis who will cynically use the Israel issue to advance their anti-Semitic causes, right?
Culture. These are the kind of statements Goebbels would have read and said, no notes. I mean, where are the Jewish space lasers when you need them? Now, there are absolutely horrible things said about Muslims, too. That should also be, of course, roundly condemned, like Republican Congressman Randy Fine saying, if they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one. That's awful. But it's not this.
Is it awful? Is it? Do you think that's awful, Bill? Or do you have to say that right now to try to present yourself as like being consistent on the issue? Bitch, say it with your chest, big dog. What happened? Why are you engaging in ass covering, Bilbo? You fucking love that shit. Say it with your chest. Oh no. Oh no. Now it's awful. Let's see what he says, because he said, but Muslims not a difficult choice. That's awful, but.
Same as they need to be nuked. And let's exterminate.
Wait, what? They have been nuked, you fucking asshole. You and Randy Fine are basically defending that. Not even basically, directly defending that. Israel has deployed the metric ton equivalent of 8 nukes on Gaza. Shut the fuck up. You think that shit is normal. You think that shit is good. And Israel did that with our tax dollars and our political cover on the global stage. And that's precisely what we're fucking opposing here. And you can't stand it. You support that shit. Shut the fuck up.
Them. This is why Jewish people here and in Europe now say they sometimes hide their identity.
Like, here's the equivalent, okay? Candace Owens is a great equivalent to Randy Fine in many respects, okay? Candace Owens will say all Jews are like this, yada, yada. They're contract laws. She'll wave the fucking, Talmudic Jew as a response. What maybe you find repulsive in her politics is actually a mirror being reflected back at you, where she basically flips the table and treats Jews in the same exact way that you treat Muslims. Don't engage in this fucking counter argument, okay? Candace Owens talks about Jews in the exact same way that Bill Maher talks about Muslims, in the exact same way. One is invited in polite society and can sit around and complain about not getting a fucking Emmy and consider that to be soft canceled. The other one is a fucking a congressional statement of disapproval, a bill designed after her. Okay? And I'm also catching a fucking stray in the process. She is actually anti-Semitic. I'm not, but, you know, I'm not even going to get into that part of the equation, okay?
Afraid that the Star of David will get them attacked, as has happened in almost too many places to mention lately. Leave your Star of David at home, but the keffiyeh, you can wear that anywhere.
First of all, I don't think anyone should be afraid to be Jewish in public. That's fucking insane. Okay? A part of that is because of assholes like you defending Israel while also tying Israel to Judaism. Okay? That's the problem. Many people hear dickheads like Bill Maher constantly fucking conflate Judaism and Zionism every fucking day and go, okay, I guess this is what Jews care about. I don't like Israel, so I guess I don't like Jews. And they don't like the society that they've designed. One of the problems is there are people out there who make this distinction. There are people out there who fight against this false conflation. And you call people like myself who do this also anti-Semitic. That's the problem. You think fucking Javier Bardem thinks that there is, all Jews love Israel, for example? You think Javier Bardem says shit like that? Fuck no, of course not. But right now, you're terror jacketing these people for wearing a keffiyeh, a symbol of resistance, a symbol of existence, which happens to be resistance because Israel is annihilating the Palestinian population.
Wear it to Fiddler on the Roof and you'll get applause. Jew hatred isn't just acceptable now, it's cool. Celebrities love it and make it trendy. It's the new Che Guevara t-shirt. The Islamophobia is just as bad argument is simply a false equivalency. Can you name a Jewish professor?
Yeah, it is a false equivalency. Islamophobia is significantly worse. What the fuck are you talking about? Islamophobia is normalized. Okay? That's the whole point. Yes, Islamophobia is far worse. I will say that every damn day of the fucking week. Okay? Because there's still some residual institutional stigma associated with anti-Semitism. Now, obviously, that's going away with the tireless efforts of the likes of Jake Tapper, Bill Maher, and numerous other media figures who have so cynically deployed anti-Semitism against people like myself, who are not anti-Semitic but fight against anti-Semitism, who happen to be anti-Zionist from a principled anti-genocide, anti-fascist perspective, right? Every time you do shit like this, you destroy the institutional stigma that existed for anti-Semitism. Slowly but surely, Jonathan Greenblatt has done tireless advocacy in this field, okay? Jonathan Greenblatt is one of the biggest purveyors and disseminators of anti-Semitic thought and sentiment in this fucking country.
Who talks about Muslims the way they get talked about? No.
What? Dude. What? What? Did you just say?
Professor who talks is simply a false equivalency. Can you name a Jewish professor who talks about Muslims the way they get talked about?
Can you imagine a world where Zohar Mamdani is replying to Randy Fine and calling him a bloodthirsty Jew that needs to be deported. What do you think would happen in that situation? Okay? Because the opposite of that has taken place. Okay? The opposite is literally Randy Fine. The opposite of it is Randy Fine constantly demanding the deportation of not just Zohran Mamdani, but every other Muslim politician in this country. And pretty much every other Muslim in this country. What the fuck are you talking about? Atheism LARPers when the religious extremist is proven to be white?
No. Anti-Jewish crimes, hate crimes, now outpace anti-Muslim hate crimes.
Of course, now he's using the Apartheid Defense League's anti-Semitic hate crimes metrics. Is awesome.
Nine to 1. It's not a contest, and I'm certainly not saying do more of the other. I'm just saying these are the numbers, the facts, the reality. There is a frothing anxiousness for the literal extermination of this one group. And Democrats, where are you?
Yeah, ADL's anti-Semitism database is no longer about anti-Semitism. It's more often than not about anti-Zionism. If you go through the actual database reports, you will find that anytime someone is, wearing a keffiyeh around, pro-Israel people, that's logged as a fucking anti-Semitic hate crime. It's bullshit. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and act like, all of it is bullshit. It's not, right? If someone is like drawing a swastika outside of a synagogue, that's an anti-Semitic hate crime. It's valid. That's a valid thing to report on. Okay. And we can have a conversation about how there is no diligent reporting on Islamophobic hate crimes. Obviously, that's the case. And it's not just Islamophobia either. Anti-black hate crimes don't get the same level of diligence, even though there are institutions dedicated and tasked with identifying and reporting on anti-black hate crimes, even though it never has that same level of institutional stigma or institutional significance as anti-Semitism does. Let's be real. It's just the fucking case. Ask any normie black or brown person how they feel about this issue, and you'll find out very quickly. Okay? Can you imagine being stopped by cops because you're fucking Latino while driving or black while driving as being logged as an anti-black hate crime? It would be like 1 million, okay? This isn't to undermine the impact of anti-Semitism or the growth of anti-Semitism in this country, but think about how fucking many anti-black hate crimes enforced by the very same institutions take place on U.S. soil on a fucking daily basis. Bill Maher, if I were to say this to his face, would turn around and go, you're so woke. Why are you so woke? Oh, every time a cop stops a scary black person, that's implicit bias? Huh. Yeah, it is. It is, you fucking idiot. It is. This is why I say there is a lot more institutional stigma against anti-Semitism than there is for any other group. And the reason for that is because of the association of Judaism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Semitism being used as a very successful for the last 50 years or so, or 40 years or so, since this became a fashionable thing, to associate that with a defense of Israel. Okay? I've said this before. If there was no Israel whatsoever, okay? Because even post-Holocaust, there was still tremendous institutional anti-Semitism in this country. Okay? the idea that there wasn't anti-Semitism at the systemic level post-Holocaust is ridiculous. There was. Okay? Talk to any Jew over the age of like 60 and you will find out. Can't go to the same schools, can't go to the country club, can't, you know, it's varying degrees. It's not like the same as, you know, anti-blackness, of course, but still, like, there was systemic enforcement of anti-Semitism in this country. Sometimes it took shape with the Red Scare. Sometimes Jews were seen as having dual loyalty, not to Israel, ironically enough, but to the USSR, for example. Yeah. Jewish law firms propped up because WASP law firms did not want to hire Jews. In a manner not dissimilar to Nazi Germany, Jews were accused of fomenting Marxist thought, which was seen as a foreign thing that the foreigners living on U.S. soil, Jewish Americans, were engaging in, okay? It's exactly the same as what Adolf Hitler was doing, but of course we did it in the American style, and the McCarthyite trials were seen as a good thing, you know, at the time. But the impact was all the same, outcasting Jews in general. These were systemic versions of anti-Semitism being implemented on U.S. soil not that fucking long ago. Okay? Now, of course, things have changed. That doesn't exist anymore. Yes, Karl Marx was Jewish, but he also was not exactly fond of Judaism either. For those of you who don't know. It's always funny, though. They'll be like, Karl Marx, a deeply anti-Semitic man. He was far from the first. He was, far from being the first Jewish guy with leftist thought that was called an anti-Semite. But yeah. Karl Marx, the OG Reddit atheist.
If any other minority...
One could argue that if the Rosenbergs were white and not Jewish, the U.S. state would not have executed them for spying for the USSR, especially with them being the first. And also the case was shaky. Yeah. The goats. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, born Greenglass, were an American married couple who were convicted of spying for the Soviet Union, including providing top secret information about American radar, sonar, and jet propulsion engines and nuclear weapons designs. They were executed by the federal government of the United States in 1953 using New York State execution chamber in Sing Sing, becoming the first American civilians to be executed for such charges and the first to be executed during peacetime. They advanced the Soviet nuclear weapons program.
Group was being talked about this way, you'd
Roy Cohn.
Break out the Kenta cloth and have 10 benefit concerts. But because you see that so many of your brainwashed by TikTok constituents now have an unfavorable view of Israel, you indulge them when you should be correcting them. You don't tell your woke idiots Israel isn't a colonizer or an apartheid state or committing genocide, and that if you brats had to spend a week anywhere in the Middle East other than Israel, you would understand what liberalism is not. All the people likely running for president now on the Democratic side want it known they don't take money from AIPAC, the Israeli lobby, a stance which gives permission to actual anti-Semites to say, see, we're right about Israel. That's
Oh, baby. Wow. saying you deny AIPAC money is also creating a permission structure for anti-Semitism. He is so woke, dude. I love this argument. The king of anti-woke hitting the wokest line you possibly could. So woke that you have to take money from AIPAC. A far right lobbying arm for a foreign state that is advancing the interests of a far right fascist ideology and doing ethnic cleansing and maintains a fucking apartheid. You know, you live long enough to see yourself become the woker. Okay. Oh my God. It's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Bill Maher. This was great. You are going to advance our cause of creating more anti-Zionists. Okay.
It's a dirty money from a dirty country. Oh, please. You take money from crypto and factory farmers and big tech, from Diddy and Weinstein and Epstein, but AIPAC is too far? Let me just say this to all who ask me, why are you harder on the Democrats than you used to be? Until you fix this whole issue, stop asking me.
Yeah. I'm never going to stop railing on the Democrats for unfortunately being too invested in material improvements, even aesthetically, for the marginalized groups, except for one. The most maligned, marginalized group of all in modern American society. Those who want to defend the state of Israel. Not Jews, but those who want to defend the state of Israel. There is no group more cast aside than people who are pro-Israel. Yeah, no one's asking you anything, Bill. That's so funny. People ask me all the time. Why, Bill? Why are you so mad about the Democrats? What would happen if Patrick Bet David walked in as Bill Maher was saying that? I'm a numbers guy. Bill, listen. You and I, we've had our disagreements. We've fought quite a bit. Okay? But on this issue, I'm going to say, I'm a numbers guy. Why don't we grok it? Why don't we grok it to find out how bad anti-Semitism is in America? We're going to grok it. We're going to ChatGPT it. We're not going to Claude it. Okay? We will never Claude it. Claude is a woman. I'm a numbers guy. Let's go. Anyway, before we get to more anti-Semitism, more unrestrained anti-Semitism.
Hi, folks. Today's episode is brought to you by
what is this?
My favorites. Hi, folks.
Where's the actual debate? I want to do the debate. Oh, here it is. Okay. I want to watch the debate. It's 14 minutes long between Samuel Cedar and Ryan Grimm, two people that I love, two people that I admire, and I hate to see them fight like this. Okay, but I want to hear what they have to. What is this? That's not the first time I heard you say that. You know, Claude is a man's name, right? Like Claude Monet. It's a joke. I'm joking. In the joke, I'm saying Patrick Bet David weirdly has decided that Cloud is not a good AI tool because it has a woman's name. He thinks Claude is a woman's name. Okay. Oh my God. End joke. Every day is the Autism Power Hour here at the HasanAbi broadcast. Claude Monet is a woman painter. Okay, many people don't notice. They think Monet and Manet, okay, were actually male painters. They were not. Painting is a woman's sport. That's right. What was Claude Monet painting? Women and flowers. Who likes women and flowers? Other women. I don't care about Claude Monet. I care about making money so much that I'm in the clouds. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to chat GPT it, and we're going to keep going.
Out today on special assignment. Want to welcome back to the program Ryan Grimm, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points, co-founder of Dropsite News, who was just in mid-tweet when we brought him on, confirming that he knew people who bought oysters from Graham Plattner.
Take that, New York Times.
Yeah. A lot of important stuff going on over there. Is there a question as to whether Plattner was actually like an oysterman, or was like some question like, was he doing lobsters, or this guy's, he's dragging soft shell clams in? What's going on?
There's some effort to call into question whether or not he's actually an oysterman, or whether he's just kind of playing games at one. It's ironic there, now that Abdul El-Sayed and Plattner, he's leading, Plattner's winning. They're taking El-Sayed down a few pegs, and they're trying to push Plattner up a few pegs. They're like, this guy's not as elite as he says. He wasn't actually a physician. This guy Plattner, he's more elite than he says. He went to this private high school. So maybe they're just going to meet in the middle, and they're just then average guys each.
Debate is like 30 minutes in. Okay.
We've got this that she'd ever
a 80% approval rate are changing. Netzian, I think it was, or something like that. I mean, I don't know if you remember Cory Booker, Josh Shapiro, about one of the, was it Sharif Street, who had tried to redistrict.
They really get into the controversy at this point.
This is what people, why people are tuning in. And so for, my radio instincts are like, you backload this. We would have held people over the commercial break many times. So you tweeted out. Can we find that tweet? We should have probably pulled this. You tweeted out. There's obviously like this happens over and over again. It seems like there's like waves of in which ways that AOC is attacked. I'm not saying you were attacking AOC, but that in that. Waves of attacks, and here it is. Ryan Grimm, here it is. This is what you tweeted out. What was the date on this? May 8th or something. Okay, so this is in response to AOC saying that she doesn't personally trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thinks he's sort of Johnny come lately. She was at an event where they asked her about making transpartisan coalitions.
You know what's really funny about this? A lot of people are angry at AOC for doing something that they do sometimes to AOC. Okay? Everybody picks and chooses who is a better ally on this cause. A lot of the people that are doing this, like a lot of people are mad at AOC for saying like, I don't really trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've seen what she said. I've seen what she's done. I don't think she's being sincere. And it's ironic because the people that are saying, how dare you say that about Marjorie Taylor Greene, are the exact same fucking people who are skeptical of AOC. They're like, oh, you're Johnny come lately. AOCIA and Flopsite News in one stream. Sarcasm. Okay.
And she's talking about legislation. She's paired up with she's done this many times, maybe more than most in Congress, with Republicans to push legislation. She said, I wouldn't do this with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And you swooped in and wrote, MTG sacrificed her. Hold on for 1 second. You wrote, MTG sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and to defend the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. Okay. What the? I mean, come on.
Why don't we also read what I didn't say there? There are a lot of things I didn't say that people ascribe to that.
Well, let me say this. I disagree with the second word in that, sacrificed. Because if you'll recall that her one piece of legislation that she promoted, this amendment to a defense bill, which AOC voted against the entire bill, we should say, came immediately after she was rejected by Donald Trump to run for Senate and for governor in Georgia. He said, no, Marjorie. This is also after she was basically kept from House leadership. So she's got her millions of dollars that she has done by insider trading in the House. Not illegal, but arguably unethical. And she decides she doesn't want to be in Congress anymore, so much so that she's going to resign in 5 months from that time. It was mid-July where she got the axe on the.
Like, real beast mode would be to not resign from Congress, run for fucking re-election, pull a Thomas Massie. I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massie in this cause than I do for AOC. You've probably heard me talk about Thomas Massie quite a bit on this broadcast. Why do I have a different opinion on Thomas Massie, who, by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe, is like now pushing for Thomas Massie as well? Great. Okay. Oh, did I say AOC? I meant Marjorie Taylor Greene. Sorry. Fuck. Let me. I'm saying I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massie than I do for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I apologize. I misspoke. Now everyone's going to do a gotcha. Gotcha. Clip it. Hasan likes Thomas Massie more than AOC. We fucking got him. We got him. No, I'm talking about, I'm obviously talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay. Now, why do I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massie than I do for Marjorie Taylor Greene? Because Thomas Massie has some fucking stakes here. That's it. And as far as political preferences goes, of course, I prefer AOC over Thomas Massie and certainly over Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And that's when she also introduced the legislation. So she didn't really sacrifice her political career. She took the only path that was available to her, which is, I'm going to leave. Maybe she'll come back someday. But she had nowhere else to go.
No, there's another path. The path is continuing to be in the House. Lots of people have tried to get Trump's endorsement to run statewide for something, not gotten it. And they keep it moving. Like she didn't have to go after him. No, you don't have to quit. She could.
Oh, she was pissed. She was spurned. I mean, look, yeah, she didn't have to do that. But we've seen her impulse control. We played the video of her peering through AOC's letter slot. Maybe drunk, maybe not. I'm not sure which is a better explanation. Sandy, like we could see impulse control is not necessarily her thing. And I don't know. And
by the way, I said separately that I fully understand why AOC personally has a grudge that she's not going to let up.
Oh, sure. It's so funny because he literally has the books. That it's so. If this is a funny conversation because like Ryan Grimm likes AOC. Ryan Grimm has written extensively about AOC. Ryan Grimm has also written extensively about the Squad. One of the books that he's written is about that, right?
MTG has not apologized for that. MTG has targeted her personally, like creepily at her door, online constantly, on the floor, like acting like.
No, he doesn't. You're telling me. You're telling me Ryan Grimm doesn't like AOC.
A weird bully, like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm actually, I want to stay on the like. Yes, I think she has every reason to personally be like, F this person. I'm never. But if she meant what she was doing, if MTG's agenda, and look, I am happy to have her saying these things that I agree with, and I think they are marginally helpful. Okay. I'm not sure who her constituency is for this, but I do think they're marginally helpful in the same way that, like, the Washington Wizards are helpful to the Globetrotters. Mm-hmm. Like, it's good to have, our version of Alan, what was that guy's name on?
Alan Combs.
Combs, yeah.
Yeah.
Hannity and Combs.
I mean, it's good to have.
God, I'm such a fucking loser. This is why I'm a chud-ass loser, chat. Okay? I have no interests. Okay? This is my life. This is all I care about.
Have apostates, right? Like, I'm happy that Bill Kristol is, is out there, and Jen Rubin,
Megan.
yeah, and all of the all of those never Trumpers, and she is basically a never Trumper, except for she could have stayed in Congress for another year and had a material impact on votes, and she decided not to do that. And my question is,
bonus question: who's Tucker Carlson's co-host on Crossfire? Rachel Maddow.
like, how can you say that she sacrificed her political career to stand up against genocide, et cetera, when her career, I think in her mind, was over, at least that career play, stay in the House, do something, because I think she felt like she had to pivot. And the only way that she could do that, she could have done it in the House. She could have been voting with Massey. She could have been, co-sponsoring things with Ro Khanna. She could have been doing all of those things, but instead she just pulled a, what's her face?
Paul Begala chatter. Wait, didn't he do something with Rachel Maddow too? Your hat is wonky. Can you look smarter on your smear clips on Fox, for fuck's sake? Wait, is it wonky? I don't think so. Paul Begalia
From Sarah Palin.
She should have stayed in the House, and she would have earned more credibility if she'd have done that. And I think she loses credibility by leaving the House. I think that's true. She could have and should have stayed there. Like there's no question about that. You and I basically agree that it's marginally good that she's saying the things that she's saying.
Yes.
And the thing that I was responding to was AOC saying that MTG didn't have credibility on this issue.
She doesn't. I mean, she doesn't, but who cares?
She said it, so I responded to it.
Right.
You can not care. Apparently, a lot of people care. Days later, we're still talking about it.
Yes. But I care more about the idea that she somehow sacrificed, and that she
The other part that frustrated me in those comments was she said, when there are issues where there's bipartisan establishment support for something, then in those cases, and she said, for instance, banning stock trading. In those instances, I think it's appropriate to work with people we disagree with on other issues. So it's okay to do that for stock trading. What issue has stronger bipartisan establishment support than unapologetic support for Israel? So it's okay to do it for stock trading, but stopping a genocide?
Well,
you can't go there?
Well, wait a second. What is Marjorie Taylor what are they going to do together? She's out of Congress. She left Congress. She might as well be.
If Marjorie Taylor Greene was still in Congress and was a warrior for this cause, then yeah, it's a Thomas Massey situation. Totally on board. But she's not. She got no motion. I don't know if she has the capacity to muster up the forces of conservatism, is what I mean. So there's no reason to welcome someone into the fold beyond treating them, I guess, like an influencer who happens to be insane on every other issue, but on this one issue, it's fine,
Just some gadfly. Alex Jones, I'm sure has agreed with something at one point. Should AOC, a congressperson, join with Alex Jones?
That's a fair point too. She brought up MTG.
The same people that want to kill Plattner now hate AOC for having dislike towards Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, I find it really fucking strange how people's politics seemingly are all over the place. And they argue that my politics are all over the place. People will be like, no, I'm consistent on this. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a far better human being than Graham Plattner is. And Tucker Carlson is also far better than Graham Plattner is. They like Tucker Carlson. They like Marjorie Taylor Greene. They hate Graham Plattner. And they hate AOC. I don't know. I feel like I personally always feel like a lot of this resentment comes from what you see and your hatred towards liberalism. And I duke it out with liberals far more than many of these people do, because many of these people are just online, right? That's the other side of the story, right? You're just kind of online. most liberals will at best use your statements against people like myself and like the broader leftist movement to be like, see, they're insane, they're so crazy. And that's pretty much it. Like, I get fucking yelled at by liberals almost as much as I get yelled at by Republicans, right? And as an experienced recipient of liberal angst and enmity, I still think that there are better allegiances that you can craft with the likes of Graham Plattner than with Marjorie Taylor Greene. You get more hate from libs? No, I don't get more hate from libs. I still get way more hate from Republicans. Come on. Liberals haven't reached the standard of like demanding my denaturalization and deportation yet. Some of them do, but they're just edge cases. They're not real liberals, right? Like, real liberals are just like, why are you so critical of my favorite candidate, Kamala Harris? You know, like that's like what some liberals say, but they haven't, like, Jake Tapper has never called for my deportation yet. I don't know if he will in the future. He'll set up the stage for it to happen, but he's never said this on camera. I do think about this a lot, though, like the idea that, you know, AOC is an enemy, AOC is an op, AOC is an enemy, Marjorie Taylor Greene ally. It's strange. Like, to say Marjorie Taylor Greene has been a more valuable asset in the anti-Israel cause comes across as transparently nutty to someone like myself. I don't know. I'm just not seeing what you guys are seeing if you feel that way, right?
Gee, like, why? Like, why? Like, what's the point of bringing her up to like sideline her? Like, if she's.
I mean, I think in that context, she should not be paying attention to you know, a former congressperson. But I imagine that's probably driven by like her personal animosity,
right?
And,
which again, I get. Like,
but I think the question was like, in what circumstances do you make a transpartisan thing? And I think like there is. I mean, let me put it this way: do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you know their voting records, it's not even a question, right? Like, it's just not.
Just broadening out from it. Do you think there are circumstances where there are people that it does not make sense to do, like, you know, go with God, Tucker Carlson. I'm glad that you are, but I also know I also know there was back in the early days of MSNBC, way back, when Pat Buchanan would fill in for Tucker on his show. Pat Buchanan would have me on because he knew I was the only Jew he could get that would criticize Israel. And I felt dirty as shit. But it was not like I had an audience that I was delivering to Pat Buchanan. I mean, that's also the question. I mean, this is the same question that like when Sirota asked Plattner about going on Tucker Carlson's show, and his assessment I thought was pretty, or his assessment of the calculation is pretty important. Like, who's helping who in this situation? Like, you know, are we helping? Are we really expanding who is hearing an anti-genocide message when we welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene into our home?
Do you stand with Team Drop Turk or Team Majority Bitchuation?
Talk about it, or are we basically whitewashing Marjorie Taylor Greene, who still has a bunch of other odious policy sets, and also someone who like she gave up her material power?
I think because of the way that different media environments are structured, that you're much more likely to persuade some people in her base of your position than you are going to accidentally get a bunch of Majority Report viewers to all of a sudden start hearing MTG's other ideas and be like, oh, well, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about the way weather can be controlled. Like, I don't think that, I think that they're mostly immune because it's a much more kind of open and like, you know, they've gotten the vaccine. Whereas like, I think a lot of people in the right-wing media spaces are open to left-wing populist ideas, and if they start hearing them, can move over.
Let me give you a real-world example. MS Now, which made the pivot to having a lot of never Republicans on, never Trump on.
Right, but they're not serving anything up. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that. I mean, this is just an example, and it may not. When Trump in the first term bombed Syria, every single person on that network, and I know this because I was coincidentally supposed to be on to talk about something else, was advocating him bombing Syria and saying it shows that he's serious. And the reason is because they're all former Republicans or supposedly former Republicans. And, you know, anybody looking at Bill Kristol now, they don't remember, you know, or George W. Bush or whatnot. Like, there is something to be said about holding people's, you know, real record. The overwhelming part of her record was, incidentally, in support of Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene's. And yes, she did have a brief moment, at least in terms of her career as a congressperson, which she cut short, where she had a change of mind after every other avenue for her political ambition was shut down. But if she comes back into politics, I don't know that it works the way that you're talking about. I don't know that people are traveling with her. Her audience is traveling to the Majority Report when she's on the Majority Report, let's say.
You nervous that she's going to snow your audience? I don't think so. I got more faith in your audience than you do.
No, I'm not saying that, but I also don't think that, like, what is she going to do for my audience? Like, is she going to provide them more nuance on the genocide?
The idea would be that then you would get access to her audience.
How would I do that?
Persuade them by, I don't know, that, like, there's podcasts in that network that you can go on. I'll hook you up with Tucker.
I'll go on to her podcast.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
but that's different.
It's a two-way street in that sense. But in any event, I thought this was supposed to end at 1. I think I thoroughly demolished.
I was just going to say, I think we can agree. Agree on the fact that I demolished you, all caps, on this.
Well, you get to write the YouTube headline, so
that's right. Just proves my point. I'm sure the folks at Dropsite won't be snowed by that.
I'm sure they will be.
I fucking hate MTG, but last time I checked, MTG never ran cover for Gaza genocide like AOC did. Yes, she did. What are you talking about? This is what I mean. AOC has been infinitely better on the issue since Biden left office, but we can't just forget her record during the Biden admin and during Biden and Harris's respective 2024 campaigns. See, this is precisely what I'm talking about. You're just objectively wrong. I don't know how you've got this so wrong, but when Marjorie Taylor Greene was calling AOC Hamas, okay? AOC was on the fucking floor of Congress calling what Israel was doing a genocide. The Hamas caucus led by Rashida Tlaib, AOC, and Ilhan Omar treat Hamas terrorists better than J6 prisoners. Why is that? I hope every pro-Hamas student walks out of their classes today protesting against Israel gets a failing grade. The Jihad Squad. Biden gave Iran access to $10 billion after Hamas attacked Israel. Now Iran has launched an attack on Israel. April 13th, 2024. Hamas are worse than animals. Cutting off babies' herd is unspeakable, completely evil. Pro-Palestinian equals pro-Hamas. Terrorists attacking New York with their war on Jews and Christians. I don't know what the turning point was exactly. President Trump is right again, May 1st, 2024, and Joe Biden is going to bring Hamas in America as refugees to add to the chaos. It's just like 2020 all over again with a new cause, all funded by the insane left. We're not even talking about like transphobia, hatred of migrants, all this other stuff, right? We're just talking on this issue. If you think AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene's records and statements on this issue can be even remotely comparable, it's crazy. You just don't know. You don't know the full, like, you haven't been paying a lot of attention, right? Like, and I don't think it's, I don't think those other things are, like, other perspectives are negligible either. Obviously, I'm not saying we should just, like, forget about her transphobia, anti-blackness, anti-migrant sentiment either, right? And I think Mehdi, who is roundly condemned as a lib on these issues. Yeah, she also censured Rashida Tlaib. Right here.
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez versus Marjorie Taylor Greene. AOC versus MTG.
I think this is like it's people getting caught up on the aesthetics of it. Maybe it's got to be a little bit of that too, because it's like Mehdi is oftentimes criticized by the same crowd that likes me quite a bit for my defense of the Palestinian resistance. Mehdi is often criticized by that very same crowd for offering a lot of concessions in order to be in these spaces, right? You got to do your 10 Hamas condemnations before you can get a fucking word in edgewise. And Mehdi certainly did a lot of that. He was a fucking MSNBC reporter. He got fired regardless, by the way. He lost his fucking job in spite of that. I think there's also the other element of this, the Ummah loves a white person saying it element for sure. Okay. We are oftentimes way, way more mean to people who are closest to us and closest to our worldview than we are to people who are like recent converts or we think is our recent converts. You should stop being a libtard then. I think Mehdi occupies a different space here than I do. But we work in tandem with one another, and I think a lot of people don't see that. Our opposition sees that, so they treat Mehdi as a dangerous, radical figure nonetheless. Okay? Like, I have my... And it's crazy because, like, I have my own criticisms of AOC that I let be known over and over again. Like, the Biden thing was crazy. I fucking said it. I said it at the time. And I've brought it up regularly. So this isn't even just like saying that AOC's record on here is completely unvarnished or untarnished. Sorry. She's infallible. I'm not saying that at all either. But like in comparison to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she might as well be Hamas. Okay. What are we talking about? like will you put Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire record on this issue up to the standards of what AOC has done and said on this issue? She literally is like PFLP, okay? Like, it's crazy. Abi, maybe I'm wrong. I understand the practical need to support AOC and Bernie despite them falling short on many things, especially when they kept backing Biden, etc. They don't feel completely trustworthy to me. That being said, maybe we need to move with them as we supported Biden versus Trump and highlight their failures after getting them into power so they can move the public to the further left.
The big online divide, apparently, in American progressive.
I stopped listening to Mehdi after he disrespected Professor Jung.
Bruh.
That is true. Look, no one can be perfect, okay? I certainly am not. I genuinely stopped following Dropside over this. Is wild. Okay, you're a fucking dummy as well. Are you kidding me? Don't be a dumbocrat, okay? That's insane. Dropsite News is one of, and Zeteo too. Zeteo and Dropsite News are two of the best outlets, bar none, on this issue. You should, what? That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Please don't do that. Yeah, you're being a panikin. You're being a Democrat if you fucking... if you drop your support for Dropsite News over this. That's unbelievable. Are you kidding me?
Politics right now. It all started when AOC said this to David Axelrod at an event in Chicago.
I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I also unfollowed too. You better fucking follow them back right now. Right now. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
A proven bigot and anti-Semite on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis.
And the internet exploded. This clash between the Democratic Socialist and the far-right Republican has dominated my Twitter timeline for the past week, and it's been astonishing to see how many self-proclaimed leftists...
Yes, go to dropsitenews.com/Hasan and subscribe to Dropsite News now!
...have taken MTG's side, claiming, I kid you not, that MTG is better on Gaza than AOC is, that MTG is a now more conscientious and principled politician than AOC. Look, whatever you think about AOC or the Democrats, it's been maddening to watch this unfold. So frustrating. There's so much gaslighting going on, so much misinformation being spread, so many ludicrous positions being taken by people who really should know better. Yes, MTG has switched on Israel and Palestine since last summer. And yes, that's a good thing. But no, that doesn't.
Do you think it's okay for her not to have called it a genocide until after the DNC convention, though? AOC called it a genocide before the DNC convention.
Doesn't make her better than AOC.
Bro, AOC's been calling Israel an apartheid state since 2021. Since before half of you motherfuckers even knew what Israel was. Okay? She called it a genocide in 2023. I'm sure Mehdi will get to all of that, but it's crazy. Come on, guys, please. What the fuck?
On that issue or any other. So it's time for a debunking. It's time for some receipts. Let's just run through one by one the pro-MTG attacks on AOC by a handful of terminally online alleged leftists. Number one, they claim AOC's record on Gaza and Palestine more broadly is worse than MTG's. Now, I get that Americans have short memories, the memories of goldfish, but come on. MTG became a critic of Israel in the last 12 months. AOC has been a critic of Israel since entering Congress 8 years ago. In fact, forget 8 years ago. Just compare their records side by side since October the 7th, 2023. AOC was calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza on October the 9th, within 48 hours. Meanwhile, this is what MTG was saying that same week.
To our friends and families over in Israel, you are our greatest friend and our strongest ally in the Middle East.
Unironic AOC derangement syndrome in your chat? No, I know. And then everyone always says, oh, you're just only defending AOC because like you have a relationship with AOC, like you talk to AOC, that's the reason. Okay, so why am I also criticizing her? How does this work?
We are praying for you and hoping for peace during this extremely difficult time.
Now, I have seen people online suggesting AOC hasn't called what's happening in Gaza a genocide, while MTG has. Not true, of course. AOC called Gaza a genocide in a scathing speech on the House floor in March of 2024, less than 6 months after October the 7th.
If you want to know what an unfolding genocide looks like, open your eyes.
MTG called it a genocide in July of 2025, well over a year after AOC did, and almost 2 years after October the 7th. By the way, around the time that AOC was calling Gaza a genocide, do you know what MTG was doing?
Censuring Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota.
She was trying to get Ilhan Omar censured by Congress. And not just Omar. On October the 26th, 2023, less than 3 weeks after October the 7th,
Squirrel's not gonna like this. I know. They're already up my ass because I said Bernie Sanders is good. Yeah, because I said Bernie's doing a good thing by propping up candidates. Say squirrel, you mean Syed Mohammed Morandi? Stop. That's so funny. Professor Morandi.
MTG said she was introducing a resolution to censure Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian-American woman in Congress, for, among other things, anti-Semitic activity and sympathizing with terrorist organizations.
Defending Rashida Tlaib, the most pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic member of Congress in United States history, and censure is not far enough. This is a woman that should be expelled from Congress.
Now, MTG may have turned over a welcome new leaf on Israel, but she has never apologized to Ilhan Omar or to Rashida Tlaib. Oh, and the day before she announced her censure resolution of Tlaib, a resolution backing Israel's war in Gaza passed in the House 412-10. 9 Democrats voted against it, including, yes, AOC. And just 1 Republican voted against it, but it wasn't MTG. No, it was Thomas Massie. So if you want to hate on AOC, that's fine. It's a free country. But you can't just make shit up to justify your hatred. It was
ironically also, once again, AOC is better on Israel. You want the truth nuke. Here's the truth nuke. AOC is not just better on Israel than Marjorie Taylor Greene. Of course she is. AOC is better on Israel than Bernard Sanders. Okay? And many people who credit, understandably, their moment of radicalization to Bernie Sanders, who still have a soft spot for Bernie Sanders, will also be the same people who turn around and go, oh, well, AOC is fucking terrible on Israel. Yeah. I mean, I would say the majority of candidates that Bernie props up are better on this issue than Bernard himself, the big man himself. Papa Bernard, you know, he's an old man. You just got to take it in stride. Okay? Papa Bernard, not exactly great on this issue. Okay? He's the greatest in the Senate. Well, hopefully some of Papa Bernard's Bernicrats are actually going to be far better than him in the Senate, so his legacy will continue that way. But, you know, Grandpa has a little bit of a blind spot on this issue. Okay? Also, MTG was doing the Statue of Liberty in a burqa posting about Zohran months after her anti-Israel pivot. Her Islamophobia and hatred never went anywhere. This is the woman who thinks the Catholic Church is Satan. Do we really think she cares about Muslims? Yeah.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a Democrat, who famously and rightly said, "You are entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts." And here are the facts. Here are the overall numbers. According to the Congressional Democrat Palestine Tracker, which was set up by activists, AOC has the 5th best voting record on Palestine in the entire House of Representatives.
Congressional Palestine Tracker mentioned.
5th best. In comparison, MTG's voting record on Palestine puts her at 113th place in the House, 108 spots behind AOC. Now, in her response to AOC last weekend, MTG posted, "She can run her mouth all she wants, but votes are the only thing that matters." I agree. So why is her voting record on Palestine, with one exception, so bad? The Institute for Middle East Understanding, the IMEU, rates AOC even higher and MTG lower. Their tracker of positive actions taken for Palestinian rights in Congress over the past year and a half puts AOC second best in the House of Representatives. MTG's does not even appear on their list, which means, according to the IMEU, she did not support any of the selected congressional actions in favor of Palestinian rights. But why didn't she? She was in Congress all of 2025 before she announced she was quitting. So why didn't she co-sponsor the Block the Bombs Act when Congresswoman Delia Ramirez introduced it in May of 2025? AOC did. I asked Congresswoman Ramirez about that last year.
To Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie, where I'm told every day that they're really anti-Israel now.
No, if they're really anti-Israel, they should go ahead and pick up, or if they're for democracy and they're for peace, they should pick up the phone and become sponsors of my bill. But they're not. You can say a lot of things. There's tangible action they can take. They can become a sponsor. I'll let them.
Let's keep going. Why didn't MTG co-sponsor Congressman Andre Carson's bill to restore funding to UNRWA? AOC did. Why didn't she co-sponsor Rashida Tlaib's resolution calling on the US government to officially recognize the crime of genocide in...
Like, this is the shit that actually matters when you're in Congress, by the way. Not how much of a fucking... Like, how much of a fuss you make is obviously important. Bully pulpit's a very, very, very important tool. Okay? But you know what's even more important than that? Your fucking votes and your co-sponsoring of certain bills. Okay? That's the problem. AOC, when it comes to bringing up a big fuss, in my opinion, this is her biggest weakness, is that she's afraid to continue being at the forefront of these sorts of movements, because when she sticks her neck out, she gets fucking bullied endlessly. Okay? She gets bullied endlessly and mercilessly and viciously, and then she immediately retreats. But she still sticks her neck out at times when it fucking matters. Okay? My assessment on it is that she's overhated, for sure. She's overhated. I think one of the greatest examples of this is Ro Khanna. Like Ro Khanna's track record. And I like Ro Khanna. You guys know this. I'm close with Ro Khanna as well. Okay? AOC's track record on this stuff is far better than Ro Khanna. But what does Ro Khanna do? And he does this very well. He goes out there and he fucking dukes it out. And we're all, at the end of the day, lizard-brained animals. Okay? So we see Ro Khanna duking it out. And even if Ro Khanna's track record is nowhere near as good as AOC's is, people still say, oh, Ro Khanna is far better on this issue than AOC is. I think part of that is because the people that are closest to us ideologically, we are far, far less gracious towards. Okay? Mike said AOC is facing the same fuck Hasan algo. Right-wing auto boosts any anti-AOC posts and online left falls for it. So they start posting anti-AOC effort posts and really receive good impressions from bots and misguided people. Yeah. Oh, for sure.
In Gaza. This was 4 months after MTG became the first Republican to call what was happening in Gaza a genocide. And yet she didn't co-sponsor that resolution either. AOC did. But look, sadly, online, you don't hear much about any of these bills or resolutions that AOC backed, co-sponsored, voted for, and which...
Saying you're a democratic socialist? Oh, Mick Gibbon. Wait, is Mick Gibbon the Albertan nationalist? Or am I mistaking him for someone else? Oh, it is, yes. I clocked it. The bully ball pit helps you get recognition, which helps you get votes. He lies. Saying you are a democratic socialist is a way not to be called a commie. Well, you're talking to someone who doesn't mind being called a commie at all. So I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what you call me. Albertan nationalist. He said bully ball pit. Dude, it's insane how much you know about us. What the fuck? Come on. I've already eradicated formative memories from my brain. I've lasered them out. So I can know Mick Gibbon's weird fucking Albertan nationalist framework that he operates off of. He's a centrist libtard who also happens to be an Albertan separatist, okay?
MTG just ignored, or in some cases, voted against. All we hear about is one single vote on one single amendment that MTG made to the Defense Appropriations Bill last July, which would have stripped Israel's Iron Dome missile system of US funding, but failed in the House by 422 to 6. AOC voted against that amendment of MTG's, which I think was a mistake by her.
Yes. Yes. 100%. And if you recall, I said it at the time. I said, this is an unbelievable mistake. This is a consequential mistake. Okay? You should never be outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene on any issue that pertains to Israel-Palestine. You are a movement leader. And many of these other politicians that are in the squad didn't actually eat the bait. They leaned into it. They said, great, we'll vote for it.
But here's what they don't.
It's a mistake that I think AOC has quietly acknowledged, given her current position, which became the new standard, right? Because AOC came out in the DSA meeting and said, yes, I am in favor of denying defensive weapons to Israel as well. And I will say that I am cautious of her position on this as well, because once again, zero apology. Okay, dude, again, so Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't apologized either, but you fucking eat her. Anyway, never mind. I'm not going to say this. When has Marjorie Taylor Greene apologized for anything? You don't give a fuck about apologies.
Tell you. The very next day, she voted against the entire Defense Appropriations Bill, which authorized an additional $600 million in aid to Israel. Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. Any bill to send weapons or money to Israel ever they're actually right. 100% correct. She hasn't. And when people say she has voted to send arms to Israel, as many on the hell site that is Twitter or X do, they're completely and utterly wrong. They're lying. Facts matter.
I mean, again, we, ironically enough, on the left, we apply the same false framing to those who are closest to us as well. There is already a societal expectation that if you're on the left in any way, shape, or form, if you're advancing the cause of working class people in any way, shape, or form, you have to be infallible in every way. Okay? As a matter of fact, even if you meet the standard of infallibility, then people will make up new shit to yell at you about. They'll say, oh, you're a fucking leftist, you're a socialist, but you bought a house? How dare you? How dare you buy an expensive house in an expensive housing market that you have, no control over? This is obviously inconsistent with your worldview. I never fucking said it was, right? It's not a standard I apply to myself at all. It's not even a real normal working standard at all if you think about it for a little bit longer than behaving like a reactionary idiot. Okay? We do that all the time. But it's very frustrating that it's not just the right that does this, it's the left that does it to itself as well. It's very fucking annoying.
Oh, and in recent weeks, AOC has also made it clear she will oppose all funding for Israeli arms, including for the Iron Dome. Number 2, the critics say MTG at least went against Trump. She sacrificed her career standing up to Trump, while AOC never criticized Joe Biden over Gaza. Again, total nonsense. Here is what AOC said just 3 weeks before Election Day in October 2024. The horrors unfolding in northern Gaza are the result of a completely unrestrained Netanyahu government, fully armed by the Biden administration, while food aid is blocked and patients are bombed in hospitals. This is a genocide of Palestinians. The US must stop enabling it. Arms embargo now. Does that sound like a Biden shill to you? A liberal Zionist, as some online are now.
Well, the reason why they say she's a Biden shill is because she also did lie and said they are working tirelessly on a ceasefire. Because that's it. That's the reason. People don't care about what she said against Biden. They only care about her endorsement of Kamala Harris, and they only care about her defense of, and the fact that she did lie. She did lie about fucking working tirelessly for a ceasefire. It was ridiculous, right?
Ludicrously claim.
Okay, we interrupt this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we interrupt this broadcast for a very special breaking news report coming to you live from the Daily Mail. It brings me absolute pleasure to report that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told his friends he intends to stand down, according to the Daily Mail, and set out an orderly timetable for his departure. The kid starver might be out, ladies and gentlemen. We will await new reporting confirming this statement. Back to. Now, once again, I must caution you, this is the Daily Mail after all. And the Daily Mail is not a reliable source for real journalism. Okay, now let's get back to our regularly scheduled broadcasting.
By the way, do you know what MTG was saying around that same time in October of 2024? Pray for Israel. I'd also remind you that MTG voted for Trump 3 elections running. She has never not voted for Trump. And she didn't just vote for Trump, she helped him spread the lie that he won the 2020 election. She defended the violent insurrectionists from January the 6th, campaigned for their pardons, lied about the violent acts that they committed. Even today, she has never shown any regret or contrition for any of that. But wait, say the AOC critics, MTG did eventually sacrifice her political career standing up to Trump. Sorry, folks, that's not quite what happened. Check the timeline. It was Trump who turned on MTG, not the other way around. It was Trump in May of 2025 who refused to endorse her in the Georgia Senate race, and then refused to endorse her for Georgia governor. And it was only then that MTG started criticizing Israel in the summer of 2025, calling Gaza a genocide, and mildly mildly pushing back against Trump. In fact, right up until the moment she announced she was quitting Congress in November of last year, just 7 months ago, she was publicly proclaiming her love for Donald Trump.
I did not date Donald Trump, but I do love him.
But now she's an anti-Trump warrior, apparently. Okay. Number 3, the pro-MTG leftists say AOC lied about Kamala Harris working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. They are obsessed with this one line, with these 10 words from AOC, and they come from her wildly popular speech at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in August of 2024.
She is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Now, it's perfectly acceptable to criticize that line. I did at the time. I interviewed Ilhan Omar, who also criticized that line.
You wouldn't have used that phrase on the debate stage if you were giving a speech.
Because it's not a narrative that, like, it's not a rhetoric that makes any sense, right? Because if you are working tirelessly to end this war, you would start sending them weapons.
AOC shouldn't have said it. She should have done what Bernie Sanders did in his speech to the convention and just called for an immediate ceasefire. That's it. But just for context, though, there were ceasefire negotiations going on at the time in Doha, and the Biden administration...
God, he's so lived up. This is lived up to the max. This is lived up to the max. Like, you don't have to defend AOC on this, okay? It's just... Come on, man. Come on, man. God, he is such a... He is... Look, he is the debate lord. He is the lord of all lords, okay? And yes, part of it is because he's British and he can't help himself. He has to be in the holes. He has to be in the commons. He has to, God, look, it's fine. He is our debate lord, okay? You have to remember that. He is not just a debate lord, he is our debate lord. Mehdi Hasan is the most valuable debate lord, a weapon to be wielded against our enemies, okay? And I guess this is just, it comes with the territory. I mean, he literally wrote a book about debating, okay? That's how much he loves debating. He is the master debater.
Aimed at the time to be close to a ceasefire deal. We now know they were lying, but at the time that was the public line from the US government, from the Biden administration. That's what AOC may have been mistakenly trying to amplify. By the way, do you know what MTG was saying at the same time as AOC was saying that in August of 2024? That Donald Trump, quote, brought world peace as president.
Yeah, I mean, this video is really good, by the way. Like, I know people will just be like, I hate Mehdi Hasan. Like, all the ultras that fucking despise Mehdi Hasan, who will then point to, people that I obviously align with, that I really like and really appreciate, really admire. Because there are a lot of people in the, like, there's two different camps in the anti-Zionist movement, okay? I think Mehdi Hasan is also an anti-Zionist as well. I don't think it's a crazy thing to say. But there is the people that push the limits of the permission structure, which Mehdi does in many respects in these liberal circles. But people who will defend the Palestinian resistance, defend the anti-imperialist resistance, regardless of whatever their domestic policy, like their insane domestic policy might be, right? And there are people who don't go to that length, and I think Mehdi is he doesn't take it to that standard, right? There's also obviously the whole Western Empire's enemies are also worthy of scrutiny, which I scrutinize them as well, but not to the liking of liberals. When I talk about China, Mehdi isn't a crank and he talks in liberal language. Okay, are you saying I'm a crank then? The fuck? I can talk in liberal language. I can talk liberalese. I talk liberalese all the time. It's a little bit hurtful. Am I a fucking crank? What the fuck? Come on, go on. Go on. Go on, chatter.
Liberal.
No, not you, like a gray zone guy. Okay, fair. You're conversational in liberalism. Mehdi is fluent. Okay, true. True. Liberalism is it comes natural to Mehdi Hasan. Liberalese. I can talk liberal too. I can talk liberalese. I talk liberalese all the time. I would say I'm bilingual. It's not my first language. For Mehdi, liberalese is his first language. I think that's the difference. He is definitely far better than me at liberalese. Are you kidding me? You have a very noticeable communist accent when you speak liberalese. I don't. I speak a little liberalese. I'm even fluent. I'm fluent in Hog. I'm more fluent in Hog than Mehdi is. Okay. What the fuck is a communist accent? Communist accent is when you say the words proletariat, lumpenprole, reactionary. That's the communist accent slipping out. Like, it's hard to drop some of the communist accent. I do that all the time. Means of production, dialectics.
MTG was pushing the line that Trump
Bourgeoisie,
would be
adventurism. Even something like class consciousness, alienation, petite bourgeoisie.
And Harris pro-war. How did that work out? Should we ask the parents of 120 murdered?
When a liberal says something so worker phobic, you just have to hit him with the lumpenprole stare.
Iranian school children. But of course, MTG gets a pass on all of this from some of these terminally online leftists. I do not know why. Now, should AOC apologize for...
Yeah, using propaganda as a neutral term. That's another one. That's a big one. Liberals hate that. Okay? Oh my God. Those whose only language and first language is liberalese fucking lose their minds whenever you use the OG adoption of the term propaganda as a neutral term. Oh my Lord. They fucking lose it. Okay? They lose it. It's a slur in liberalese. Yes. Regime, there's another one.
She said in August 2024. Maybe. But I suspect it wouldn't satisfy her online critics. They'll never give her any credit for anything. Earlier this week, the Georgia State Representative, Palestinian-American Raman, who was supposed to be the Palestinian speaker on stage at the Democratic National Convention until she was blocked, said AOC back then reached out to her at the convention to try and help get her on stage. Her team pushed for a Palestinian speaker hard. A week later, her team sent out a fundraising email for us so we can have a little security and more staff support. Again, we didn't ask, they just helped. But here's what really bothers me. AOC is supposed to apologize for one line in a speech 2 years ago, while MTG gets welcomed into the anti-war leftist Big Tent while not having to apologize for a decade of hate, bigotry, extremism, conspiracism, for defending January the 6th insurrectionists, for denying climate change, for supporting the killing of Nancy Pelosi. Some of her supporters, like Glenn Greenwald, say MTG has apologized for many of her prior views, which just isn't true. MTG has talked vaguely about a blanket apology, but has never actually apologized to Omar, or to Tlaib, or to Pelosi, or to Zoran Mamdani and Muslim Americans for posting this just last...
This hits hard. June 25th, 2025. Yo, this in some ways, this convo is a little bit of a, you know how we say like black people's business? This is like a little bit of a Muslim people's business convo as well, because there's like a lot of people who saw this and were like, yeah, that's crazy. And then there were a lot of people who in the Ummah love when a white racist person of Christian faith fucking says we have to do something about Israel. They fucking love that shit. Okay? They don't give a fuck. I will say it will be a nuclear bomb if Marjorie Taylor Greene in any way, shape, or form defends Islam or Muslim people. The discourse will be fucking unbearable. I didn't even want to speak this into existence because it might happen at some point. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh no. Because like the Ummah rides for Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson for that reason. Because they haven't just defended Palestinians. They've also taken it one step further. They have literally defended against Islamophobia. Okay? That coming from a white racist person or even a black racist person of Christian background that has any sort of any sort of motion formerly or presently amongst the Republican movement. Oh, dude, you don't understand. You don't fucking understand. And I can't even shit on these people too much because who's out there defending against Islamophobia? Who's out there defending Muslims? Not that many people are doing that. So people are so fucking desperate for anyone who will come out and be like, why are we fucking shitting on Muslims? They're so desperate for it that they crave it. So when they hear it, they never forget. If you're woke and you're doing it, though, it just doesn't have that same oomph. Right?
Year, or to AOC herself. The sheer absurdity of people online saying AOC shouldn't...
Yeah, Tucker's entire career is about how Muslims want to kill and replace you, and then he says we shouldn't criticize other faiths like Islam once, and it's like a H-bomb went off on the entire Ummah. I know it's desperation for crumbs, but please, we need to be less gullible. Yeah, it's incredible. A guy who has been in favor of annihilating Muslims overseas and also annihilating the Muslims that live here for most of his career, and still to a certain degree will say we gotta deport them, right? Yeah, I don't know if CDE is a part of the Ummah. He just dropped a sneaky we in there.
Have criticized MTG last week, and that MTG is now the victim here, ignoring the fact that in 2019 an unhinged MTG stalked AOC outside her office in Congress.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I'm an American citizen. I pay your salary through the taxes that you collect from me through the IRS because I'm a tax-paying citizen of the United States. If you want to be a big girl, you need to get rid of your diaper and come out and be able to talk to the American citizens.
In 2020, when first running for Congress, MTG posted a picture of herself holding a gun next to the faces of AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib. In 2021, MTG helped incite an insurrection that could have gotten AOC killed. But hey, why isn't AOC being nicer to MTG? Here's the good news, though. Much of this deranged and dishonest anti-AOC vitriol is happening online. And sorry to break it to you, but Twitter isn't real life. This very same week that some very terminally online and very loud leftists were dumping on perhaps the most viable, charismatic and pro-Palestinian left-wing potential presidential candidate of my lifetime, a new poll came out asking Democratic voters who they'd pick as their 2028 presidential nominee. And guess who was at the top of their list? AOC. But look, whether she runs or not, whether she wins or not, whether you like her or not, the most important point I hope you take away from this video is that if you think AOC, a proud socialist, someone who Trump and Vance and Fox and Rupert Murdoch are obsessed with taking down, if you think she is somehow less progressive, less moral, less worthy of your support than MTG, a woman who, yes, has finally come round to supporting Palestine over Israel, I'm glad she has, but continues to deny the 2020 election, to deny climate change, to demonize vaccines, to call for the arrest of Dr. Fauci, as she did again just
What online leftists are rallying behind MTG? I've only seen Ryan Grimm vaguely gesture at it. Oh, thank God. Okay, this means that this video was good. That fluent liberalese speaker Mehdi Hasan had made such great points that people are not defending this. Okay, this is a retreat. Okay, thank God. It worked. Okay, good. I'm glad. Holy shit.
This week to demonize LGBTQ people, who has never apologized for her long track record of smearing Muslims, migrants, Palestinians, student protesters, socialist members of Congress, of supporting Elon Musk and Doge as they gutted foreign aid, including for the Palestinians just last year, who has consistently opposed allowing Palestinian refugees from coming into the US. If you as a leftist think she is better than AOC in any way, then I think you need help. Or at least you maybe just need to go touch grass. Did you like
I've lost a few longtime online friends over this issue this week. Yeah, I don't know. The standards are completely out of fucking whack. That's my point, right? We got a situation monitoring needing to be done. What is the situation? It's a small but very loud group of people, okay? That's what it is. It's a small but very loud group of people. And a small but very loud group of people can actually manipulate discourse in a fairly spectacular fashion. And it's unbelievably frustrating because, like, I eat it from sometimes the same exact group of people. The same exact group of people that will turn around and say, I'm a fucking Zionist or I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. Is hard. AOC obviously has a lot more prestige with liberals than I do, and I ever will, right? And, you know, that's never going to be the case for me. But Ollie says, Carlson and MTG didn't turn on Israel because of a moral awakening, but the liberal explanation that they're just anti-Semites is unconvincing. Yeah, that's why I don't do that, for the record. They see where the right's going and they want to get out in front. Carlson was early on the Trump train for the same reasons. Here's early off it. Yeah, if you noticed, whenever I talk about Tucker Carlson, I say, like, you know, he has a lot of allegiances and associations with anti-Semites and whatnot, but he will never say it himself personally. Because he's too smart to come out and say it out loud. But I'm not, I won't say Tucker Carlson is anti-Israel because he's anti-Semitic. Like, I'm willing to entertain the notion that both Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is has been anti-Semitic in the past, could have had a come to Jesus moment, if you will, with all of the death and destruction that they saw. Maybe they genuinely were disturbed by Israel's actions. That could be the case, right? But I'll tell you this much. If I talked about Israel and Zionism in the way that Tucker Carlson talks about it, you guys would shoot me with a fucking gun, okay? You would go to the nearest Walmart, purchase an AR-15, and come and shoot me in the fucking head. Tucker Carlson still to this day says he loves Israel. So ask yourself why you give him so much charity that you don't give to someone like myself or to someone like even AOC. It's aesthetics at the end of the day. Right? I like Hasan, but he's a dick to his chat, and it's cringe when he turns it off thinking he's cooking. He's got narcissist problems. I still want socialism, though. Okay. Well, thank you, brave warrior, for overcoming your anger and resentment towards me because you think I turned off chat just because you don't see it on screen like a fucking baby. Like a baby who lacks object permanence. Like, chat's not turned off. It's on. It's just not on screen. Okay. But that's cool. I agree with him. You're mean to chat. Sometimes chat deserves being mean to. Let's be real. Anyway. All right. Where were we? What was I going to talk about? There was some Israel controversy with Eurovision once again. Israel is destroying Eurovision, which, you know, as Americans, we might not care about that much, which is fine. I certainly don't care about it all that much. Even though I grew up in Turkey and you know, obviously watched a good deal of Eurovision when I was growing up. It gave us epic sax guy. No, it gave us a lot. What does the fox say? Dun, 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 dun. Right? This stream is my mini American zoo. You're so fascinating. Yeah. Well, Israel is basically destroying Eurovision, okay? Straight up. Eurovision is so, just like FIFA, Eurovision is so beholden to allowing Israel do laundering of their genocide and whitewashing and propaganda. They're so beholden to defending Israel and Israel's interests that they are willing to nuke the entire thing.
Eurovision is a European phenom. Each May, millions tune in, cheer for their favourite singing act and complain about the voting. But this year, it's not just divided, it's deeply divisive. During Tuesday's semi-final...
Yes, they do cheat. They cheat. Israel cheats on Eurovision. They have every single fucking year. Eurovision obviously banned Russia, but wouldn't ban Israel. Israel it doesn't even touch the European continent, by the way. It's more so about it's more so about television channels, I think.
Israel's act faced protesters attempting to disrupt the performance.
I heard, first of all, in the beginning, a lot of booing, and it's fine. It's part of the thing. And a few seconds passed, and I got a huge wave of unforgettable love and support.
Yeah, Israel cheats all the time. They cheated. They cheated during the Olympics. They cheat during the Eurovision, like telephone messaging. New York Times actually had reporting on this. People would say, "Oh, Hasan, you're being anti-Semitic for claiming Israel cheated." Yeah, bitch. We know they did now. Okay, we know, and they do it all the time. They never get punishment for it. And the reality of the matter is, Eurovision should ban Israel. They did a fucking genocide. They are also an apartheid state. What the fuck are we talking about? Israel should be banned from FIFA. It should be banned from any kind of like international sporting events. It should be banned from Eurovision. It should be banned from everything until it stops doing the things that it's doing, until it stops being an apartheid state, until it stops doing a genocide, until it stops blowing up every fucking neighboring country. But the reality of the matter is nobody gives a fuck about Muslims. Nobody gives a fuck about Arabs. Okay, European liberals who claim to care about this shit don't actually care about it at all. And that's precisely the reason why Israel doesn't receive a fraction of the smoke that it deserves that Russia has received, right? It's valid to ban Russia from participating in these competitions, but it's unbelievably more valid to ban Israel in the same exact for the same exact reasons. How do they cheat? Oh, it's they spam phone message votes.
Years since the October 7th Hamas attacks, Israel's war in Gaza, its treatment of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, and the current conflict in Lebanon has prompted 5 countries to boycott the competition. Slovenia, Ireland and Spain will not even broadcast tonight's event. Once known for its escapism, Eurovision has long been a political flashpoint. Russia was banned after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And rumors have flown.
The other reason why Israel should be banned, I think, from Eurovision is because they're dog shit. Yeah, I'll say it. I don't really listen to a lot of music, but what's the lady, the famous one, you know who I'm talking about. I don't want to say the famous Israeli lady. I don't want to say what her noticeable physical qualities are. So, you know, you'll figure it out. Yeah, this is Israel should have been barred from competition when this came out. Okay.
Everybody come, everybody come, everybody come, everybody come, everybody come, everybody come to the upper house. Feel it, feel the vibe, feel it, feel the energy, feel it, feel the city, feel it, feel the location, feel it, feel the vibe, feel it, feel the energy, feel it, feel the city, feel it, feel the location, feel it, feel the vibe, feel it, feel the energy, feel it, feel the city, feel it, feel the location. Now
I am from Israel and this is my kind of music. I love this music. I make everyone listen to this music. This is great artist from Tel Aviv. There's more.
And do you think God gave you? Not sucking like Bruce Lee. Better write this down. 978, gonna make you brand new. Don't know somebody. I'm a motherfucking CEO. Alright, higher when they hit me low. And I got this presidential glow. Don't you know I'm in the shot? Don't you know I'm in the shot?
Is there anything that Israel produces that's not a war crime? Actually. Okay, I'll take her word for it. I'll stop. Anyway, so that's Israel. That's Israel. Yeah, best music. Israel invented music. Okay.
In previous years, that the Israeli government influences the results, promoting a mass voting campaign. NBC News asked the Israeli government about those claims. We have not heard back. Tonight's final may see more protests.
I do not like the double standard that Israel is being held to. We are all kind of on the same opinion against Russia, and I think international law should be applied in the same way.
Events here in the Middle East impacting politics across Europe, and even an event once designed to unite. And Laura, there's been tension here in Jerusalem just this week in southern Lebanon. There continue to be clashes, and that standoff between Iran, the US and Israel continues. The longer this goes on, the more it will send shockwaves around the world. Laura?
With no signs of ending, Keir Simmons, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on...
Behind the results may be a careful...
Did Israel tip the Eurovision 2025 results? New York Times reports delves into voting data. The answer is unbelievably anti-Semitic, of course. How dare you? How dare you say Israel cheat? Everyone loves Israel. Everyone loves Israel and also its music. Oh, it's a small state, size of New Jersey. How dare you? How dare you say Israel not number one? New York Times. More like Hamas Times. Hamas, you are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one right now. Say Israel high. Sorry.
Coordinated campaign. That's what a report from the New York Times alleges after journalists accessed voting data leading to Yuval Raphael's score in last year's edition. They found that in some countries, mobilising just a few hundred voters would have been enough to win the Spanish vote. And using data from Spain, where Israel's entry placed first in the popular vote, the New York Times found that Yuval Raphael secured an overwhelming win, taking a third of all votes, with 5 times as many votes as runners-up Ukraine. This despite numerous polls showing that the Spanish public was deeply critical of Israel's government and its war on Gaza. With Eurovision allowing people to vote up to 20 times, support groups as well as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu encouraged people to cast the maximum 20 votes permitted by spreading messages online. With those rules in mind, 482 voters would have been enough to beat Ukraine and claim the popular vote in Spain. Raphael finished second overall in the song contest, and Eurovision has now banned excessive promotion, with votes reduced to a maximum of 10 per person. That didn't stop Israel's 2026 contestant, Noam Betan, from putting out videos calling on people to vote 10 times for Israel.
The stadium full with people.
The Israeli delegation was told by Eurovision officials to remove the videos and put an end to the practice.
How dare you? Are you hiding Hamas in your bunker? Huh? Yeah, I have this report that says Eurovision has a bunker for Hamas. Eurovision is Hamas vision.
If ever there was a visualisation of divided Britain, it could be found in London today. Tens of thousands gathered at 2 opposing protests, each mirroring the country's growing fault lines. marching towards Parliament Square, the Nationalist Unite the Kingdom rally.
Yeah, in 2024, when Joost Klein, a vocal anti-Zionist, was slated to win Eurovision, he got kicked from the competition because an Israeli reporter accused him of pushing her. In the entire history of the competition, he's the only contestant to have ever been expelled during the semifinals. Mind you, the Israeli delegation was following him around and making fun of his dead parents during the entire event. Yes. I tweeted that. I tweeted that he also happened to have the most like Eurovision, the most like appropriate, the most Eurovision song of all time. Okay. And they fucking barred him. such a strange group of people, man. I love hardcore. It's my favorite. Oh, it's so hardcore. The American mind will never understand. Yes. Hardcore to the mega. All the way hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Anyway. I think is cute. I do think it's cute. Is there something cute about it? I don't know. This is not hardcore at all, Lamau. Don't get me wrong. Hardcore is fucking shit, but this is definitely not this. But I get it. Jokes are allowed. Okay, thank you. What? This was a breakthrough with a German artist? Oh, Ski Agu. Ski Agu is the one that talks about ripping coke lines, right? Ski Agu. My Name is Ski Agu. And I'm here to say, I forget what it is, but he has like a, doesn't he have like a, he's the German techno guy.
Das fiese Leben, das ist einfach simpel. Heineken, Rotwein und paar Berliner Kindle. Gabber hab ich schön gehört, dazu krieg noch ne Windel. Ich fühle mich wie Gigi.
Bro, they beat your... Dude, these haircuts are also directed at gunpoint by the European Union Commission, okay? They spent all of their defense money on making sure that they have a standing military that will beat you to death if you don't have a fuck-ass haircut. This is DDR music. Okay, I'm clowning on them, but like I do actually appreciate these guys. They have very good politics for the most part, for the record, and they're cool. I like them. I don't understand them, but I like them from afar. Also, it is funny because like this is just a song that's been sped up, right? Like this is a different Friesjong is a different song. They just sped it up and then they rap over it. Yeah, this is the Ski Agu guy. The Ski Agu guy who what's his most famous song? His song was super viral on his song went supernova on fucking TikTok. Is it Partizana? Is that the one? Is this the one? The one where the girl is talking about sucking his dick and doing coke off his dick. This is like Techno Cotton Eye Joe. You just described a lot of, DDR music. Joost Klein also released a song a few weeks ago about capitalism, which he used art to make multiple real artists for the music video. What's the Ski Agu song, man? Stop sending me other songs. Send me the song that I want to hear. The one that I'm asking for is... This is the original Friesjong song? Yeah. Anyway, and then Englishman in New York, Sting. I'm an Englishman in New York. Okay, is it Deutschland? It's just called Deutschland? God damn, you guys fucking love all of this shit. No, I'm not referring to Techno Viking. This is the one I think I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, this is the song I was thinking of. It actually goes kind of hard. You see, you start listening to this. You start listening to this shit for a little bit longer than you should, and you start digging it, okay? No, but Here, let's look at the video. Let's look at the video.
Deutschland säuft krank, Westen oder Osten. Alle Atzen natzen.
Alle Fotzen rotzen. Deutschland säuft krank. Niemand hier ist trocken. Hol den Sekt raus, Papi, und dann lass es poppen.
Deutschland säuft krank, Westen oder Osten. Alle Atzen natzen.
Alle Fotzen rotzen. Deutschland säuft krank. Niemand hier ist trocken. Hol den Sekt raus, Papi, und dann lass es poppen.
Freitag Germany, ich bin für alles offen. Bin ein Westberliner und heute feier ich im Osten. Stick reinkloppen, benommen, hab was genommen. Jeder, der kommen will, ist willkommen.
Jagu!
Ich bin ein Snowboarder, ich fahr auf fette Bretter ab, frag Panne bei den DJ, ob er was von
They're
dem
drinking and driving.
verzerrt mit meinem besten Bra.
This wasn't the song I was thinking of, though. There was another song. What is this? I don't listen to music, but knows about this bullshit stolen from another chatter. No, there's another Ski Agu and Ikimel song that I was thinking of, but it's not. Here's the other song you're looking for. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. When mom finds the poop sock better. What is this? No, this. Stop sending me Quando! Fuck! Fuck you! Fuck Quando! And fuck you! God damn. Oh my God. Everyone's got their own little fucking mixtape in the chat. Everyone's like, oh, dude, it's my time to shine. Hasan is finally listening to music. Let me show him my favorite song. I'm looking for a specific fucking song, man. I'm looking for a specific fucking song.
With me, I'm learning German.
Is it this one? Let me look at his most popular song. Is it Partizan? No, it's not Partizan. Fuck. Is this it? No, it's not. Die Linke is a disgrace. I know. The red faction was on some real shit, okay? They were a little crazy, but they had the right mindset. Perhaps right too early. Especially when you look at what has happened to Germany post reunification. Apparently, both her and Ski Agu canceled their U.S. tour due to the political situation. As an Arab resident of Berlin, the politics here is a joke. I'm surprised that you're even allowed to be an Arab resident of Berlin still. I mean, your existence is anti-Semitism, obviously, and therefore you must be deported. Sorry. Remigration. I apologize. I used the wrong term. We don't say deportation, yeah. We say remigration, yeah. That is the right thing to say in order to defend against the anti-Semitism. And Berlin is so dangerous, yeah. The anti-Semitism. How many Arabs and how many Muslims are walking in the streets? Have you seen it? Yes, we must preserve the fatherland. I think Germany still want to win football matches. Yeah. For a normal Chinese, I'm amazed by all of the drugs that got promoted in Western music. You guys are wondering why there's so much drug-related problems. That is for a normal Chinese. Chinese netizens shocked that there is promotion of drugs in Western culture and music. Poland W. Did you see this from Eurovision? It's awesome.
In Israel?
Natalia. Oh, that's awesome. No, she said, Oh, that's funny. I lived in Germany since he was 2 months, and last year gained German citizenship. Now he's been stripped of it because of pro-Palestinian Instagram posts in a disturbing legal case that points to the rise of citizenship on probation. Okay, all right. Well, let's not talk about modern Germany. It's the AfD leads with over 7% over CDU. It's going to be grim, dark in Germany. Pretty fucked up, to be honest. Germany, aside from, oh my God, Equator Mag wrote about it. An exhaustive account of Germany's relentless philo-Semitic repression, which has not been slowed by Gaza or Iran or Lebanon, and increasingly demonizes Jews and Palestinians and anyone who criticizes memory culture gone mad. Dude, watch this space, okay? German philo-Semitism, there are going to be a million think pieces on this shit. When I heard firsthand accounts from a Jewish friend, a Jewish anti-Zionist friend, who had actually gone to Berlin, and his like experiences, it was shocking. Okay, it shocked me to the core. But yes, the greatest comparison, the greatest analog is white Americans and the way they treat the indigenous people, like, you know, the native culture and the cultural artifacts that exist all over like white Christian American culture. The idea that you're like, oh, you know, a quarter percentage native, you know, that's Germans do that for Jewish people to a certain degree. Very, very strange. Yep, a German professor made a video about Germany's guilt politics, not about guilt, but rather to shame others, especially immigrants, for not sharing their imperial politics. Guilt Pride, a German vanity project conquering the world. Germany was not fully liberated. Yeah, only half. And then they punished the half that was liberated endlessly for it. Oh my God, I'm saying so many things that people are going to get mad at me for. Okay, let's just move on. What is this? Jewish Telegraph Agency. James Talerico won't campaign with Democrat House candidate who wants to open a prison for American Zionists. Maureen Galindo is facing a primary runoff in her San Antonio area district. James Talerico, this anti-Semitic rhetoric has no place in our politics. We need leadership on both parties willing to stand up and call out hate wherever it rears its ugly head. What? There's a Democratic House candidate who wants an open prison for American Zionists? What the fuck? Maureen Galindo, the housing activist and conspiracy theorist who rants about billionaire Zionists, have defined her pursuit of a... I don't know. Don't say based. There's usually more to it. Sometimes they say things like that, but then they also say, other things as well. Hold on. Let's fucking listen to what else she has said before you jump to defending a person. It could be cool. She could be cool. She could be insane. Okay? Calm down, everybody.
Legalize comedy.
It's God damn, dude. Talerico's campaign confirmed to JTA he would not campaign with Galindo if she wins her May 26th. What the fuck is up with this website? I can't scroll down. Why can't I scroll up or down on this? Okay, there it is. Forceful rebuke of an outsider candidate was quickly personified in extreme anti-Semitic rhetoric among Democrats as the party caught up in hopes in a blue wave. Galindo, a sex and family therapist and a single mother who rose to local prominence after fighting a proposed redevelopment project affecting her affordable housing, so far spent around $11,000 on her campaign, yet she came in first in the 31st District's heated Democratic primary march with 29.9% of the vote. Her runoff opponent, Sheriff's Deputy Johnny Garcia, received 27% of the vote. The third and fourth place finishers. Wait, what? We should do everything humanly possible to end all genocidal behavior in all parts of the world. Okay, I kind of like that. In all caps. What is permitted against the most marginalized sets the standard for us all. We must stop funding Israel with billions of American workers' tax dollars every year. Instead, we can invest that money into stronger America. Okay, what's the rub? Okay, there's got to be something. There's got to be a pivot. There's no way that this person is just good across the board. Okay, there's just no way. There's got to be something. Environment, immigration, ISIS is an institution of terror. It must be dismantled in its entirety for the future of all Americans. Oh my God. Why are you saying she's insane? She's actually anti-Semitic, the first actual leftist anti-Semite. She's insane. Yeah, what has she said about Jews? Let's look at that. For you, they're pro-guns. You think I give a fuck that a Texas candidate is pro-guns? What are you, insane? I haven't watched this, but his video's in the description. Maureen Galindo, a sex therapist who led a Democratic House primary in Texas' 35th District, forcing a runoff later. I mean, this is John Levine from Washington Free Beacon. He's one of my ops. Forcing a runoff, has attacked Jews who own Hollywood as members of the synagogue. Oh, come on. God damn it. Can't have anything nice, you know?
In a Cornerstone Church in San Antonio, Texas, and how it's possible that because of him, the whole situation in Gaza is as bad as it is right now. And I can't believe I'm saying this is stuff that I talk about personally, but never on this platform. But it's time to get into it, apparently. I didn't expect this, but it's time to talk about spiritual warfare. So what does all of this Gaza peace plan, their obsession with peace right now, have to do with San Antonio? On one of my posts about John Hagee, somebody who used to go to Cornerstone Church left this comment. I could never understand his obsession with Israel until I read one of his books. He's so obsessed with the rapture.
Okay, to be fair, John Hagee is a cornerstone of televangelism in Texas and is actually insane, for the record. You get a lot more bandwidth when you're fucking John Hagee because you're pro-Israel and probably one of the most pro-Israel people on the planet aside from like Mike Huckabee. Okay, a demon. John Hagee is a fucking demon. Some of his choice quotes, for those of you who are wondering, is he once famously said it was good that the Holocaust happened because it led to the creation of Israel. He also said Hitler was Jewish and he brought about the Holocaust. I think he said Hitler was part Jewish, was the Antichrist, and brought about the Holocaust just so Israel could take shape. So in 2021, she supported a law to allow residents of her state to legally shoot squirrels if they were on their property. What the fuck is a Rick Astley clip? Thank you for being a fucking boomer and trying to poop sock me, boomer style.
Sure. With the rapture. That's what all of this is about. And wants to see it happen in his lifetime. It's not just John Hagee. This is.
She was outraised 100 times. And she was only endorsed by Track APAC. Greg Kazar endorsed her opponent. She received the most amount of votes, least amount of money spent. What's the analysis? It's Texas. It's Texas, baby. I think the lesson to be learned here is if you want deep red districts or deep red states to turn deep blue, you're not supposed to actually run people who cave and capitulate on social issues. You're supposed to run cranks. Okay? You're supposed to actually do the horseshoe theory, which is not real at all. But in this circumstance, the one unique circumstance where it might be. Okay? We might have actually stumbled upon an actual ACP Patsock, patriotic socialist. Yeah. You just need to let it ride. Okay? As a Texan, what you're saying is that this is my time to shine. You just have to like bludgeon yourself in the head a couple times without losing sight of your main objective, soldier. An ad for her by Lead Left PAC, the group suspected of GOP meddling in Dem primaries, is up to $343,000 in spending to boost Maureen Galindo in Texas 35 runoff per a new FEC filing. Here's an ad the group is running online touting Galindo's call to abolish ICE.
Something different. Maureen Galindo.
I think ICE shouldn't exist. We need to eliminate ICE completely.
She's the only candidate who will stop Trump and ICE. Maureen Galindo will fight for us.
Wow, what an interesting race. San Antonio Democratic congressional candidate Maureen Galindo is facing heat after an article and an op-ed, both appearing over the weekend in New York Times, accused her of spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on social media. In response to the reports, Galindo doubled down on her rhetoric, telling The Current in a conversation Tuesday that she's not anti-Semitic, but instead is taking a stand against the cabal of Zionist billionaire Jews that controls the world. Oh, buddy. Yeah, that's a bit much, okay? That's a bit much, okay? That's maybe you fell off the deep end a little bit on the dark woke side, okay? She was like, no, I'm saying, I'm not even saying Zionist billionaires. I'm saying Zionist billionaire Jews specifically. I would like to... That's crazy. It's all very complex, but it's my perception that Zionist billionaires run the world, Galindo said. They're of all religions, but especially Israeli Jewish billionaire Zionists who disproportionately and factually own a lot of Hollywood production studios, media companies, and banks. Oh, no. Galindo told The Current she has no hatred towards any group except the billionaire Zionists and their puppets. Hey, man. The accusations and Galindo's response are the latest chapters in one of the most bizarre political stories this election season. The self-proclaimed sex therapist and housing advocate ran an underdog populist campaign to represent Texas' redrawn 35th district, which includes parts of San Antonio. Despite her fringe rhetoric and meager funding, she ended up in the Democratic primary runoff against Johnny Garcia, a former Bayard County Sheriff's Department public information officer. Galindo said she didn't read either of the New York Times pieces, which hit the streets as her May 26 runoff looms. However, she said she suspects Zionist Jews and their collaborators are behind the so-called hit pieces. Her old tweets are insane. What? Is this actually her? Dude, what the fuck? Is this actually her, or are you fucking with me? Yeah, I don't think it's her. I think Chatter was you're almost at the good part. Keep reading the article. There's a better part than this. The claim appears to dovetail sentiment she shared in a Facebook video last fall cited by the Times, in which she warned that Jews and Christian Zionists are trying to bring about the end days via their control of Hollywood. Wait, what? So she also believes the rapture? How is this? What the fuck? She believes the rapture, but also doesn't. It was not her. Wait, what? Sorry for spreading misinformation. Dude, fuck you guys, man. Come on. Why do you do that? Jesus Christ. Anyway, in her remarks to The Current, Galindo said that the Zionists are trying to sabotage her candidacy so that her opponent, Garcia, can retain control of Bayard County's human trafficking networks, which, according to Galindo, are controlled by the Zionist billionaire Jews. That's why we have so many blue dog Democrats here, Galindo said. The billionaire Zionists who own this area and the trafficking networks need to maintain control over it. They're also infiltrating our local governments, the Israeli billionaire Zionists. So I think it's important to expose that and call it out. Oh my God, she's going to win. Oh my God, I think she's going to win. I mean, I haven't seen a single poll, but I have a theory. Okay, I have a theory that the more insane you are, this is like blue Candace Owens. Her whole thing is doubling down on every statement they ask her about. New Democratic candidate and sex therapist Maureen Galindo tells the Post she stands by her comments calling for opponent Johnny Garcia to be tried for treason over his support for Israel. Yes, in fact, as soon as I'm elected, I'll start the process of having all American candidates and elected officials who knowingly accepted Israeli-affiliated money tried for treason. Oh my God, she's going to win. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have Marjorie Taylor. We have Maureen Galindo Blue. Marjorie Taylor Blue, not Marjorie Taylor Greene. You had Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now welcome Marjorie Taylor Blue. Oh my God. Oh my God, watch this space. Oh my God. I'm telling you, oh my God, this is... Oh my God, is this the method? Is this how you turn Texas blue? I mean, this person is, I think, objectively not all right. Blue Dog's loving this media cycle. Blexus is real. Monkey's paw curled. Yeah. I don't even know what to say about this story. I was totally oblivious to what was going on. Because on the one hand, she says, end for-profit detention center industrial complex, possibly prosecute all investors for funding crimes against humanity. I don't even... I mean, is she anti... Oh, she's got to be an anti-vaxxer too, right? I mean, this is an undefeated... This is perhaps an untested, but also maybe undefeated meta, okay? Like a tenant organizer who's just batshit fucking crazy. That's definitely a crystal mommy. And most likely, I suspect most likely an anti-vaxxer as well, I assume, right? This is exactly the type of, this is like ACP style, you know what I mean? This is exactly the type of candidate that brings out all the fucking cranks who will then turn around and be like, Hasan, you're not a real socialist, unlike my queen. Okay, in a statement to The Current, Garcia's campaign rejected Galindo's claim, stating that Garcia has never participated in an illegal... Oh, no. Oh, they're making a mistake, too. Oh, the opposition is making a major mistake. Oh, no. They're openly denying the claims. That's going to make people think you did it. Oh, it's over. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, they have no idea how to deal with this kind of thing. Oh, my God. Reducing the very real dangers of human trafficking into an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory directed at Johnny, who has worked to keep the people of this community safe, is a new low for a campaign that's become increasingly untethered from reality and has already denigrated and insulted Latinos. Garcia's campaign said, Johnny is focused on winning this race and creating a more affordable future for families at Texas 35, period. Even so, Galindo released a statement early Wednesday that lobs new accusations against Garcia, this time maintaining he collaborated with Zionists to put immigrants and non-Zionist Jews in detention centers. Johnny Garcia is paid by Zionist terrorism and trafficking, Israel, ICE, and prison industry profits, Galindo wrote. Therefore, Johnny Garcia is being paid to put Jews and Mexicans in concentration camps via Zionist trafficking networks. I'm not kidding when I say this. This is, again, untested, uncharted waters. Okay, this is an untested method being deployed in uncharted waters. I have no idea what the polling looks like, but I can totally understand why she won the primary. She's a Threads user? Oh, no! Oh, no! That's how you know she's crazy. I'm really afraid to see if she follows me or not. I don't want to know if she... I don't want to know. Oh, wow. I turned on Threads and the first thing that popped up is, I know there are legitimate criticisms of Hasan Piker that he's an anti-Semite isn't one of them. Maybe Palestinians should be mass murdered isn't anti-Semitism. Journalist Hasan Piker spoke to me about what inspired him to champion Palestinian humanity. Plus, he defends the New York Times' Nick Kristof. Wait, that's my
Welcome back to the Dino.
This is the Dino Badala show, baby. I did it. Okay, where is it? Let's see. Does she follow me? Does it? Okay, she doesn't follow me. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I was nervous because all this stuff is coming out about me being anti-Semitic today, and I know like younger people like know that that's not real, that Zionism is the real anti-Semitism, but this was like older people and I wasn't sure, and so they all came to me and was like, I was reading about it today, I can't believe they said that about you. It's Israel, they're the Zionists, we're anti-Zionist. I was like, yes, thank you. And I'm just like, so, I mean, I've been getting the most support of any other time that I have had in this campaign. I've been getting the most support about this. 80% of Democrats want nothing to do with Israel. So wouldn't that be crazy if the Democrats of District 35 chose somebody who is Israeli funded, my opponent? Oh, and then I also wanted to say that Greg Casar, Congressman Greg Casar, apparently is a Zionist, and he's supporting my Zionist opponent. We just finished a debate at Pika, and I was...
Why does she talk like that? Is this what... Oh God, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. This might work. She follows Hannah Einbinder, Mark Ruffalo, and Dropsite News. No, she's like, this is... This chatter allegedly knows her. Oh, HasanAbi, that's what you're talking about? Went to high school with her. She seemed pretty chill back then, but the one moment that stands out to me is when I saw her at my local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs feeding crows. She refused to give me any and then stole my chicken nuggets and rolled off on a lime scooter with a crew that jumped out of the bushes. Fuck you, chatter. I'm so confused by her. Confounding runoff. Even though Galindo's claims create new headwinds for her grassroots campaign, many political observers were befuddled that she made it this far. I'm not befuddled that she made it this far. She gets to hit literally the largest group of voters. Okay, conspiracy cranks, which there are many of, especially in Texas, and also people who want to hear someone say that Israel sucks. Stop running fucking candidates that say Israel is good, and you will avoid this problem. Sorry. That's it. Simple solution. Stop running dog shit, centrist fucking liberals who try to pivot to the most appropriate version of liberal Zionism. Okay? I know her. She's an amazing tenant organizer, IRL. A little bit of a crank, for sure. I mean, not a little bit, a lot. Are Texans anti-Israel? Seemingly. This shit does work on my conservative dad. Only turned on MAGA in Israel because Candace Owens said they killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, if the Democratic majority for Israel is involved in this race, that means they're fucking worried. Despite spending less than $10,000 during the primary, Galindo finished first with 29% of the vote. Equally confounding, the race's two losing candidates, John Lira and Whitney Mastermoyes, endorsed her over Garcia. What the fuck? Oh, that's awesome. I think the Democratic Party of Texas and Bayard County in particular maybe should have done more due diligence when it comes to encouraging candidates to run. UT San Antonio political science John Taylor said of the results, it says something when a third and fourth place finishers in this race both endorsed Galindo afterward. That tells me that there's a messaging issue and a political split issue. Oh, Lira released a statement Tuesday afternoon withdrawing his endorsement. Too late. Over the course of the runoff, I've become increasingly troubled by a series of derogatory, inflammatory, conspiratorial statements directed towards Jewish people and other influencers. Lira further noted that Galindo's comments don't reflect his values, adding, there's no place for any kind of rhetoric for individuals seeking public office. The turmoil surrounding Galindo's campaign matters since a number of political observers think Texas' redrawn 35th congressional district could be a winnable for Democrats. The new district, which includes Guadalupe, Wilson, Carnes, blah, 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 swung 10 points for Trump in 2024. However, the district has a large Latino population, which is likely soured on the president. Taylor said, beyond that, rural issues such as data centers and water usage could sway some moderates to the left. Galindo could win the Democratic nomination and then be viewed as a crank, Taylor said. She's so far left that she'll easily be painted by Republicans as being just so out there politically that she's a risk that voters don't want to take. That notion isn't lost on GOP operatives. Yeah, I think between her and possibly a corporate-backed Democrat, she might have a better shot at defeating the Republican in this race. She might have cross-party appeal. I mean this sincerely. I don't think people understand where the public attitude is on these issues. Okay? I don't think people understand that. Like, the Clandonistas will ride at fucking dawn, dude. Abdul and Zoran getting 100x more resistance than her. Well, she's a white woman. Excuse me. That is the most powerful force in American politics. Are you out of your fucking mind? You do not want to invoke the wrath of a white woman, okay?
The thing that evangelicals and Jews in Israel, they want to see the rapture. They want to push the rapture as quick as possible so that they can see this coming.
So I don't get it. Does she also believe in the rapture theory, but she's against the rapture? Like, how does that work? How does that work?
Of Christ. He's written so many books about it, and even came out in the movie Left Behind, one with Kirk Cameron in it. This is a way that like all of the Jews who own Hollywood, they use books and movies to create realities. This is all real. It doesn't matter. I always tell my kids, I'm like, it doesn't matter if you believe in it or not. Other people do, and they're using it. And if you're not at least aware of it, then it controls you. John Hagee is insanely upset that the rapture has not happened yet. It's all he wants to talk about is the rapture.
I can't believe she did this with $10,000 and a dream. I don't think she's for the rapture. She just said end times. Oh, she's not she's mocking Christian Zionists. Okay.
What does this have to do with peace? 2025 doesn't matter. Again, if you believe in what the Bible says or not, they do. And what they see in the Bible is that when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction will come upon them as labor pains upon a pregnant woman, and they shall not escape. Do with all this information as you went, my recommendation.
Like, I think this story is so perfectly demonstrative of like Texas politics. Because she's popular, seemingly popular enough, but also so is John Hagee. Okay. So to the average Texan, is she all that insane? If the other side of the story is John fucking Hagee, who literally thinks, who's agnostic about whether or not, actually, that's not even true. He supportive of the Holocaust, John Hagee, supportive of the Holocaust because it brought about Israel, which will bring about the rapture. You know what I mean? The bottom is fucking falling out over here.
Is always prayers of protection. And also in my...
Are you willing to fundraise for her? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? First of all, she's doing great without me. Okay, that's number one. And number two, do you want me to be assassinated? Like, some of you guys are genuinely fucking insane. Some of you guys hear this shit and you go, that appeals to me because I believe 100% of the things that she's saying. Okay? You have no care or consideration for how things work. You know, let her do her thing. Okay? Some of you guys are really fucking annoying. Genuinely. She sounds different here.
I'm Maureen Galindo. I am running for U.S. Congress, District 35 in Texas. I'm a single mom of 3, a marriage and family therapist, and I've been doing housing justice organizing work for the past 10 years at a grassroots level. In that time, I've helped build 3 tenant unions. The first one of those being Soapworks and Town Center Apartments, now known as Soap Factory. That was my first home as a single mom. I had just finished being homeless, technically, for a few months. I was bouncing around a little bit with my 3 kids, finally got that apartment and learned immediately that we would all be getting displaced because the San Pedro Creek was being built. And so immediately I started talking to all my neighbors and we started organizing. We showed up to so many city meetings, and ultimately what came out of that was, first off, an understanding that government investment in projects can displace the residents around it. So we have to be careful with that. And then they created a rent relief policy. That rent relief policy I fought my way inside of, forced participatory policy-making processes so that we could oversee the distribution of the funds and make sure it wasn't just being given away, but that it was being ethically distributed, and that we could get feedback on what displacement is like to create more systemic solutions than just rent relief. And now what's happening with Soapworks Apartments is that billionaire Graham Weston is kicking everybody out and demolishing it all for some luxury high-rises of his and a minor league baseball stadium. All of this either on our tax dollar or else he doesn't have to pay any taxes for it. I've also been doing organizing work with Tenants Union of San Antonio, TUSA, that is all public housing residents, and primarily for the past 7 years we've been advocating for safety and security on all public housing properties because the way that they get treated is pretty awful. And the way that Opportunity Home San Antonio spends so much of its time developing private property is a big problem. And so the platform that I'm running on is getting millionaires and billionaires out of government contracts so that the power can be taken from them and given to the people, primarily through participatory methods, which involves including people.
I don't understand how she can have, like, I've just never encountered something like this where there's like certain things that she says where I'm like, oh my God, that's awesome. And then other things that she says where I'm like, oh my God, that's insane. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. She puts the socialism and socialism of fools. Yeah, kind of. You don't know enough hippie white women? That's true. I actually don't know where the hippie white ladies are at. I thought a lot of the hippie white women turned Republican.
All right, please say and spell your first and last name.
Maureen Galindo, MaureenGalindo.
Okay. First question. What message are you sending voters in Congressional District 35?
That we have a bunch of million.
She hit the dumbass. They're not even Semites line. Like, what the fuck? Have the wine moms learned Khazar theory? She's like, Jews are Turks. Everybody knows that. They're not even Semites.
Millionaires and billionaires who have bought out all of our politicians and are creating all of our policy and using all of our tax money to further enrich themselves. And what my intention is to stop.
No, hippie white women are evenly distributed across the political spectrum. A lot of them turned post-COVID. A lot of them turned into Marjorie Taylor Greene post-COVID. This one turned Marjorie Taylor Blue. I think if I'm going to be frank, this is a class issue. She just doesn't have the advanced education like you to be aware of anti-Semitic tropes and how to be careful when discussing Zionism. To her, she's discussing the world as she sees it in her algorithms. I think she's guileless and doesn't understand the history. Oh, for sure.
Allowing those millionaires and billionaires and corporations to get away with not paying taxes.
But I also do think that she's definitely subscribing to some crazy theories, for sure.
And to get away with taking all of our tax money and put that tax money back into investing in America.
Okay. And so how does the newly drawn district map impact your campaign?
I mean, it's brand new. It's a brand new district now, you know, so it's open, and that impacts everything in a huge way because it creates the opportunity for all of us to have a fair chance to represent it. Except and until one of the candidates got $300,000 from a Republican Democrat PAC, super PAC, and a bunch of money apparently from Israel too. And so it was cool because it's a brand new district. And so everybody seemingly had a fair opportunity. But now that one of the candidates is just able to put out his name a gazillion times with all of that money, it doesn't make it fair and democratic anymore. So, yeah.
Okay. And so what are the biggest issues that you're hearing from voters on the campaign trail?
Affordability, that people aren't able to get by, that they see the millionaires and billionaires corrupting our government, and that they can acknowledge that that's the reason for our affordability crisis, is because our politicians don't represent us any longer.
Okay. And the last question, what sets you apart from your opponents?
I think a lot of things. It's my fearlessness first and foremost, is that I
Oh, she is fearless. She is utterly devoid of fear.
do not play around with any social politics games. I'm in it for the constituents, for District 35. And so it can be guaranteed that what I say that my intention is to do is exactly what I'm going to do. And there's not going to be any outside influence trying to change my mind about that. But also is that I am a psychologist. I have 2 master's degrees in psychology fields, community psychology and marriage and family therapy, and my bachelor's is in sociology. I really think that this is my greatest weapon because I can see the psychology behind all of the corruption that's going on. I can see the psychology behind how even the most well-intentioned politicians get into office and then they kind of get swept up into these mainstream narratives of what they're supposed to be.
Oh my gosh, she is literally Professor Jiang. She's Professor Jiang. It's like, it's incredible. It's like the 80-20 rule with Professor Jiang. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. In 2022, she operated the astrology-themed Cosmic Kinks Tarot in Bayard County, Texas, where she offered kinky birth chart readings and live tarot therapy, empower individuals with the exploration of their sexuality, spirituality, and the stars, Daily Mail reported. It's like she was made in a lab. I'm not kidding. I think the Republicans don't know what kind of forces that they're disrupting here. I don't think, if the Republicans think that they can Pied Piper her, and then like skirt off into an easy victory here in this district, they are not going to say anything. These are forces beyond my control. I'm not going to say anything at all. Okay? I'm not saying a single damn thing about this race. That's it. I think for the first time ever, I think Republicans are a little bit out of touch with winning elections in ways that Democrats often are out of touch in their electoral calculations. Okay? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. She's in San Antonio. She's a perfect representation of San Antonio. Yeah. This is not, I'm not giving an endorsement or anything. I'm just, we'll just, this is a monitoring from afar, from an arm's distance type of situation. That is not a representation of San Antonio. Is it? Is it not? Yeah, it's a 80-20 situation. Oh my God, it's already working in my chat. There's hella people in my chat that are like, dude, just read her policy papers, dude. She's actually fucking brilliant. Like, yeah, I'm telling you, 80-20, Professor Chong style, okay? 80% of the way, I'm like, wow, that's great. And then the last 20%, she does something so unbelievably insane. She says something so unbelievably insane where I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is all it takes. This is all it takes for many. In the chat, even. Anyway, let's get back to pro-Palestine United Kingdom rallies brings thousands to London.
Led by far-right figure Stephen Yaxley Lennon, better known as Tommy Robinson. Ahead of the protest, the embattled Prime Minister banned 11 far-right agitators who were flying in for the event and warned we're in a fight for the soul of this country, blaming organisers of this march for peddling hatred and division.
I want England to be England. And also I want the boats to stop. And I just want our politicians, whoever it may be, the ones we've got now or the ones that we get in, I want them to think of us, the British.
And I'm all for my country and look after local people first.
Too much migration is causing a lot of problems, upsetting a delicate balance.
The police warned of an unprecedented presence, pushing back at the accusation of two-tier policing, warning demonstrators at the annual pro-Palestine Nakba march that they too would face increased scrutiny.
This is the largest police operation in recent history. 4,000 police officers have been deployed across London with enhanced powers on stop and search and a ban on...
With 3,900 of them at the Palestinian march and one cop that was actually participating on the on the Tommy Robinson march. He wasn't even there to stop them or anything. He was just participating in the march.
Face coverings. We've seen lots of people be asked to remove their face covering with threat of arrest if they don't. The whole operation is expected to cost around £4.5 million. Were you aware that you weren't allowed to wear face coverings before?
No. The only thing I'd heard was that the police were going to have facial recognition technology on this march, and I seriously object to that.
Is that why you've got it back on?
Yeah.
And what would you say to those that say, well, if you've got nothing to hide, what's the issue?
Because it's not a foolproof system. And why should we be treated as criminals when we're just trying to say to the world, there's a genocide, why are you being silent?
Another part of the ramped-up response today is organisers were told they would be liable for any hate speech or extremism from speakers.
Does it make you nervous, these new rules? Because organisers can now be held responsible for some of the things that happen and are said on these marches.
I think it should make all of us nervous. What these new powers do are undermine and erode fundamental democratic freedoms. The government is out of sync with the views of the vast majority of the public.
The events appear to have passed without significant incident.
Dude, it's crazy. The more the popularity of the pro-Palestinian movement grows in the UK, the more the UK is like, we should just jail everyone. Like, what are you going to do? Throw everyone in prison? Yeah, it's actually illegal to be pro-Palestine now in the UK. You're going to prison. Sorry, buddy.
Though at least 30 people have been arrested, tens of thousands had come to join.
We're gonna do conditional amnesty and commute the sentences of rapists and murderers who are in prison right now if they're racist. Okay? We're We're commuting the sentences of rapist pedophiles as long as they're racist so they can participate in the Tommy Robinson March. After all, we gotta make space for all the fucking pensioners that are out there in the streets saying illegal and criminal things, abhorrent things like free Palestine, or I shudder at the thought of saying these words in succession, but from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Okay? I mean, that's, I'm sorry, trigger warning. That's obviously unacceptable to say. I just needed to say it for the time being. Wait, I'm seeing some people in the chat also repeating unbelievably anti-Semitic statements like, stop genocide. Excuse me, sir. Excuse you. Dastardly. I am aghast. I'm perturbed. This is illegal. The ADL. Yes, you're taking a second off, my good sir. Oh no, another one saying genocide is bad. 1 second off for you too, sir. Don't shoot children or bomb children. No, no. How dare you? Do you have a license?
The events. No damage done, it would seem then, to the capital, but the damage from this ongoing division to the delicate tapestry of Britain's social fabric is much harder to measure.
Tomorrow's march in London is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division.
Yeah, and he's actually talking about the pro-Palestine rally. I'm, of course, referencing the pro-Palestinian rally.
Plain and simple. Their goal is to convince people that Britain's problems are caused by those living alongside them. But that is not the Britain that I know. This is a country built on decency, fairness and respect. A country that is at its best when people from different backgrounds come together in common purpose. This is our country, with a majority who share those values, a majority who may not always be as loud, but must always define who we are. So, my government will not stand in the way of peaceful protest, but we will act decisively against hatred. We will use the full...
Yes, we've become an island of strangers. Strangers who say dastardly things like free Palestine. This nation was built on decency. Decent peoples do not oppose Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. They defend it, like I have, and I will continue to do so.
Force of the law when that hatred manifests as violence. And we will ban those coming into the UK who seek to stir it up, as we have done already. Fuck off.
Well, hello, everybody. You know, sometimes...
Democracy is citizen-led. Get out of my pub!
Wait.
Fuck off.
True democracy is citizen-led. Get out of my pub!
If you can't keep your promises, don't make them in the first place.
He must be the only tech brother on the continent.
6-7. Hello. Fuck off.
God, he's so ass. He's so fucking ass, dude. How? Oh my God. I guess Trump turns on Lobo. President Trump is not pleased that Lauren Boebert and Rand Paul are campaigning for Thomas Massie in Kentucky. He's offering to back a challenge to Boebert. Oh, the girls are fighting. The glitter thing was so funny. It was from a guy that wanted a randomly selected people's parliament. The most random thing. Does Massey have a chance in hell? Thomas Massey? I think Thomas Massey's going to win his re-election. Yeah. I mean, he's losing big in one recent poll. Wait, really? I thought he was I mean, I thought I thought he had a slim victory, like a slim. It's definitely not looking great because of how much Trump has been pumping. Like basically every pro-Israel billionaire is up and down this fucking race. Every fucking like AIPAC is spending money. Like they're spending unbelievable amounts. And Thomas Massey's just like, my opponent's getting money from homosexual billionaires who are pro-Israel. It's very funny. His campaign is literally accusing. Where's the last ad? I saw an ad that was like, look at these gay Zionists who are funding my opposition. It's very funny. Has anyone seen that ad? Yeah. This one? Oh, this is the one. New pro Massey. This guy's literally a fucking Nazi, by the way, Stu Peters. New pro Massey ad rails on Jewish billionaire Paul Singer for funding trans freaks and the gay mafia. This is the ad. This is the pro Thomas Massey ad.
Eddie Galrine is bought and paid for by the LGBTQ mafia. Far-left trans activist billionaire Paul Singer is bringing his trans madness to Kentucky. Singer is spending millions to remove Massey.
This is insane. This is actually fucking insane, dude. He put the LGBTQ star of David. Gay rights activist Paul Singer.
Move Massey. The gay mafia will own woke Eddie.
And over a period of time, I and my team became quite friendly with legacy gay rights groups, including hardcore Democrats.
Paul Singer is a major pro-gay, pro-trans activist who works with far-left hardcore Democrats.
And I became very interested in being a funder of gay rights groups.
Galrine doesn't share our Kentucky values. He is with the weirdos. And if Galrine wins, the weirdos take over. On May 19th, say no to woke Eddie Galrine and his billionaire...
Dude, very strange things are happening in American politics. Okay? Like, because a guy that runs an ad like this normally basically shovels pro-Israel dollars. We've never experienced this. I guess like Pat Buchanan, maybe. Like a guy who's like this anti-trans, this insane, has never really been this openly anti-Israel. So this is like, we are activating very new grounds in Republican politics and American politics, with the exception of Buchanan. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Yeah, subtle. Might have to reevaluate my opinion, Mr. Singer. I had no idea he was part of our mafia.
Club of LGBTQ weirdos. Re-elect Thomas Massey for Kentucky.
Will you come to Kentucky and support Charles Booker? I'm working on it. I don't want to leak anything, but yes. Charles Booker's dope. What did I do to catch this stray? Yeah, Alphabet Mafia. Singer is not gay, his son is. No, this is not a fucking. This is not this is not a parody. This is just real life. This American real life politics is now parody officially. You're too young to remember 1992, but Pat took George W. Bush to the convention. You should look up his convention speech. This is ancient technology being rediscovered. I mean, this is Pat Buchanan's party, I think. Like in the next decade, the Republican Party will, I think, turn into it will be Pat Buchanan's party. In some ways, Trump was a very Buchanan-style candidate, regardless. Heterodox thinker, but the only area where he wasn't was obviously being unbelievably pro-Israel. But there's a reason why Groypers fucking loved him. So, in many respects, I think the next wave of the Republican politics is going to be Pat Buchanan. He's won that battle.
For the
AOC, it's time for the North to pull up to the South and let them know exactly what they have. Uncork with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant they just awakened. What they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo.
It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama.
Oh my God. That is... I mean, I'm down. I love that. But also, oh boy. Oh boy. People will not like to hear that. Oh, them's fighting words. AOC and Justin J. Pearson in Montgomery, Alabama. I'm working on doing something with these guys, by the way. Justin J. Pearson, as well as who's the other Justin, the state legislator. And also there's and yeah, Justin Jones. And then also Representative Justin Jones of Nashville. And also something with Charles Booker, too. I have said this over and over again. I think that there is a real opportunity in all of these like forgotten areas in the South to engage in some radical organizing. I mean, my community, I saw this with the fucking Oklahoma City Thunder game as well. I saw a little brief piece of that, a little taste of that, but like I think there are a lot of HasanAbi heads in deep red areas who understand, who already have a resentment towards Democratic Party politics and certainly despise the Republicans that are in their neighborhoods. And I think there are so many people that live in these like deep red districts, deep red states who have been forgotten. Franchise. I truly do believe this. I think the idea that you have to run conservative politics in the South is bullshit. I don't think you have to run conservative politics in the South at all. I don't think you need to lean into culture war issues in the South at all. I think you need to go gung-ho 100% all on board with a radical transformational politics that only talks about the economy and does not cave or capitulate to right-wing framing on any fucking issues. Certainly not on issues that pertain to black existence in the South, because once again, Democrats will literally drop so many different issues to win moderate voters. Those are not the voters you're supposed to win. If we're talking about like low propensity voters that we could potentially activate, they exist all over the South. Okay? They're all over the South. People who have actually voted for, then why didn't that work when in West Virginia with Swearingen, though, I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. It needs a tremendous more infrastructure. It needs more focus. It needs more attention. And I think wherever there is weakness in the Democratic Party, wherever they are not, doing the right things, there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for us to seize that.
It is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened. Because it is not a coincidence, and our whole country must understand that it was not until voting rights were ratified in this country that we got the Great Society. Because when Black Americans have the right to vote and that vote is protected, our schools get funded. When voting rights are protected, healthcare gets expanded. When voting rights are protected, our country moves forward. In Montgomery, that's what they're actually afraid of. They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another. Alabama is the crucible. Georgia is the crucible. Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi is the crucible. So if you are not from here, it is time to pull up. Because what they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo.
Yeah, she meant salvo, not silo, before people fucking yell. But who gives a shit? Great message overall. Amazing message. If you come to Tennessee and help unseat Andy Ogles, I will suck you like you've never been sucked before. I swear to God. Okay, that's a little ridiculous. I was out canvassing today and ran into 10 doors that were Dems that hated the Dems. I mean, that's my strategy, which is to openly call into question the Democratic Party, the establishment Democrats' allegiance to corporations, the corporate kleptocracy, and say, there's better alternatives out there. Right? That's precisely the reason why these third way attacks have not landed at all, and if anything have boosted my profile and has boosted the profile of the candidates that I align with. But it's good. I'm glad. I don't want these guys to make intelligent decisions. I don't want them to understand what we're up to. I don't want them to figure out exactly why. There's been study after study proving that moderate voters are overwhelmingly left-wing, especially on economics. Yes, 100%. But I think the Democrats know that too. The Democratic Party, the corporate elite in the Democratic Party, the ones that actually want to maintain this corporate kleptocracy, they recognize that. They just actively undermine that narrative. They actively talk as though that narrative or that mentality doesn't exist. That's the reason why they're spending so much money on putting the toothpaste back in the tube to try to make it seem like there is no alternative, that there is no such alternative that actually leans into left economic populism. They want to stop that alternative because they're terrified not of its failures, but of its success. They don't want the entire left flank of the duopoly to become an anti-corporate kleptocracy party. They're terrified of that prospect. Maybe some Democrats also are terrified of the lazy work that they've been able to get away with, because as long as you're pro-corporation, they write your bills for you. The lobbyists write your bills for you. You don't have to do any reading. You don't have to do any fucking thinking. You could just be an empty suit and you get all the fucking benefits, right? So clearly for that, their shit's been too sweet for too long. They don't want that to change. So that's the reason why they don't want this wave to overtake the Democratic parties, because that wave will force them to actually do work rather than whatever the fuck they've been doing. But again, it's good that they're stupid, or it's good that they have not been able to figure out how to stop this. And they just keep flinging these like idiotic attacks over and over again. To say, oh, well, these guys are actually scary. They're bigoted. They're anti-Semites. To an audience of Americans that have heard that a million times over in the last fucking 3 years. I'd much rather have that than have a competent Democratic Party that is capable of fighting back. What is this? Okay.
Here on the Ben Shapiro Show, we cover the news, and sometimes we are the news here at the.
Okay, this is a 49-minute video. I'm not going to watch the 49-minute video. I'll watch a little bit of it because this is Ben Shapiro fucking complaining about how everyone is saying that he sucks.
Daily Wire. Well, over the past few weeks, the Daily Wire, you might have noticed, has been the subject of a bunch of hit pieces, like a veritable cornucopia of hit pieces. There was one from the Washington Post, and there was one from Puck, and then finally there was an especially ridiculous one from the stellar journalists at New York Magazine, who literally plagiarized their hit piece from the Washington Post. So much journalisming, high-level journalisming. Well, this morning, that New York Magazine piece is lighting up the interwebs. It's lighting up X. Well, New York Magazine claims there was a time when Ben Shapiro,
so much journalisming. Maybe that's why you suck and nobody cares about you,
could reasonably call himself the king of all conservative media. I don't remember that time, but sounds cool. He said that's all over now. The Daily Wire is instituting significant layoffs. Ooh. Well, according to New York Magazine, the future of conservatism isn't traditional conservatism, like free markets, like equal rights before law, like checks and balances, like traditional virtue. That's done. The future, according to New York Magazine, is Nick Fuentes, confirmed Nazi stan and woman hater, and man who will never be able to get a human woman pregnant through natural means.
I mean, that's true, though. That's literally true. And it's not just that. It's also like Chud the Builder or different variants of Chud the Builder that will prop up left and right, whose entire content is just like walking up to black people and then screaming the N-word with a hard R at them. Like that's where the conservative movement is heading.
Or Tucker Carlson, confirmed anti-capitalist and Muslim apologist and victim of demon scratching. Or maybe Candace Owens, the confirmed slanderer of widows and connoisseur of French testicles. Or maybe Megyn Kelly, click-whoring Grandma Groiper over there. Well, New York Magazine writes, quote, the collapse of the Daily Wire can be seen as a dire warning for traditional Republicans. There are two realities to Shapiro conservatism in 2026. It retains a significant foothold among Republican elites, and it is being fast rejected by the future grassroots of the parties. First of all, that's just wrong. By the polling data, the positions that we take here on the show are reflective of the broad majority of Republicans.
On Israel, 57% of Republicans under the age of 50 are anti-Israel now. You absolutely do not represent the future of the grassroots of the Republican Party. Delusional.
That's just the reality. But I figured that we should address all of this head on. So it's true. The Daily Wire laid off some 13% of our workforce since the beginning of the year. And that really sucked. It was truly sad because all those people are great. And anytime, we're in business. Anytime you lay people off as a business, that really sucks. It's tough. It's bad for them. It's bad for us. And I'm personally working to find other places of employ for as many of these people as I possibly can, because everybody who we let go deserves a job somewhere else. They're great folks. But for our critics, this was all cause for massive celebration. The joyful popping of the corks Or maybe in the case of Nick Fuentes, a victory celebration with Catboys and lubricant. And listen, we're honored by the attention.
I mean, it doesn't work when you're Ben Shapiro, right? Like, you can't really get away with calling Nick Fuentes gay because you guys are gay in a very similar manner. You know? Why is it that his only 50-minute videos get views? Yeah. Look at his other videos. They get they get fucking 10K views. 71,000 views. 32,000 views. He's fucking cooked. And I'm willing to bet his 50-minute long ones, they get promoted probably. He's just trying to like pump it. He's botting the long videos probably. I mean, this disparity is incredible. You're in the thumbnail of the second one. What is this? These stupid people want America to crumble. Oh, and then he put me in there. Oh, damn. 10K views. God, you're so washed, bro. 7 million subs.
See, here's the thing. People only tend to write stories like this about major American institutions, right? Like Amazon dumps people. It's a big story. Or the Washington Post dumps people. And that's a big story. And thank God we are a major American institution. According to PodTrack, our podcast reach is 41 million people per month. We're ranked 6th globally. We have a total of 11 shows. Paramount, to take an example from that same chart, is ranked 4th globally. They have 145 shows. So on a per capita basis, we're killing it. We are responsible for the 2 most successful conservative documentaries in history, Matt Walsh's Am I Racist and What is a Woman? Just this week, Vice President Vance was quoting our reporting in his fraud investigations, and our White House correspondent, Mary Margaret Olahan, is in the press room asking questions. See, here's the thing. There's no national media coverage. If a top Candace Owens producer and her manager quit, or if Megyn Kelly's YouTube account starts shedding tens of thousands of subscribers a month, or if Tucker Carlson's traffic is disproportionately drawn from Pakistan. Hey, we all have our fan base. Those are all things that actually happen, by the way, but nobody really cares very much because, yeah, those people have significant audience numbers, but they don't have any real institutional influence. They are not institutions. That's not true of the Daily Wire. We're big enough that people care when we trip up. And of course, like any business, we have our ups, we have our downs.
Dude, the cope is so funny. Yeah, don't pay attention to our unbelievable, spectacular fall off. The very fact that people are paying attention to our fall off at all means that we're not falling off, but falling on. How does that work, man? Every day that passes, you're losing relevance. So much so that the only people propping your bitch ass up is like Jake Tapper. That's when I knew this shit was cooked, by the way. When he went on CNN to attack the anti-Semites of his party, that's when I knew it was over. OG Ben Shapiro would never do an uncontentious, like non-contentious interview with CNN, non-adversarial interview with CNN. Look it up. That happened. Mainstream media straight up tried to offer him a lifeline. It didn't work.
But as Mark Twain put it, the reports of our death are greatly exaggerated. But here's the thing. There's something else going on here. Something very clear going on here. The media left and the woke right, that'd be like Candace and Fuentes and Tucker and Megyn, all of them. Together, the new left.
Dog, you're the woke right, idiot. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I know this is like this is the terminology that they thought they could use to negatively polarize people, to be like, oh, see, they're the woke right. They're being woke about Palestine. No, you're being woke about Jews. That's the way they see it. They have a more immoral, but therefore, because this is a Republican policy we're talking about, more morally consistent framework. Their attitude is, I hate all minorities. I hate all wokeness. Why do you expect me to be woke about the Jews? Okay? So from their perspective, you're doing identity politics. Not only are you Jewish, but you're also pro-Israel. So many on the Republican right already were looking for a less intellectualized version of Republican commentary to begin with. And that's when I think Ben Shapiro started hemorrhaging his followers, because I think that's the real story here. The larger story isn't just Israel. The part of the story that is important here to understand is Holy ViewBot. Yeah, I know. Ben Shapiro does actually ViewBot, I think, his longer videos by purchasing ads for it. This article sparked his response? No, I know. Yeah, the rise of Tate and the Manosphere was the initial death blow to the nerdy debate lord commentary on the right. People no longer wanted that. Okay, people no longer had an interest in like owning their opposition in the marketplace of ideas. They just wanted the fucking they just wanted like a more blunt approach that was just simply saying all of our enemies are gay, all of our enemies are transgender, all that stuff. Right? They wanted a dumber version of commentary. And it's a race to the bottom regardless. It's going to get even worse than this, for the record. The bottom has not been received yet. Chud the Builder is the next meta. Asmongold is the next meta, or is the current meta, and Chud the Builder is the next meta. People that are doing shock value, outrage, people that are generating outrage simply by being fucking monstrous. The base wants more shock. The base wants the fucking, the market demands more shock value, and the market demands less thinking. Okay?
They are attempting to destroy traditional conservatism. That's the whole thing here. See, the Daily Wire is the largest traditional conservative media company in the digital space by like a ton, by leaps and bounds. We are multiple times the size of any of these others. We have lots of conversations on our platform between our various hosts about topics ranging from AI to the Middle East, on Catholicism and Judaism and all of it. There's a lot of rich disagreement here at the Daily Wire. But in the end, what we stand for...
Yeah, except for Israel. There's no disagreement on Israel. It's true. Look it up. Candace Owens was always anti-Semitic, but when Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens, she was a known anti-Semite. Ben Shapiro has in the past said, I don't really care if someone is anti-Semitic as long as they're pro-Israel. And that theory still stood for the hiring of Candace Owens, which Ben Shapiro knew was an anti-Semite. But she was pro-Israel. When Candace Owens stopped being pro-Israel and became anti-Israel, then Ben Shapiro fired her. She skyrocketed to unbelievable fame after that.
For here at the Daily Wire is pretty simple. Truth and virtue and freedom. And that is what the new left, meaning, the old left and the horseshoe right, would love to destroy.
Take an hour off. Stop spamming Maureen Galindo. We literally covered it extensively. I covered her extensively an hour ago. Subscribe so you can rewind, okay?
It's why the attacks have been coming fast and furious for weeks now. They want to destroy traditional conservatism. It is their goal in life. They want to destroy it for a couple of different reasons. The left for one reason, the woke right for another. In our supposed vulnerability, people from Nick Fuentes to Tucker, from Candace Owens to New York Magazine, from the Washington Post to Megyn Kelly, they see an opportunity to supplant traditional conservatism with a conspiratorial, grievance-addled, nutty version of populism. Or, in Megyn's case, just make some quick clicks and cash. It's a lucrative grift. It's a dangerous grift for America. So, why is this happening? Well, obviously, for the media left, we get it. We get it. For the media left, we get it. They're always happy to run this grift because they love a right that is crazy. They don't want a right that is characterized by normie beliefs. They want a right that's nuts, because the easiest way to make AOC president in the 2028 election is to...
Dog. The right is crazy. And you know that. That's why when you noticed that your audience was hemorrhaging due to the Israel stuff, you went out and you pivoted to like anti-George Floyd content where you were like, we need to release Derek Chauvin from prison. Something that at the time, you and everyone else at the Daily Wire, when it first happened, called a heinous escalation of violence. Okay? Mentions of AOC are not going to galvanize what remains of your audience. It's fucking over.
Have that nutty lady run against a conservative movement that is focused on Brigitte Macron's testicles or demon attacks in the wilds of Maine, or why the Jews are responsible for your incurable gingivitis and horrific body odor and inability to get a date. Now, as for the woke right, you know, the new left, again, that would be Fuentes and Tucker and Candace and company. They're ecstatic about all of this for both business and political reasons. One, they're our competition. But second, they want to tear down traditional conservatism. Their whole goal is to cannibalize the traditional conservative audience. There are, by all available metrics, a hell of a lot more traditional conservatives and rational people in this country than nuts. But their goal is to gut the conservative movement and then turn it into a skin suit for their own perverse politics. That's the whole thing.
Okay, so what does it say that it's working? Why is it working then, Ben? Why are you washed? Why is Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and even to a certain degree, Megyn Kelly doing far better than you are? Why is Nick Fuentes doing better than you? Explain that to me, Ben. Like, this is why I always laugh when establishment Democrats or their defenders on the timeline, you know, influencers, right, will say stuff like, oh, Hasan reaches a lot of prominence because he shits on the Democratic Party. Okay, so you just admitted that the Democratic Party is actually so bad that someone who is willing to align with the Democrats, shitting on the Democrats, is an unbelievably successful, far more successful grift from your perspective, if you think it's a grift at all. So even your accusation of this being a grift proves the point I'm making. The Democrats are unpopular for good reason. We should change that. That's what the dumbass influencers on the fucking establishment side say about me. And that's ironically what Ben Shapiro is doing right now.
Which is why many of them are now coming out as Democrats. That unity is the thing. That unity is the thing. This is why Russia Today is the official outlet for the Kremlin. Right? It is run by the Russian government.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he's such a lib. He's doing Russiagate.
Is retweeting Nick Fuentes' triumphalism today. Fuentes tweeted out, I won, after that New York Magazine piece came out, that Fuentes won. Well, I don't know. Living in your basement and streaming for 8 hours a day while jacking off to the Catboys, it's a form of winning, I said. All right, I mean, whatever floats your boat, my dude. You might call the Russia Today Fuentes get-together an online Molotov-Ribbentrop pact. Well, it's also why the Washington Post is happy to quote Candace Owens, the ranting bag lady of the internet, to explain that the Daily Wire's numbers are down. Again, that alliance between the left and the woke right is totally real, and it's active. This is why they are getting together to formulate stories. It is why they are repeating the same talking points. Now, Candace says that the Daily Wire's numbers are down because people don't want to be lectured. And this is the teenage point of view from Candace and Megyn and Tucker. They're all saying the same thing. They don't want to be lectured. Don't lecture me. Megyn tweeted in March 2026, you're the coward, Ben, and your moral preening, priggish lectures and holier-than-thou judgments are the reason you are losing fans, and more than that, friends, at a record rate. All these people are on the same script. They're all on the same script. And also because as people who traffic in crap for sweet, sweet lucre, they would love to be spared the lecture. They don't want to be lectured as they grift. So they're going to do the same thing that, a 13-year-old boy would do if quad.
Okay. The conservative movement is malleable. Okay. It has never been about established positions that you genuinely believe. It's a reactionary movement. Of course, it has to be malleable. Now, because the highest purpose that the conservative movement serves is to be a distraction. Okay? What is it distracting from? Well, the real harm that conservative politicians are engaging in, right? And no, I don't mean the harm that they channel through their hatred, even though that is harmful. What I'm talking about is the economic harm, the economic damage. The whole purpose of culture war narratives trafficked by the conservative movement is so that they can galvanize the base and have them lean into something within the conservative movement, offer them treats, red meat, while they actually pick apart the corpse of the American government, right? Tax cuts, deregulation, always at the behest of corporate interests. Democrats do a different version of this as well. Okay? And it works. Like, look, when was the last time you shocked your dog, little bro? Like, this is another idiotic distraction. Okay? Here, right now is the last time. Place. So, here's the situation. Because the conservative movement requires a fluid understanding of the world, it sometimes requires you to evolve your positions. Now, Ben Shapiro will do that. Ben Shapiro will do that for many issues, like I just described to you. Derek Chauvin, where he once called, a heinous criminal for murdering George Floyd. Ben Shapiro was demanding the release of Derek Chauvin. Unfortunately, it was too little, too late. So, there's one area where Ben is unflinching. Israel. For the longest time, this was not an issue because conservatives were universally in support of Israel. It was a non-starter. But now that environment is shifting. And Ben can't shift with the environment because he does have a personal loyalty towards the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. A similar example I can give you is Tomi Lahren. Tomi Lahren had a personal opinion a long time ago on the issue of women's bodily autonomy. Tomi Lahren made a mistake. Her career was on the up and up. She had just gotten a Fox News contract. And then Tomi Lahren made a dangerous flub, a dangerous mistake, where on a Fox News broadcast, she famously said, "I don't think we should control women's bodies when it comes to abortion." Tomi Lahren was back-pocketed shortly after that, because for the conservative movement, if you don't move with the masses, if you don't actually constantly agitate, if you don't actually constantly lean into the most right-wing framing, then you're done. The movement will spit you out. Okay? That's what's going on with Ben Shapiro right now. When conservatives have ideological conviction on any issue, and the environment changes where the base's demands change and the content creators, the commentators don't move with the base, they lose. Tucker Carlson is smart enough to understand where the base is going or where the base has moved in many respects. And that's why he has the opinion that he has after spending decades defending Israel, spending decades defending American militarism. Do you understand? You can't be a conservative commentator and refuse to recognize the space that you occupy, the goals that they have of you. Your job is to create distractions. And on the culture war front, when the base becomes more radical than you, you have to move with the base. And the base has become more radical than Ben Shapiro on the issue of Israel. And that's why he's losing the base. That's it.
Doing naughty things on his iPad. They don't want to be lectured. Don't you lecture me. Well, it turns out sometimes in life, people need lectures in decency, in reason, and in truth. You know, people who smear the wives of murdered men, or cover for people who smear for the wives of murdered men. Those people deserve lectures. Maybe the people who revive Nazi propaganda. Maybe the people who have a weird interest in the non-existent testicles of the spouses of French politicians. Or maybe the people who make a cause with, actual Nazi stands. Maybe those people deserve lectures. Maybe the people who are repeating talking points from Hasan Piker and mimicking the propaganda of Vladimir Putin. Or people who just randomly start cursing so much and are hanging out with the Groyper adjacent and embracing.
I mean, I too am a more popular figure than Ben Shapiro is. So, good luck on that sentiment. Motherfucker can't even get my name out of his goddamn mouth, it seems. Strange behavior from a fucking loser.
Islam. Maybe those people deserve lectures. I don't know. Well, listen, there's always a big YouTube audience for that sort of crap. But let's be real. There's a massive online audience for pornography as well. People addicted to both deserve a bit of a lecture. But let's get back to the central issue. The point of the attacks on the Daily Wire is, of course, not just to attack the Daily Wire. It's to destroy traditional conservatism. That's the whole thing, the entire thing, all of it, every bit of it. That's the whole thing. The reason they are coming after the Daily Wire is because they want to come after you. They want to come after traditional conservatives who believe traditionally conservative things. It is no coincidence that at the same time, the Washington Post and New York Magazine and all the rest of these legacy left publications are attacking the Daily Wire. They're also writing strange new respect features on Neg Fuentes and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. The left wants those people to win. By the way, they're not.
Oh my God. Dude. It's the Islamo-Bolshevik theory. The Islamo-Bolsheviks control the New York Times. The Islamo-Bolsheviks control the media. Our tentacles are everywhere, okay? Islamo-communism now, Islamo-communism tomorrow, Islamo-communism yesterday. Don't you think that some of the reactionary influencers like Roach won't progress their movement politically until they take the next step and face their political opposition? You can't just sit in your room, you won't be taken seriously? Wait, what? You think Asmongold is going to fucking go outside? You think he gives a shit about a political movement? Everything that my naysayers say about me, including the Asmongold fan base, is literally 100% correct for Asmongold. A guy who never actually leaves his home, a guy who doesn't actually have any fucking skin in the game, a guy who doesn't actually give a fuck about politics at all, but is simply farming morons. That's what he's doing. It's ironic because his fans and Sex Pestini's fans say that about me. The only guy between us three who actually does have skin in the game, who doesn't just like try to farm out a personal slush fund for himself, who will do a couple door knocking operations and then use that personal slush fund to attack their online enemies over and over again and nothing else. Like, there's a reason why I don't talk about either of these two fools as much as they talk about me. Okay? It's because I'm invested in some serious shit. I want to make changes in this goddamn country. Okay? There's also a reason why I'm politically relevant and those people are politically irrelevant, right? So if you think that Asmongold at any point is going to actually do anything to change politics in this country, you're out of your fucking mind. He doesn't give a shit. The more likely scenario is once the Trump move is over, he will either He will make changes. He will either move in whichever direction the wait, hold on. Doors open. What is this? The only funny thing about the recent Assault Piker discourse is a fairly popular centrist streamer does exist. He just behaves like this online, so no elected official or think tanker can acknowledge him. What the fuck? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. His biggest opposition are streamers who average 500 viewers. He's bending every day, attacking them while you're pushing left politics. Yeah. You're saying he won't actually do anything. Asmongold won't, but if he wants to take it to the next level, he doesn't care about taking it to the next level. What Asmongold wants is to farm outrage and to farm the easiest dollars of all time. Okay? When this movement moves, when the right-wing movement moves in a different direction, if it falls out of favor and woke comes back, which it already is, he will become more moderate. He has no real, he has some real politics. I think he is truly a misogynistic, transphobic, racist asshole, right? But during peak woke, he was very quiet about those positions, right? Because he knew better. He knew better. He doesn't have a real political project. He is a mercenary. And when the environment shifts, he'll get back to talking about how the video games have smaller titties. As a matter of fact, I think that change is already happening. Okay? I think that environment shift is already taking place. Donald Trump is losing popularity. He's becoming more and more indefensible every day. It's getting harder and harder to sit there and go, yeah, based over increasingly more unhinged things that Trump says. So you'll see. He'll move on to the next thing soon enough. Because once again, he doesn't have like a fully fleshed out political project. The next vid is another exposing the grift by the Birdman about the roach. Is doing really well, view count wise. Yeah, that guy's awesome. No, he recently tweeted the word blacks. He's basically baiting his own suicide at this point. No, he's upping the intensity. He's upping the intensity because his viewership is declining. Okay? That's it. He's doing what Ben Shapiro is doing, ironically enough, or tried to do and failed to do. But what he fails to realize is, what Asmongold fails to realize is that there is a hard limit to how many people you can convert, especially if your goal is not to convert people. My goal is to convert people, right? Like my goal isn't just to preach to the converted, preach to the gospel. My goal is to reach as many people as possible and to try to get them to understand my worldview and hopefully get them to organize in their workplaces, organize in their communities. This entire community is comprised of people that have come in here with a million different opinions and then turned around and changed their perspective on a lot of stuff or make money. Do you think my goal is to make money? I'm doing the worst job possible in that situation, don't you think? You aren't just trying to make money. Oh, you're saying Asmongold's goal is to just make money. Yes, he does care about that, I think. I called him watching his chat, saw him read it, drop his face, and he permabanned me. Lamau. I mean, that's understandable. I ban people that do that too. It's very fucking annoying. Even if it's untrue. So, that's it. It's preaching to the choir, not the gospel, idiot. True. My apologies. I said preaching to the gospel. I should have said preaching to the choir. Also, I think he's trying to bait a ban out from Twitch before their viewership caps go into effect on botted channels. I don't even know how Twitch is going to implement that shit. Yeah, if the numbers dip low enough, he'll just go back to ruining gaming communities like before. I think he still does a good deal of that too. But yeah, he's done a lot of this stuff, right? Yeah, like this. It's true that blacks experience systematic racism. They benefit from it. Blacks and other minority groups enjoy preferential treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it. I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior, and socioeconomic conditions are a cope. Of course, we're going to be watching this video as well from the Birdman, my goat. The last 3 days, he's been calling you a Muslim terrorist and nothing is happening. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I mean, I didn't know that he was doing that, but I'm not surprised. Because, like, I have the top channels up here, right? Every now and then, I'll glance over the top channels. And when Asmongold is live, his thumbnail is almost always my face. Because he's reacting to a video of me, right? All the fucking time. And his fan base will always say, oh, you talk about Asmongold nonstop. You're obsessed with him. Bitch. Is he baiting for a Twitch ban to garner controversy? No, because I think the last time he got a Twitch ban, he didn't actually receive the support that he thought he would. I'm telling you, man. What's shocking is less than a year ago, he's saying people clearly misunderstood you about the 9/11 comment and that it had to do with imperialism. Now he says you're clearly a terrorist for saying it. Yeah, this is the first time. This is the first time I've brought this up, brought Asmongold up. And these are the reasons why he's posting shit like this is because he's trying to desperately maintain relevance. He's trying to grab onto as much relevance as possible, and he's failing to do so. Surely he will talk to you and not just react to clips over you and over for the next week. No, he will do that. He'll make more videos, I assume. I don't know if he's still making videos about me. I haven't really checked in. Again, like I said. Lol, what isn't? He gets more views than you on every platform. I love the lone Asmongold warrior in the chat. I'm not entirely certain if that's the case. If we look at the overall YouTube views that I garner from the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex, certainly between my actual YouTube channel and his, I mean, he's got millions of views. And his latest vid on his channel is a video about you. Huh, of course. So why would he need relevance? I don't know. You should ask him why he constantly fucking talks about me. It's incomprehensible that he has any relevance at all. Why? Spite-based politics is very successful. Asmongold turns politics into bubblegum. He turns politics into something that is easily digestible. It's not about complex issues being broken down piece by piece. We're not explaining historical events that lead to current day events. When you can just go around saying all Muslims are terrorists, all Muslims are America haters, they're parasitic. There are a lot of people who demand the grievance-based politics that Asmongold represents, and he does a fairly decent job of just making losers feel good about themselves, right? It's representational politics as well. It's representational politics in the sense that, it makes people feel like, it makes people feel better about their own predicament I think you both talk about each other. This is the final level of cope from Zombies Eat Duck. If you key search Asmongold in my YouTube channel and then key search Hasan on his, you will see that both on his clip channel and his main channel, he talks about me quite a bit. I actually have leveled up on my ops a little bit more than random unwashed, sweaty loser gamers to entire institutions like Fox News. He's still stuck chirping about me because fuck Hasan content plays really well in the right-wing boosted algorithm on both Twitter and also on YouTube. Going through the cope ladder in a speed run. Yeah, look, see? This is the final point of cope ladder where you go, oh, you guys both talk about each other. This is the first time I brought up Asmongold in weeks, if not months. Where was the other shit? He called women prostitutes too. And nasty business. By the way, when you say the Roach cares about influence, he plays into I don't care. Look at how I don't spend money on clothes like you. People genuinely think he's working class. Yeah. No, people like this do actually think, but you do. No, this is the first time I've talked about him. That's precisely the reason why this is the first time you're chiming in. Notice how you haven't talked in this chat for quite a while because the Discord server that you're in did not alert you that I was talking about Asmongold. So you came in here and maybe because he's not live today, you were looking for some political commentary and you saw that I started talking about him. So immediately you started chirping. But that's the reason why you haven't chirped. It's about a month, so we know exactly when you talked about him last. Yeah. There you go. Because when I do actually bring him up, his followers, his loser followers immediately start chiming in and being like, I'm going to protect my daddy. You're a K-pop stan for an ugly duckling. You're a K-pop stan for a guy who presents himself as working class because he's nasty and he wears the same t-shirt, and you're stupid enough not to realize that he's a multimillionaire who owns multiple businesses, some of which have cratered as a consequence of his toxic, repulsive politics, of course. But he still is a multimillionaire with multiple businesses nonetheless. You think that he represents your lifestyle, but he doesn't. You think he has your best interest in mind, but he doesn't. He's just another filthy outrage merchant. He keeps you deluded. He keeps your eyes from the prize. He keeps you angry. He keeps you thinking that you're actually fighting the good fight by sticking it to people who have the same exact class interests as you, people who are of the working class, but they look different than you, so you're afraid of them. This is not a new thing, right? This is not a new thing at all. This is a very old method. Republicans, by and large, do it all the time. Don't use my fucking terminology against me. Lying is OP. I don't care how much money you guys have, lol. No, I'm talking about broader Asmongold fans who think that his everyday lifestyle is representative of their current conditions. And aesthetically, it is. Aesthetically, it's true. Yes, a lot of people sit around. Oh, this is it. Too many fake jobs were invented to create artificial parity between men and women in the workforce. AI fixes the problem. Hopefully after this is over, women can go back to doing what they do, being a mother or being a prostitute. All I said is you called him need relevance, but he has more views than you on all platforms. Okay, buddy. Talk to me when he actually has real ops, okay? Not just fucking Twitch streamers like myself who forget to mention him for a month. And then the first time I mention him, you come in here to defend him. Real ops, you're a Twitch streamer, my guy. Yeah, exactly. And so is he. And yet, no matter how hard, no matter how desperately he tries, no one gives a shit about what he has to say. It's just strange, don't you think? Yeah. How many people do you think would show up for a Asmongold meetup? How many people do you think would show up for an Asmongold rally? I actually probably would show up. I would love to see him outside in the real world. His point is so fucking stupid. If the jobs are bullshit, why do we need to invent AI and spend trillions to build data centers to replace them? He's a total moron. Yeah, I mean, everything goes back. At some point, you have to realize everything goes back to like idiotic grievances, grievance politics, gender wars, race wars. Does that not weird you out at all? Is it that easy for you? Are you that easily duped? That's my question. Are you that fucking easily duped? He don't got ops either. Lol, not me. I think both sides of politics are dumb. I know. You're a fucking idiot. I know. I know you think both sides of politics are dumb. Uh-oh, someone's cortisol getting spiked? Yes. You're like a dumb animal. That's why you get fucked over. That's why you're going to keep getting fucked over, and you're never going to understand who's fucking you over. I try to do my very best to explain who's fucking you over, what the systems currently look like, and how there is a bipartisan effort to maintain this process, which is precisely the reason why it's not just Fox News that's up my asshole. CNN is regularly calling me a dangerous threat to American democracy as well. That's why it's not just right-wingers. Lying is OP. I'm confused. I don't think you understand anything. I'm an economist, by the way. Wow, even you. Lying is OP is my statement. It's up to you to explain to me what I'm lying about. Anyway, I think I've given you enough attention. I kind of love this chat. Oh, yeah, I'm just trolling, by the way, dude. I'm so above it. Well, guess what, dude? You think you're above politics, but politics is going to fuck you over regardless, okay? Stick around. Maybe you'll learn a little bit. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two. I doubt it, but I do hope. And it doesn't really matter what your individual opinion is, because at the end of the day, we're going to fucking give you healthcare, whether you like it or not. You're going to get that free healthcare, okay? You're going to get that free education. We're going to give you more autonomy in the workplace. You can go, no, I don't want it. I don't want free healthcare. That's communism. You're going to fucking like it. You're going to take it. You're not going to have to pay when you go to the doctor, okay? That's what we're fighting for. What are you fighting for? Chirping in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat. Okay? In any case, like I said, it's very odd that these people are so easily duped, right? They're so easily duped, where they're like desperate. They're desperate for someone to be like, no, actually, my boss isn't fucking me over. You're right. It's transgender people. Please tell me more about how women ain't shit and deserve less. This makes me feel good. And as long as you tell me this, I will keep giving you money. Okay? That's it. There's nothing funnier than a Twitch streamer, by the way, saying too many fake jobs were invented to create artificial parity between men and women in the workforce. Bitch, you're a fucking Twitch streamer. What the fuck is your productive value to society? Yeah, SlopTuber accuses other people of having fake jobs. Anyway, I'm done with the Ben Shapiro thing. We watched like 10 minutes of it. I think that's enough. The type of conservatism that Ben Shapiro presents is no longer fashionable. There's not a real market demand for it, and that's the reason why he's suffering. Part of the reason why he's losing an average of 1,000 subscribers on YouTube daily is because he's not leaning into the madness, and also people see him as an op for Israel, right? Hasan brings up a good point, saying, notice how casually Shapiro calls Carlson a Muslim apologist. Imagine if a left-wing commentator calls Shapiro a Jewish apologist. he would call that commentator an anti-Semitic bigot, as with the rest of us, but Islamophobia is normalized and mainstreamed on the right, which is true. It's also kind of normalized and mainstreamed on the liberal side as well, let's be real. The other thing I wanted to talk about with respect to Ben Shapiro is, here's Sammy Gold, who says, I don't feel bad for Ben Shapiro whatsoever. He thought that he would get the conservative movement to look past his Jewishness and accept him for his opinions on Israel as long as they all agreed that Muslims were worse. He's reaping what he sowed. All I offer is a shrug. This isn't even to say how much Shapiro helped incubate anti-Semitism. The problem with Ben Shapiro is this. He's not Mark Levin. And by that, I don't mean Mark Levin is brilliant in comparison to Ben Shapiro. By that, I mean he's not serving an audience primarily of 85-year-olds on Fox News. Okay? Ben Shapiro is on the internet. He has to fight for his viewers. It's a much more democratic process than Fox News is. Fox News has a much older audience. Fox News' audience is built in. Every day, as people get older and older, there becomes newer Fox News viewers. Every day, there's another old person that goes into an old folks' home. That person is now a lifelong Republican and will vote for every Republican and will keep watching Fox News till the day they die. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, is not on Fox News. He's on the independent side. And for the longest time, he's gotten funded handsomely by the very same institutions that fund all of these other conservative outlets. But if you don't go with the base on the independent media side, you're going to start losing your audience. You're going to start hemorrhaging your audience. Investors are going to start pulling out. And that's precisely what's going on with Ben Shapiro. Right? That's why he's losing. Because he's the woke one in the eyes of many in the base. That's why I kept repeating over and over again that 57% of conservatives under the age of 50 have an unfavorable view of Israel. It's over. That means Ben Shapiro lost 57% of his likely audience, his potential audience. It's done. And then, pair that up with the fact that, what is this? This requested page cannot be found. By the way, this is how many times the Roaches covered you this week alone. All are full-blown segments to the fans who act like both sides are obsessed. Yeah. No, he too is desperately grabbing onto relevance by just being like, yo, Hasan sucks though. That's going away too. The market for fuck Hasan content is oversaturated. Especially at a time when all these other powerful forces, these institutions are aggressively coming after me. You, on the independent media side, can't look like you're on board with these mainstream institutions. Not only is it unbelievably oversaturated, but that kind of mainstream line of attack causes people to second guess whatever kind of enmity they had towards me. Okay? It makes people go, wait a minute, all these people I fucking despise are coming after him aggressively. Maybe this Hasan guy isn't as bad as I thought he was. Yeah, once mainstream media picks up a certain cause, it's no longer cool for the youth. Why are you teaching your haters how to hate better? No, I'm saying it's over. The gig is up. In any case, I said the gig. Oh, fuck. The jig is up. God damn it. What's wrong with me? ESL. This isn't even to say how much Shapiro helped incubate anti-Semitism. He hired Candace Owens. He defended Kanye's nakedly anti-Semitic tweets and apologized for Trump. Maybe you should have been more discriminating, Ben. I don't think it would have salvaged his reputation if he did those things. The problem is, Ben Shapiro is unfortunately desperately holding on to a dying movement. And to be fair, so is Asmongold. For the record, these are not clips of me reacting to Asmongold. These are clips of Asmongold reacting to me just this past week alone. Okay? There is no parity between the amount of times I react to Asmongold versus the amount of times he reacts to me. This is a very classic thing that my haters do. Right? Same thing with Sex Pestiny, for example, and a million other haters that I don't know and will never find out about. They talk about me every day. The thing is, Ben will never learn. You as a leftist have to grow your audience organically against the will of the establishment and of the platforms you're on. He had tens of millions of dollars spent on astroturfing him. He can't grow past that flood of billionaire dollars. He's nothing but a parasite. Oh, for sure. That's why it's always funny. The intellectual juggernaut of the right now is this unwashed creature, Nick Shirley, and nuisance streamers that run around. Nuisance streamers that fucking run around and scream the N-word at people. That's where the conservative movement has moved into. Okay? YouTube has started recommending 100 and 200 viewer videos from your haters. Orbiters. They're awesome. Literally Gamergate rhetoric. Yeah. The right wing is racism maxing and stupid maxing. That's where the right is. Now let's watch this video exposing the... Hayır. Evet. Sos. Dolaba koyar mısın? Where the fuck was it? Oh, here.
Lord of the Fleas has blessed us with yet another shit take on
This guy's a very buttery voice, and I like it. His name is Birdman, the Birdman. He did a Asmongold video in the past, and he's doing another one now. This time on exposing the grift. Asmongold doesn't understand DEI and affirmative action. Let's take a look.
This time alleging that black people benefit from systematic racism. We're going to debunk this nonsensical claim. And this time, I'll try to be as brief as I can for old double-digit IQ here, because
By the way, this is fire. I love seeing this. 500,000 on exposing the grift, debunking Asmongold again. Oof. Tides are shifting. Tides are turning, baby.
My last video was too long for him. So I'll have to re-explain the start-stop buttons for you, Zach, because you were too pussy to respond to my previous video where I cooked your monkey ass for over an hour. You know, the one where your excuse for ducking me was, an hour is too long for me to grift. That's like 12 large Dr. Peppers, and even I can't rot my teeth out with that much. Isn't it strange how you respond to the video where I barely talk about you at all, where you lied and claimed I called you racist the whole video?
That's sad. Wow, mic drops, I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
So that was a fucking lie. But the video where I spent the length of a short film ramming my fist up your ass.
Bro, he grokked it. He grokked it. He's a numbers guy. This guy is a numbers guy. He's a good guy. He uses Grok. He uses ChatGPT. I like this guy. He's a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy.
Is the one you ran away from. So, since you missed it, red means shut the fuck up, I'm still talking. Green means it's your turn to speak. You seem to have difficulty understanding when someone hasn't finished making a point, so I have to get elementary on your ass. You are low IQ after all. Anyway, a few days ago, Zachariah here posted this tweet in response to Joe Bartolozzi refuting the claim that black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people. Let's have a listen.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've
Not only that, but also the 1350 narratives are completely ridiculous. Black people are not only underserved by and large, due to, unrealized and unhealed racial wounds, such as chattel slavery, Jim Crow in the South, redlining in the North, and the like, the systematic forces of the racism embedded in the criminal justice system. But also on top of that, because black people are over-policed, black neighborhoods are over-policed, and because there is sentencing disparity for black people as opposed to white people for the same exact fucking types of crimes, and also on the other side of it, there is an unbelievable disparity between black people who are falsely accused of crimes versus any other race. The 1350 narratives that are simply arrest numbers, for the record, are not telling the entire story. The red is for the roach, not for me, okay? And I'm going to fucking pause whenever I want to pause. Shut the fuck up.
been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence.
Yeah.
Not because...
Like, white people are much higher. White men have a much higher rate of pedophilia. But no one actually looks at every single white man. And I know whenever I say this, everyone goes, I do, because you're all a bunch of fucking goons and morons. But no one looks at every single white man and automatically assumes that's a pedophile. And I know I already said ahead of time, everyone loves saying, I do! I do! And then everybody in the fucking, everyone who's watching the stream goes, see? His chat does believe it! Because there's no room for joy. There's no room for jokes, okay? I know. Yeah, Nick Shirley, that's what you fucking sound like. To everyone else that's watching.
Legalize comedy.
Anyway. So yeah, same with men. Men are responsible for like 92 or 93% of all crimes. You don't assume that it's, you don't assume that every other man that you meet is a criminal. This is not how it works. You're trying to justify your bigotry and your biases with a bad interpretation of statistics.
Black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
So, Joe is obviously correct, but his argument can do with a bit of cleaning up, and that's what I'm here for. What Joe is referring to is the correlation of poverty and crime. This is a very well...
I know. I said that about the men too, and go ahead, dude. I do! I think every man did crimes. Lol, 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 lol. Remember, 65% of this community are men, okay?
Understood phenomenon that those placed under economic strain, limited opportunities, and weakened social structures often resort to property and violent crime. A large body of criminology and sociology research has found a consistent relationship between poverty, inequality, and crime across many different countries and ethnic groups.
Also throughout time, like most crimes are born out of poverty is not even a fucking unique take. It was literally, I think, what, ancient Greece? Like it's been the meta. It's been the assessment for centuries.
Studies from the United States, Indonesia, Latin America, Europe, and cross-national data sets all show that areas with higher poverty, unemployment, and economic deprivation tend to experience higher rates of certain crimes, particularly violent and property crime. A 2021 study published in the NLM found that more unequal societies tend to have higher crime, as well as lower social trust. Interestingly, the study also found that the more equal the distribution of resources, the higher the trust equilibrium, and that increasing punishment severity is not effective at this goal. And that particular piece of information relates to our pal Pigpen here, where he has routinely argued for more severe punishment. Looks like the science disagrees with him. Surprise. Surprise.
Well, no, seriously, go on. I'm going to make your pauses awkward until you learn to wait your turn, little puppy. You can pause and say dumb shit now. I don't think he's gonna watch this video. But I hope he does. Wait, is he actually fucking pause every time?
Similar findings have appeared in studies examining crime in Mexico, Indonesia, Canada, and across the European Union, like this one here, where it's shown that people who are at risk of poverty report experiencing higher crime in their local area. So you see, this pattern is global and not unique to any ethnic group. Poor communities in parts of Eastern Europe and impoverished regions in Asia all experienced elevated crime rates compared to the wealthier populations around them. The same socioeconomic mechanisms observed in poor Black American neighborhoods are observed worldwide amongst people of entirely different ethnicities and cultures. Even the white supremacist favorite.
It's not that he's too scared to watch videos critical of him. I think he's too scared to watch videos critical of him from people that he doesn't know, right? I could make this exact same argument and have made similar arguments about Asmongold, but the problem is his audience is already negatively primed towards me. So he'll watch a video of me saying shit like this all day, every day, because he can always resort to the same exact, like, already well-poisoned narratives that he can lean into to be like, see, chat, yeah, this guy hates me. It's like, it's not dissimilar to like Fox News doing videos on me, right? When Fox News does videos on me, there's already an established audience of haters for Fox News and right-wing sentiment in general. This guy, on the other hand, is an unknown entity. And therefore, the audience's reception, Asmongold's audience's reception, is going to be a little bit more neutral because they don't know exactly what this guy is talking about. They don't know who this guy is. They don't have like previous talking points that have been bastardized that they can lean into. He watched the low IQ one. He didn't watch the hour-long one. So that's why Birdman made his show shorter, hoping he'd watch it. Hopefully. Isn't that pretty much the same as confirmation bias? What, you think this guy is... You think Asmongold is not resorting to cheap tricks to push for whatever his perspective is? Basically, his community can form an opinion without being spoon-fed one. Yeah, that's the problem. That's also the reason why he won't actually talk to me directly, but will talk about me with choice clips that he sees that is farmed out to him by an overzealous group of fucking weirdos on the internet who work tirelessly every single day to try to disparage whatever the fuck I'm doing, sometimes due to ideological differences. Many of them are right-wing. And oftentimes not even because of that, but because their favorite content creator fucking hates me.
Non-white country, Japan, experiences higher crime rates when poverty and unemployment rates rise, as shown in this study. Moving slightly west, South Korea is experiencing what they call a silver crime wave, where the rise of poverty and its aging population has seen a commensurate rise in crime. All of this does not mean poverty mechanically causes every individual to commit crime, nor does every poor community become highly violent. But the broader statistical relationship between resource deprivation and crime appears repeatedly across continents and populations. This is why many scholars argue that racial disparities in crime are better understood through the lens of concentrated poverty, inequality, historical segregation, and access to opportunity rather than race itself. The reason Black people are associated with crime in the United States is because Black Americans have historically faced disproportionate levels of concentrated poverty, segregation, underinvestment, and systemic exclusion from economic opportunity, conditions that criminologists and sociologists have repeatedly linked to higher crime rates across every population on Earth, regardless of ethnicity. Once Black American slaves were freed, they immediately faced discrimination, a lack of economic opportunities, exclusion from wealth-building institutions.
Like, the Reconstruction was halted as a consequence of unbelievable amounts of revenge violence from the Klan. He's pre-watching his talking points, then solving them, Lamau. Yeah. I mean, Asmongold is not exactly a creative figure. He hasn't come up with a unique or independent new thought in his entire life. So I don't expect him to reinvent the wheel here, you know?
Segregated housing, unequal education, targeted policing, and widespread racial violence. Each of those things on their own contribute to poverty, which I have just proven correlates with crime. Black people were subjected to all of them at the same time. The United States created a permanent underclass in the form of Black Americans by freeing formerly enslaved people without providing meaningful economic restitution.
Migration does not work. Birth rates reset the norms in a single generation. Mass migration results in no integration and societal harm, says Terminally Online 1. This is moving faster than anything with before. Billionaires are bankrupting themselves, placing the bet. It's truly sad that there is no choice. You cannot stop the march of time. If nothing is done, it's complete societal and demographic collapse. Migration does not work. This is objectively incorrect. If migration actually was incapable of overcoming the declining birth rates that every other fucking developed nation has experienced, then the United States of America would have hit that trap quite a long time ago. Okay? Migration, as a matter of fact, is the only thing that can overcome the decline of birth rates in developed nations. Any country that does not open its doors to migration will inevitably turn into Japan. Okay? That's it. That's it. It doesn't, there's something about this life that makes it stop. Look at the data. Buddy, look at America. Look at Japan. Both are developed countries. Both are developed nations. Look at the Japanese birth rate. Look at the American birth rate in general. Yes, it is actually lowered over time, but the only thing that halts the decline of birth rates in developed nations is migration. Wrong. There's also productivity. What? I mean, productivity has increased dramatically. Yeah, South Korea is another example. I mean, even China. China is the proof of this theory, right? Because now that China is a developed nation, and China had an overpopulation fear, which is why they took a lot of action against. They literally stopped people from having more than one child, right, for a while, and now they're suffering as a consequence of that. Now they're trying to fix that problem for future generations. Immigrants increase productivity. I mean, sure, they're a younger labor force. People are immigrating here so they can work. So yes, it does contribute to productivity, but I think productivity has increased overall. I mean, productivity has increased in places like Japan as well. But that's due to the exponential growth of technological advancements.
Equal protection under the law or fair access to housing, education, and employment, while simultaneously enforcing systems that kept many Black communities segregated, impoverished, and politically marginalized. So, pop quiz, ass on mold. What do you do when you don't have access to decent education?
What is this? Look at the data. Yes, the entire thing completely cooked and nothing fucking works. Immigration is good, but not when robots do the work for free. Okay, first you said immigration does not work. Then you talked about birth rates. Now you're talking about immigration is good actually, but not when the robots do the work for free. I don't think you have a consistent position on this. I think you're just like trying to sound smart in the chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. And yes, even when robots do the work for free, immigration is still good. Plus, we're nowhere near that level of like robots displacing the entirety of the workforce regardless. You just don't want to be around Mexicans, buddy. That's it. You literally are just like terrified of a fucking street taco, okay? I'm obviously exaggerating. It's not just a street taco that you're worried about, but you're just like don't want to be around cultures that are unfamiliar, okay? That's it. Which is ironic because that is a major factor that has contributed to American dominance, okay? Our multicultural, diverse society is one of the most redeemable aspects of America. And for the longest time, Americans, while very resistant to new flows of migration coming from different parts of the world, have allowed those migrant groups to become a part of the in-group. Same with the Polish, same with Jews, same with the Greeks, Italians, Irish, and the like. Okay? Every single group that I just mentioned is now a part of the in-group. They're all considered white. And it would be really funny to assume that they're not white. Well, there was a point when they weren't white, when they were coming in large numbers. Okay? Everything that this country has created, has designed, has touched immigrant hands. Okay? America is a nation of migrants. America is a settler colonial enterprise. It's waves of migration that has kept this country going. It's waves of migrants that have built this country. And it's the most redeemable quality of this nation state.
Can't get a job, live in a slum, and can barely feed yourself. Statistically, you turn to crime. It's not a black thing. It's a human thing. So this is what Joe was trying to communicate, that black Americans face conditions that overwhelmingly correlate with higher crime rates, and that this is due to systemic racism. All those factors I just named were racist, and all of them were systemic. Redlining, or the process of systematically denying minority communities access to mortgages, loans, and investment based on their race, helped trap many black Americans in impoverished and underdeveloped neighborhoods for generations. That is obviously racist. That is systemic because it was a government-sponsored organization that invented this, and it was legal. Systemic racism. The main way a family in the United States builds wealth is through real estate. If you own a home, you generally pass that home down to your children, and since your children are now not required to use the majority of their income for housing, they are able to save, invest, pursue education, start businesses, and accumulate wealth more easily themselves, creating a compounding cycle of generational wealth. If you routinely deny black families the opportunity to own valuable real estate, you rob them of the opportunity to create generational wealth.
What is the racial wealth gap and why is everyone talking about it? The racial wealth gap is a measure of wealth inequality between racial groups in the US. Here's a prime example. Black families make up 14% of the population but own only 5% of American wealth, while white households make up 65% of the population but control 80% of the wealth. The gap traces back to the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation, which led to freedom for almost 4 million Black Americans. By 1860, their labor accounted for 60% of U.S. exports, $200 million a year, where Black Americans received nothing. No land, no money. Without any money or land, how could newly free Black Americans create wealth? The second barrier to building wealth, housing discrimination.
One significant driver to the racial wealth gap, as I mentioned before, is going to be homeownership. Homeownership is a significant driver of wealth, whereby every year of homeownership, homeowners gain about $14,000 in equity. Conversely, if you don't have access to homeownership, you don't have access to that type of equity and that cushion that you could get from having money saved from homeownership.
Housing discrimination allows banks to deny home loans to the Black community through a practice called redlining. Redlining was a government-sponsored practice of denying mortgages and other financial services to segregated Black and brown neighborhoods. It's called redlining because bankers literally drew red lines around undesirable communities. One Black household in a middle-class community was enough to make the federal government deny mortgage loans in that area. As a result, Black families turned to predatory lenders or were shut out from home ownership completely.
We just keep having to fight battles, but a lot of the things that have happened to Black folks in America were orchestrated and they were legal. They were systemic. I mean, it wasn't like it just happened that way. It was designed to be that way.
And like all forms of systemic racism, the downstream effects are seen in the modern day. And by the way, this is the United States Treasury website literally admitting one of the factors for this gap is due to the United States government. They are admitting their policies stifled Black home ownership. Systemic racism. Now, back to Zach's dumbass tweet. The first fucking line from this genius is that Black people benefit from systemic racism. Now, I know what Zach is trying to say here, that through policies like affirmative action, Black people benefit, and that because affirmative action is a governmental policy, that is systemic. The problem with this line of logic is that it's not racism. Yes, affirmative action effectively produced outcomes where an equally qualified white man could be disqualified for an equally qualified Black man, but this process also held that an equally qualified white woman would be chosen over an equally qualified Black man. In fact, white women were the largest beneficiaries of DEI and affirmative action policies. So by definition and by practice, affirmative action wasn't a systemically racist policy because all ethnic groups benefited from that policy and it disproportionately affected gender. So it is a lie that affirmative action was racist. The best you could argue here is that it is somewhat discriminatory towards white men. And
well, don't give him that talking point. Ultimately, if you break something on the boundaries of race, the fix for that also has to contribute race into it. Affirmative action has always been a band-aid solution to systemic racism, and it's actually not been very successful at addressing most of the problems caused by systemic racism. But even that crumb that the state has offered in restitution has been far too much, far too consequential for a lot of these angry little gremlins who actually do experience the negative consequences of class warfare. They live under capitalism. Capitalism is what keeps them down. Capitalism is what demands their productive output go to the wealthiest people in society, further and further consolidated in the hands of an increasingly smaller group of people who keep generating more and more value. Okay? No, that is a crumb. That's not a fucking thread of hope. Shut the fuck up! I'm talking about a negative thing. Some of you are fucking robots. Fuck! Anyway, where was I? Chattel slavery, Jim Crow laws, redlining. These systemic and at the time legal forces of discrimination had to have solutions that were also on the boundaries of race. Racial discrimination requires racialized restitution. That's it. What good is it if I come and I rob you at gunpoint, and then instead of apologizing to you for doing that or giving you the money, I give it to your fucking neighbor and I apologize to your neighbor. Do you feel like that situation was solved for you? Was it resolved for you? Now imagine if society even refuses to recognize that you were robbed at all, and that your neighbors that benefited from you getting robbed in some degree turn around and say, shut the fuck up, bitch. You weren't even robbed. Over and over again. I'm the one being robbed. Give me the money. It's so stupid.
White men specifically, because it literally benefits every...
Yeah, it's, oh my God, this is such a bar. Yeah, ending slavery was racist because only black slaves were freed. It's actually a racist act. I will never celebrate Juneteenth. Why? Because black people were freed, which was therefore racist. Okay, well, black people were the ones being enslaved. It's a great line. I'm fucking stealing that. I'm robbing that shit. It's our line now. It's our line now, comrade. That's what it sounds like when motherfuckers are complaining about affirmative action.
Single other group. And even then, that would be a lie, as affirmative action includes mandates for hiring veterans and people with disabilities. Both groups, white men make up a significant portion. So no, affirmative action and DEI are not a form of systemic racism. And no, black people and other minority groups do not enjoy preferential treatment at the expense of white and Asian people. Like, are you unaware that Asians are a minority group in the United States too? Why would you group those two together, Zach? Are you referring to the ridiculous Supreme Court ruling, Students versus Harvard? Setting that aside for...
By the way, this was the other time that this was my criticism of this decision and the tokens that were shepherding, or not even like shepherding this decision, but like placed themselves as like wonderful, pliant little bots for a white supremacist agenda. I was very critical of that, and they clipped my reaction, and they were like, "Wow, you're you're anti-Asian. You're against AAPI."
The moment. What other areas are black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asian people, besides the overstated college admissions issue? Give examples. I'm sure everyone would like to hear them, Zach. And please, be very specific. Back to the Supreme Court issue, we currently have a compromised Supreme Court that is doing its damnedest to implement overwhelmingly conservative policies and rulings, and these rulings almost always come at the expense of black Americans. Its ruling in Students v. Harvard was a joke because the prosecution's claim hinged on the idea that American institutions like Harvard already operate on a level playing field, which we know they don't. At Harvard specifically, there are legacy admissions, donor preferences, networking advantages, and wealth inheritance that disproportionately benefit white students. Somehow, the group suing Harvard ignored all of that to focus on the 18% of the class of 2027 who were black. 18%. This number decreased to 14% after the Supreme Court's ruling. The Asian cohort went from 37% to 37%. Literally zero change to them, but a 4% drop in black student admission. Which, if you haven't been paying attention, is the fucking goal. The group that's...
Yeah. It was also, a nonprofit legacy advocacy organization founded by conservative activist Edward Blum. It was founded by white people. They knew it would look bad if white students were at the forefront of this movement. So they went and they hired a bunch of Asian students. Okay? How's that for model minority? Yeah. Good job, guys. To all the Asian students that wanted to be at the forefront of this anti-DEI initiative, the anti-affirmative action initiative, you fucking did it. And guess what happened to the tokens? They got fucking spent, because that's what happens to tokens. And then people have the fucking audacity to say, oh, I'm racist because I said I have no respect for Asians who play a formative role in white supremacy become willing servants of white supremacy as servile dogs to white people. Okay? That's what people got real mad at me over. That agenda has not changed, by the way. At the time, people were trying to justify that. At the time, people were trying to be like, wait a minute, well, this seems a little ridiculous. Like, you're making fun of these people? I don't understand. Like, oh, don't they have a point? Don't they have a point? Yeah, guess what? That was one initiative in a sea of other anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that came right after that. Say that again, but with a hard D. I need clips to make some money this month. Okay, take a week off. No jokes of that sort. Okay, a week is maybe a little too harsh. Here, take 30 minutes off.
Dude, Harvard, Students for Fair Admissions, headed by this guy, Edward Blum, who has dedicated his entire career to dismantling progress in racial equality and specifically black representation. Bush versus Vera, a Supreme Court case against redistricting in Texas that sought to increase racial minority representation in Congress. Fisher versus University of Texas, another Supreme Court case regarding affirmative action in a college. Shelby County versus Holder, a Supreme Court case concerning pre-clearance, or the right of the federal government to approve of voting law changes of certain states that had a history of racial discrimination, i.e.
There's background echo because his audio levels are like bass boosted for some reason, so his bass is so high, so my mic ends up picking up his the audio from the video, unfortunately, and therefore you hear an echo.
South. This one was important because it resulted in a landmark decision that allowed historically racially discriminant states in the South to fuck with voter ID laws, removing the most effective protection against racial voter suppression. Doesn't that sound familiar? The legacy of Edward Blum. That's this guy's entire goal, to roll back civil rights protections, especially those that affect or benefit black people. Just like I pointed out in my last video, it's a strange coincidence everything Zach promotes is backed by some white guy whose life goal is to shit on black people. So this is why Zach said,
I'll be honest, dude, you're giving him too much credit. I don't think Asmongold is that well-read of a racist. I think he's listening to the summarizations from much more sophisticated racists. Like, there are more intelligent racists out there who are summarizing the talking points of much more sophisticated racists, white supremacists and the like. And he is at the bottom of that funnel, just regurgitating the half misunderstood points while trying to rage bait to the best of his ability. That's it. What is this? Did you hear how Queen's University in Canada only recently started accepting black students in 2018 to their med program? Black students were banned for years. Wait, what the fuck? In 1918, a motion to ban black students from the School of Medicine was adopted. Although black students were admitted again to school starting in 1965, the motion was never repealed until its existence was brought to light by PhD candidate Edward Thomas of Cultural Studies. The 1918 motion was revoked by Senate 100 years after its adoption. Jesus Christ. I mean, the more wild part about that is until 1965, they literally did not admit any black students. Like, they started admitting black students in 1965. They never actually, changed the motion. There have been 15 black medical students enrolled at Queen's when the ban was enacted. In its apology, Queen's acknowledged that the university had derailed the medical careers of at least 2 black students who had been forced to leave Queen's and who were then unable to find placement at any other medical school. Oh, there were 2 black students in the 1917 yearbook, and they literally barred them. What should I read and engage with to be as knowledgeable as you are on these things? Oh, dude, I don't know. don't know where to begin. This is like schooling.
White and Asian Americans in his tweet. Because like most people that promote white supremacist rhetoric, he's weaponizing Asian people against Black and Hispanic people in the United States. This is a very common tactic known as the model minority myth. Zach nor Edward Blum give a flying fuck about Asian people. Asians are just a pawn in their game, a game that, when that game is won, will be turned against Asians.
It's so cool that he brought up Edward Blum in this, because it quite literally is the case that I was reacting to, that the RNC cynically weaponized, that made its rounds in the San Francisco political circuit and made its way to Connie Chen's hands to fucking call me an anti-Asian racist. I was literally shitting on the tokens that Edward Blum was using, the tokens that willingly became loyal servants of white supremacy. Asian tokens in this instance. It's crazy.
And unfortunately, some of them are too fucking stupid to recognize that.
And a Kongmin Lee shout out. God damn, this guy cooked. Fucking awesome. A critique of Western Marxism. You know what? Fuck it, dude. I'm going to watch this. Ha, just kidding. We're at 7 hours and it's Saturday night. I'm going to go spend time with my loved ones and my family. And, but tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow we'll watch that. How about that? We did a healthy balance of real news and fun stuff today, I think. Fuck you. Okay, calm down. The video is ass anyway. Is it? I think Red Pen makes good videos. That was cruel. Was it 8.7 out of 10 fun day? Well, fun day will continue tomorrow. Okay. Anyway, love you guys. And that's all I got for today. Okay. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greene's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.